When a woman kills for the first time, she can become hungry for more.
Once this killing spree started, I don't think anyone around her was safe.
A nurse betrays her patient's trust to satisfy dark desires.
She could only feel pleasure when she was inflicting pain.
A shopaholic mixes trips to the mall with murder.
She really enjoyed what she was doing. She got a thrill out of it.
And a babysitter calls an end to playtime by killing.
It just amazed her that she could do this and nobody pick up on it.
These are deadly women, damaged by life, excited by death. They are disturbed. When a mind is disturbed, death and pleasure can become entwined. As they were one night in 1889 at Massachusetts General Hospital.
I have something for you to drink. It'll make you feel better.
Amelia Finney is a patient in pain. She hopes the medicine will bring relief. But her nurse's intent is not to heal. It's to harm.
She had no empathy for others. She enjoyed what she did.
She could only feel pleasure when she was inflicting pain.
Nurse Jane Toppin gives Amelia a toxic cocktail. As Amelia feels the effect, she's joined in bed by her nurse.
Can you imagine the fear? Waking up in your hospital bed with your nurse straddling you, looking into your eyes, and you are helpless to do anything, even cry out because she's overdosed you with a sedative?
Professor Harold Schechter believes Jane Toppin was one of the most dangerous nurses who ever lived.
Jane Toppin appeared to the world to be a very jolly and caring and nurturing human being. But of course, underneath that, she was the very opposite.
To understand what motivated Jane's crimes, Schechter would have to turn the clock back almost 150 years to New England in 1863. An alcoholic called Peter Kelly enters a Boston asylum. A sole parent, Kelly wants to be rid of his young daughter once and for all.
He was obviously totally incapable of dealing with her, and he put her into an orphanage.
6-year-old Jane will never see her father again. A well-to-do family later takes Jane in, but she is not treated as an equal.
Well, she was taken into this family called the Toppins, but she was never formally adopted, even though she took their name.
The Toppins have a daughter the same age as Jane. But while Elizabeth is lavished with affection and gifts, Jane is treated like a servant.
What are you doing here? Go away. Finish sweeping.
Jane feels excluded. Something in her mind is changing.
Beautiful.
She is becoming disturbed. "20 years later, Jane Toppin is a student nurse.
Hello, Mr. Chick.
While her fellow trainees are motivated by compassion and kindness,
Got a special dose for you today.
Jane is driven by darker desires.
The decision to become a nurse was hers alone, and I believe that decision was to gain access to potential victims. Hospitals became happy hunting grounds for her.
A great advantage of nursing for a personality like Jane Toppin is that it gave her ready access to very helpless victims that she could torture in the various ways that she enjoyed.
Jane is fascinated by the effects of drugs, especially morphine, a drug familiar to forensic pathologists like Janice Amatuzio.
Morphine is an opiate medication. It's been used for centuries to relieve pain. But like all other opiates, when it's used in excess, it has a very dangerous and profound effect.
Jane experiments with poisons on her patients. Patients like Amelia Finney.
Jane Toppin administered some medication to her that put her into a deep slumber, but she was still semi-conscious.
How do you feel?
Morphine has a profound effect, and that is on the respiratory system. And when the respirations slow down, the oxygen in our blood decreases as well. So there's going to be loss of consciousness. And so morphine will depress all of the systems, and in an overdose, the person will simply stop breathing.
But Jane doesn't want Amelia to die, just yet.
And she felt Jane Toppin get into bed with her and pull her bedclothes aside and begin to caress her in a very, very erotic manner.
Amelia thinks she is dreaming, but the reality is far stranger. She's in the clutches of a nurse who feels perverse pleasure while watching her patients die.
Jane does not fit the classic profile of the mercy killer, the nurse killer, because of the sexual component of her crimes, of poisoning her victims with morphine and then crawling into bed with them and holding them and kissing them and then looking into their eyes as they were dying. This is not what we usually see. Jane was different.
Tonight, Jane Toppin's desire to kill will be unsatisfied. When someone else enters the ward, the murderous nurse flees. Amelia Finney recovers. Only years later would she realize how lucky she was that night. Her nurse would go on to become the most prolific female serial killer in American history.
She wanted to be the best and the most famous in the world, the highest body count. She might have achieved that.
Jane Toppin is known to have murdered 31 of her patients. She may have killed dozens more.
Nobody had ever encountered a female murderer, or really even a male murderer, who had killed so many victims so cold-bloodedly.
Jane is so disturbed it doesn't matter who she kills. Where there is death, she finds pleasure.
She murdered young and old. She murdered male and female. She murdered intimate friends and total strangers.
Yet there is one person she wants to hurt more than any other.
Thought I'd bring you some tea. Thank you, Jane.
For 30 years, she watched her foster sister Elizabeth enjoy a life of happiness and privilege. A life Jane herself could only dream of. Now, the time is coming to make her pay. In the summer of 1899 on Cape Cod, Massachusetts, Elizabeth Brigham has mysteriously fallen ill. Her foster sister Jane appears eager to nurse her back to health.
She was a very, very successful private nurse. You know, people just thought that she was a very caring human being.
But Jane Toppin is not what she seems. She will kill 31 people and become America's most prolific female serial killer. Her latest target is her own foster sister.
The primary motivation seems to have been this long simmering resentment of a foster sister who had always seemed to receive so much better treatment from life than she herself had.
Go away. Finish sweeping.
Jane's jealousy of Elizabeth begins in their childhood. When Elizabeth marries a wealthy vicar, it intensifies. Once again, Jane feels left out.
Psychopaths like Jane Toppin, who feel they've been horribly mistreated by the world from a very, very young age, grow up to feel the need to take revenge on the world in turn.
For Jane, this revenge will be sweet and slow.
Jane Toppin took a great deal of pleasure in prolonging the pain and suffering of her victims, really stretching it out over days and even weeks.
A lot of killers are not sadistic. Jane was. She actually derived pleasure seeing the pain that she had inflicted on others. That is sadism.
Jane's sadism climaxes as Elizabeth takes her final breaths.
There are female serial killers who derive perverted sexual pleasure from inflicting death on their helpless victims. And Jane Toppin fell into that category.
Later, Jane admits that Elizabeth is the only victim she truly hated. This murder had a clear motive, but what about Jane's other victims? Could her murderous desires be tied to the mental history of her own family? The father who abandoned Jane when she was a child would later succumb to insanity.
His nickname was Kelly the Crack, as in crackpot. And there were these stories that at one point he sewed his own eyelids shut.
But while Jane's father suffered psychotic episodes, losing touch with reality, Jane herself had no such symptoms.
Her father's act of trying to sew his own eyelid shut is indicative of a very, very severe mental disorder, either schizophrenia or bipolar psychosis. Both of those are inheritable, but I don't think Jane Toppin was insane. Not at all.
Jane is clear-headed and calculated when she kills, making her all the more deadly.
Serial killers like Jane Toppin, they have to murder more and more frequently in order to produce that rush of pleasure.
Jane has been killing for 15 years. But when she's contracted to care for the Davis family, she takes her murder spree one step too far.
I don't think serial killers want to get caught. They simply get sloppy. They get away with it so many times that they begin to think they're invincible and invisible.
Jane is supposed to keep the Davises safe from harm. But one by one, over a period of 6 weeks, she kills them.
She ended up wiping out this entire 4-member family, and that is what ultimately led to her discovery and arrest.
The death of an entire family turns suspicion onto nurse Jane Toppin. She denies the killings, but under questioning by psychiatrists, she confesses in disturbing detail.
Jane was the type of sociopath who liked to brag about what she did. I'm sure every time she bragged about what she did and it shocked people, including the board of Victorian doctors, that gave her even more of a thrill.
Jane shows no remorse. the telltale sign of a sociopath. She spends the rest of her life in a mental institution and is remembered as the most dangerous and disturbed nurse who ever lived.
We perceive nurses like Jane as these angels of mercy who will care for us and nurture us and bring us back to health. Jane Toppin, of course, was the very opposite of that. She was an angel of death.
A disturbed mind can lash out when it's least expected, as it did on a clear morning in Canyon Lake, California. 38-year-old Dana Sue Gray is setting out on a shopping trip.
There was something about money and having it and spending it that made Dana Sue feel important.
She looks like a typical suburban mom on her way to the mall. But Dana is a woman with a startling secret.
She used ligature strangulation. She used bludgeoning. She used knives.
Dana Sue Gray is a psychopath. She just committed a brutal murder. Now, she needs some retail therapy. Detective Joe Greco will never forget the gruesome crime scene Dana Sue Gray left behind that day in 1994.
It was a shock because it was only my second homicide case as a detective, and it was overwhelming.
66-year-old June Roberts has been strangled and bashed with a bottle.
It crossed my mind that I had a serial killer on my hands.
No one has ever seen a serial killer like this one.
She's in a class all her own.
The killing spree begins 2 weeks earlier.
Norma! Norma, are you there, dear?
The community was very affluent, and they didn't have a lot of homicides.
Norma!
Alice Williams has not seen her neighbor, Norma Davis, for 2 days.
Where are you, dear?
She's concerned the 86-year-old has fallen ill. The reality is far worse.
A neighbor came by and found her body. The neighbor was never the same after that.
The brutality of the murder also shocks crime writer Kathy Braidhill. Norma has been stabbed. A fillet knife is buried to the hilt in her chest. The handle of another protrudes from her neck. The blade inserted so deep, it has almost severed Norma's head.
We didn't have a lot of information. The only piece of evidence that we had was in the entryway of the condominium. Found a faint shoe print on the floor of the condominium, and it was a 6.5 size shoe.
The shoe print would later be traced to a former nurse named Dana Sue Gray.
Dana Sue Gray was in her mid-30s. She loved thrill sports. She loved rock and roll.
As a young woman, Dana enjoyed skydiving. But increasingly, it's her personal life that's going into free fall.
Dana's life right before the murders was chaotic. She had a lot of emotional setbacks. She had had a miscarriage. She had also sunken into depression and alcoholism, and she was accused of stealing drugs from her job as a nurse.
Fired from her job. Separated from her husband. She seeks solace in alcohol and prescription drugs.
We really don't know why she had started to use drugs. We're thinking perhaps it was because of the depression from the miscarriage. It could have been any number of things.
But when the drugs don't work, there is one thing guaranteed to make Dana Sue feel good.
Spending, purchasing made Dana feel high. It reduced her anxiety. It became compulsive, and it got way out of control.
Dana Sue is hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Her disturbed mind is becoming desperate. Desperate enough to kill.
Once this killing spree started, she was clearly out of control. And I don't think anyone around her was safe.
2 weeks later, 66-year-old June Roberts answers a knock at the door.
Hey, June, look, I was wondering if I could
Recently widowed, June welcomes the visit by a family friend. Little does she know, she has admitted a killer into her home. A killer who leaves her boyfriend's 5-year-old son waiting outside.
I think the fact that Dana Sue had her lover's 5-year-old boy in the car with her, waiting outside in the car while she went into these homes and killed these women, really speaks to the coldness and how little she thought that what she was doing was wrong.
Here it is, look.
It was very brutal. The victim had been strangled with her own telephone cord and actually tied to a chair. And she was struck so hard it fractured her skull.
She used her hands and extreme violence to kill her victims. We don't usually see this in female serial killers. We usually see poison or gun. With a gun, you can kill someone from afar. Dana Sue wanted hands-on.
But perhaps just as shocking as the murders is what Dana chooses to do next.
She didn't even go home after she killed these women and lay low for a while. She just needed to get to the mall.
Canyon Lake, California, 1994. 38-year-old Dana Sue Gray is in the mood to be pampered.
Dana was so meticulous about her appearance, and she always went to a salon for services, for manicures, pedicures, hair color, cotton color, all of that.
Beauty treatments make Dana Sue Gray feel good. But lately, she's found another activity that gives her a thrill. Murder. Dana is halfway through a month-long killing spree. Her first stop after killing her second victim is the mall.
What was taken from June was her checkbook and her credit cards, and right after the murders, Dana went out and she got a beauty treatment and she went shopping.
She immediately went out and drained their bank accounts and used their credit cards on high-ticket items, hundreds and hundreds of dollars, with a little kid in tow, her boyfriend's little 5-year-old with her. Thought nothing of it, thought nothing of it.
Despite being hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, Dana Sue is obsessed with spending money.
Dana Sue's issues with money are reported to have existed when she was a girl. Her brother described this. She said, "I had to spend, it made me feel good." But the feeling wouldn't last, so the behavior became compulsive. She would repeat it to get the high again.
Psychologists have a term for compulsive shopping: oniomania. But it is not the only reason Dana kills.
Dana didn't take any rings from the victims or some valuables from the home that were obvious. So I don't think anything was motivated there by money.
The next attack reveals more about Dana's motives. 2 2 weeks later in Lake Elsinore, California, 57-year-old Dorinda Hawkins is working alone in an antique store.
Dorinda was working at the time Dana had walked in and asked about picture frames.
Just wondering how much this one is.
This is actually $55.
Do you do gift wrapping?
Yes, we do. Give me a minute.
And it was there behind the framing tables that Dana strangled Dorinda.
Dorinda was begging for her life when Dana was strangling her. And Dorinda told her, "You can have anything you want, take the cash. You know, I have 8 kids, just let me live." And Dana told her, "I'm not doing this for the money." She said that twice. And that really gives you an insight into what Dana was thinking when she was committing these crimes.
Thinking Dorinda is dead, Dana Sue steals just $25 and flees. But Dorinda is still alive. She's had a lucky escape from a woman with a long history of violence.
When Dana Sue was a young girl and she would be reprimanded or punished by her mother, it was reported that she frequently lashed out violently as a little girl and grew up to do it as a woman.
Dana Sue is motivated by more than money. She also has a deep-seated need for power, a need she satisfies with murder.
Dana liked the fight, and we believe that she killed because she enjoyed having power over somebody and watching them struggle and watching them die.
There is something hidden in Dana's past that explains not only why she killed, but who. As police trace the clues left by her shopping sprees, the final piece in the puzzle of Dana Sue's disturbed mind is about to be revealed.
We were able to do a paper trail with the credit cards and go to the different stores that she had used these credit cards at. And with the merchants, we were able to get a general description of this suspect.
I'm wondering if you've seen this woman.
The shopkeepers recognize the face. So do residents of Canyon Lake. Dana Sue Gray is arrested for murder.
When they finally did apprehend her, her Cadillac was full of grocery bags. Her house was full of expensive perfume. I mean, she had a veritable department store in her house.
We have statements proving that you had spent these cards.
Dana Sue Gray denies the murders. But while she is questioned by Detective Joe Greco, the case takes a horrifying turn.
In the interview, Dana began talking about finding a purse, and that purse belonged to a woman by the name of Dora Beebe.
In the station, at the same time, there were sheriff's deputies working another murder. Joe went to them and asked them the name of their victim. They told him Dora Beebe, and Joe instantly said, "Well, we have your suspect in the other room."
Earlier that day, Dana Sue had knocked on the door of a stranger, asking for a map.
So I knew that we had the right suspect in this case, but I did not know that on the same day that I was serving the search warrant, she was out killing her last victim.
Just wait a minute, then I'll be out.
Like Dana Sue's other victims, Dora Beebe is elderly, alone, and totally unprepared for a vicious attack.
What are you doing?
Dora Beebe was found murdered inside her home. She was beaten with a clothes iron, and her skull was fractured.
To psychologists, the attack on Dora Beebe is the final clue in a revealing pattern. All 4 of Dana Sue's victims were elderly women. women old enough to be her mother.
Dana Sue had a lot of unresolved anger toward her mother. I think these older women that Dana Sue killed represented her mother, and she was just unleashing rage and anger.
To avoid the death penalty, Dana Sue Gray pleads guilty to multiple murders. A desire for money, a need for power, and a hatred of her own mother. Dana Sue Gray's disturbed mind made her a ruthless killer who will spend the rest of her life behind bars.
Then when you look at her history and you see how violent she could be as a child with her mother when she was reprimanded, this was a murder spree in the making for 30 years.
She enjoyed doing things that were risky. She was a thrill seeker, and I think that she really enjoyed what she was doing. She got a thrill out of it.
Human instinct demands we protect the young. But sometimes instinct is overruled by stronger impulses. A disturbed mind can transform a protector into a predator. Lakeland, Florida, 1980. 4-year-old Jeffrey Davis is getting to know his new babysitter. Christine Falling gets along well with the little boy. Jeffrey's mother believes she is leaving her son in safe hands.
I think that she was doing a good job as far as, as taking care of the babies,
But this babysitter's playful persona is hanging by a thread. A thread that is about to snap. When the mother of Jeffrey Davis returns home, she walks into a nightmare.
Certainly it was a terrible blow for anyone to lose a child, especially, babies.
Christine claims the boy simply stopped breathing. The autopsy blames a heart condition called myocarditis, a condition that is very rarely fatal.
Now, myocarditis is really considered a cause of death only when everything else has been excluded.
Jeffrey is not the first baby to die in Christine Falling's care. And he will not be the last. When the deaths are reported to the sheriff of Calhoun County, Buddy Smith, he knows something isn't right.
It was just a strange thing that all the babies that was in her care had died, and it was a mystery there for a good while.
Many put the trail of dead down to bad luck or an unknown virus. No one dares to imagine the children are being murdered by their slow and apparently harmless babysitter.
It seems that she had maybe a nice nature.
Hey, Christine. Hey, Chris. How are you?
And people maybe thought, well, Christine couldn't possibly have done this. She's too slow. She's not maniacal. And so they ruled her out.
Yet the seemingly gentle Christine Falling started killing early.
Oftentimes, when young children abuse small animals, it's acting out rage and frustration over something they can control.
As a child, she would test if cats had 9 lives by dropping them from a great height.
She grew up fairly poor, and families did not have good paying jobs and make a lot of money, And I think probably from the beginning had some problems.
Local police were well aware that Christine didn't have a happy childhood. She was abused sexually and physically.
I recall the former sheriff, W.C. Reeder, worked a case where the child was taken to the hospital. And the first word he got from the mother was that she had gotten run over by the car. And he got to checking into it further and found out that this child had been beaten pretty bad with a bottle.
Because of Christine's family situation, the early life poverty, the low IQ, I don't think she stood a chance of having a normal life.
Poverty and abuse leave their scars on Christine. But they are not the only reasons she becomes a killer. By the time she turns 18, Christine Falling is a ticking time bomb.
Ready?
3 days after the death of Jeffrey Davis, Christine Falling is asked to babysit again. She will look after 2-year-old Joseph Spring while his parents attend a funeral.
Say bye-bye.
The funeral of Christine's previous victim.
Crash.
With her background and her educational background, she just did not have the ability, you know, to get out and get good jobs. And she just picked up jobs like babysitting. And she felt like, I guess, this was the only way she could maybe make some extra money and survive.
Christine has a childlike quality that children find appealing. But it is not an act. She has below normal intelligence, making her disturbed mind deadly.
People with very low IQs, such as Christine, tend to also have a low frustration level. And they will sometimes lash out in an irrational rage.
When Joseph starts to cry, Christine feels her nerves fray. Then the voices start. Voices only Christine can hear.
The voices are not usually very nice. They say horrible things, they suggest horrible things.
Auditory hallucinations are a symptom of a well-known psychiatric condition.
Schizophrenia is a disorder of thoughts and thinking, and it's very difficult, if not impossible, for the schizophrenic to know if the voice is real or not.
Shush.
Joseph has been silenced, but the voices in Christine's head have not. Soon, they will instruct her to kill again. At a children's graveyard in Calhoun County, Florida, tombstones bear witness to lives cut tragically short. Some by accident, some by illness, some by murder.
You know, I was just amazed that it wasn't picked up on sooner.
In the early 1980s, a babysitter called Christine Falling is killing children in her care. Authorities believe the deaths are of natural causes.
She never gave a good explanation as to why, other than she'd saying these babies would start crying and she couldn't get them to hush.
Leaving a child alone with Christine Falling, even for a moment, can be a deadly mistake. As her stepsister, Geneva Burnett Daniels, is about to discover. When Geneva goes inside to buy diapers for her 8-month-old daughter, Jennifer, the baby begins to cry.
People such as Christine can't handle it when things don't go right. And sometimes they will lash out or attack whatever it is that's making them upset.
Christine's low IQ means she is already reaching breaking point. But it's another mental condition that will push her over the edge.
Christine suffered from frontal lobe epilepsy. One of the things that we do see oftentimes in people that have this, along with a low IQ, is that they later are involved in violent crimes.
Like Christine's other killings, this one leaves no trace.
Sometimes smothering may leave no clues whatsoever, particularly if smothering, which is blockage of the airways, is caused by placing something loose or fluffy, such as a soft blanket or a pillow loosely over the mouth and nose. It may leave very few clues.
This baby ain't breathing.
Jesus. Christine, what happened?
I don't know.
Oh my God! Oh my God, what happened to her?
5 babies die in Christine Falling's care. Under pressure from the local community, she checks herself into the hospital, asking doctors to find out if she's passing on a mystery disease to the children.
I really think that her desire was that somebody really find out that she was killing these babies.
The doctors find nothing, and Christine asks them to call the police.
And she says, okay, I'm ready to tell you.
Sheriff Buddy Smith will never forget what she said next.
She said she had a way of choking these babies without leaving any signs. But she said, you know, it just amazed her that she could do this and nobody pick up on it.
Christine admits to smothering 3 children. Police believe she also killed 2 other infants and a 77-year-old man. Poorly educated, mentally disabled, and brutally abused, Christine Falling's future has never been bright. And now she will spend it behind bars.
I was pretty much convinced after working this case that is, if you're mistreated by your parents or someone else, then you tend to be the same way whenever you get grown.
She's often said in her incarceration, I think back, I wonder why I did this. I don't see her as a sociopath. I see her as a very poor soul, who, by the way, needs to remain in prison.
For these deadly women, murder became a habit too strong to resist. Nurse Jane Toppin found pleasure in her patient's pain. Dana Sue Gray's lust for money and power made her murder on the way to the mall. And Christine Falling let her anger explode on kids who couldn't fight back. Life dealt them suffering, and they returned it in kind, driven to murder by minds that were disturbed. Greed, a deadly sin and a primal force.
Greed is one of the strongest motivators of murder.
A desperate businesswoman kills for cash.
She would do anything to get it. including murder.
A bizarre love tryst leads to a savage murder.
He just saw his internal organs laying outside of his body.
And a midwife turns from caretaker to cold-hearted killer.
Most of us could not contemplate murdering small babies, our own or anyone else's.
These are deadly women, warped by greed, prepared to spill blood for money. On an isolated farm in New York's Catskill Mountains,
What are you doing here?
a confrontation.
Well, this is private property.
The owner thinks she's caught two trespassers.
I'm sorry, I cut you really close. Well, go and
The truth is much more frightening. The intruders are killers.
5 minutes, that's all I'm getting. 5 minutes. You've got 5
She's face to face with a deadly woman who has a taste for money and murder. Eva Koo.
Eva Koo is like a natural predator. Money was Eva's primary motivation, and she would do anything to get it, including murder.
Eva Koo is a sharp businesswoman. At the height of Prohibition in the 1920s, she runs the busiest speakeasy in town.
Little Eva's Place, it was called. Lots of loud music, lots of women, lots of alcohol, and everybody visited Eva Koo's place that wanted a good time.
New York playwright Isaac Rathbone has turned Eva's sordid life story into a stage production.
The story of Eva Koo is the story of survival. You have a woman who wants to survive on her own, and she will go through any means necessary to survive. There are stories of her having the sheriff's department and the police in her back pocket by offering them alcohol and women so that they would kind of turn a blind eye to her operations.
Eva's Place is home to a cast of characters. The resident barfly is Eva's slow-witted handyman, Harry Wright.
Harry Wright, or as he was known around the town, Gimpy Wright, was an older man in his 50s who lived with his mother. He was crippled, he was an alcoholic. There are stories of him drinking himself stupid, so to speak.
With his mother now dead, Harry is in Eva's care.
You have a side of Eva that takes in kind of lost souls. A lot of people who hung around the inn were alcoholics, were desperate women looking for a way to make ends meet.
One such woman is Martha Clift, who's found a surefire way to make a little extra money.
Martha was very subservient to Eva, and it's very apparent that she did whatever Eva told her to do.
Before long, that will include murder. For ex-FBI profiler Candace DeLong, Eva Koo's story fits a familiar pattern.
It's more common for women than men to have greed as a motivator for murder.
With business booming, Eva's greed is satisfied. Until disaster. The Great Depression hits. The good times run out.
we start to see a more desperate businesswoman as opposed to a shrewd and powerful businesswoman.
Historian Scott Christensen says the Great Depression triggered a great surge in crime.
It was the golden age of gangsters in the United States. There were many people who resorted to desperate means in order to survive.
Poverty-stricken and desperate, some women took a deadly gamble on insurance fraud.
It was the leading cause of execution of women in New York at that time. If somebody committed insurance fraud and committed a murder, the chances were that they were going to be sentenced to death.
Eva is in dire straits. Her gaze moves to Harry Wright. The slow-thinking drinker is in her way.
As the Depression rolls on and Eva starts to lose money and lose clients, he becomes a bit of a burden on her. She can't afford to keep herself fed and keep her business on operation, let alone paying for Harry's addiction to alcohol. By 1933, as Eva has hit rock bottom economically, she decides that she is going to take out an insurance policy on Harry Wright and murder him.
Martha is also greedy. For a cut of the insurance money, she'll help kill Harry. It begins at the insurance office. Eva takes out over a dozen separate policies on Harry's life.
She took advantage of him as much as anyone could.
If he dies accidentally, she will receive around $12,000. An accident is exactly what Harry is going to have. Greed has driven women to murder for centuries. Poverty adds to the temptation. Eva Ku's business has been crippled by the Great Depression. She needs money fast.
Eva was able to channel her desire for more money into killing because it was an easy means to an end.
Harry Wright has a price on his head. Thousands of dollars worth of life insurance taken out by Eva Ku and her friend Martha Clift. For them to collect, Harry has to have a little accident.
Everybody knew Harry. They knew he was a drunk. It wouldn't be surprising that he'd perhaps gotten drunk and wandered in front of a car and gotten hit. It was a good plan in that respect. Or so it seemed.
Eva and Martha drive Harry to a deserted farm on nearby Crumhorn Mountain.
Crumhorn Mountain was very desolate at the time. It was very isolated. Not too many folks lived up there, and it was the perfect place for Eva to bring Harry Wright to kill him. She came out wielding a large wooden mallet and struck Harry on the head. It's alleged that Harry Wright's last words were to Eva, and he said, "My God, I can see why you brought me up here now."
But this insurance job has to look like an accident. It's the perfect crime, as long as there are no witnesses.
Hurry up! Cover him!
What are you doing? We are out on Sunday drive, and this is private property.
When angry farm owner Iva Fink suddenly turns up,
I'm sorry, I had to relieve myself.
Eva decides attack is the best defense.
Eva stands her ground, tells Iva Fink to go ahead and call the police. It was a real gutsy confrontation.
You have a nice day.
Eva and Martha get away with murder. They dump Harry's bloodied body in a roadside ditch, just a few hundred feet from Eva's inn. The coroner's verdict? Hit and run. It seems the awful truth will be buried with Harry.
Eva then went to cash in the insurance, and it was at that point that the problem developed.
Nice to see you again, Miss Koo.
Eva is a little too eager to get her hands on the money.
The insurance agent, looking into the claim,
It's warm, isn't it?
apparently became suspicious.
I'm sorry, I'm just
He knows fraud is a common scheme, especially among women.
I have the lady in my office at the moment. She appears to be extremely nervous.
Alerted by the insurance agent, authorities demand a new autopsy. Harry gives up Eva's secrets from the grave.
Harry Wright had no broken bones below his chest. His rib cage has collapsed on his lungs, and he had an injury to the head caused by the mallet. They thought that was a little suspicious for a hit and run, seeing he had no injuries to his legs or to his hips.
It's a theory confirmed by forensic pathologist Janice Amatuzio.
There's a different pattern we see when an individual is standing upright and is struck by a car. And those injuries usually are on the lower extremities, they're on the feet, the ankles. We look for what are called bumper fractures. However, if they're laying on the roadway and a vehicle just simply drives over them, the injuries are distinctly different. We don't get the bumper fractures to the lower extremities. We tend to get the crushing type injuries.
Forensic evidence is bringing Eva's grand plan undone. And when Iva Fink reports her odd encounter on Crumhorn Mountain, the police make their move.
After 2 days of interrogation with no sleep, no food, no drink, Martha Clift confessed, but said that Eva had killed Harry Wright.
Her confession spares Martha the death penalty. She gets 13 years.
Martha Clift had actually committed the murder. She'd driven the car repeatedly over Harry, killing him. He was not yet dead from the stroke of the mallet. She'd carried out the murder as much, if not more so, than Eva.
Eva Koo is not so lucky. Found guilty of first-degree murder, she is executed in the electric chair on June 27, 1935.
There are two sides of Eva. One is a very caring and giving person. The other one is a cold-blooded killer. It was a shame that the darker side, I guess, had taken over, and she had decided to kill this man who she swore that she would care for and nurture and protect. To me, that's the saddest part of this story.
Some women are down to their last dollar when they make the decision to kill. But greed also stalks the wealthy. Sometimes having everything is not enough.
She is really, in my mind, a very despicable human being.
To me, that level of greed is so astonishing. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
She's just an evil person.
1999, the opulent suburb of Toro Canyon in Austin, Texas. Millionaire TV executive Stephen Beard jolts awake. He has no idea what's wrong. Then he reaches down. There's a gaping wound in his stomach.
He just looked down and saw his internal organs laying outside of his body.
Get an ambulance, quick!
He thought he'd exploded.
Paramedics fight to save the 75-year-old. Woken by the commotion, Stephen's 37-year-old wife, Celeste, arrives from her separate bedroom. No one is sure what has happened until police find a vital clue. Stephen Beard has been shot.
When there is a shotgun blast to the abdomen, multiple pellets are going to be perforating the stomach, causing leakage of hydrochloric acid. The pancreas, causing leakage of all of the digestive enzymes. And then, perhaps most importantly, multiple shots to the intestines is going to cause leakage of bacteria. It's a very slow and painful death.
Ballistic tests on the shotgun shell lead police straight to the killer. Tracy Tarleton, a friend of the family. But this is no open and shut case. It's a sordid web of sex, lies, and money. One that draws in crime writer Diane Fanning.
They knew that Tracy had pulled the trigger, but they suspected someone else was involved. But Tracy just wouldn't talk.
Why? Why did you do it? We have significant...
Tracy has a secret.
I've been through this before. I thought it was the way we could be together.
She's in love with the dead millionaire's glamorous young wife, Celeste. But Celeste Beard is not the woman Tracy thinks she is.
Celeste Beard had a very rough childhood. There was a lot of instability, alcohol abuse in the family, and she really had it rough.
Celeste grows up to become a teenage mother with a string of broken marriages.
Sir, Mrs. Beard, how are you today? Would you like some...
By her mid-30s, Celeste is a struggling single mother working at the Austin Country Club. Desperate for money, and lots of it.
It's a beautiful day out there, isn't it, Mrs. Beard?
To use the old-fashioned term, Celeste Beard was a fortune hunter, and she was determined to make her way in the world on the back of someone else.
You're lucky, aren't you? You have a wonderful, wonderful husband, sir.
When she meets Stephen Beard, she hits the jackpot.
At the time, Stephen was married to Eloise, and from everything everyone has said, they had a wonderful, happy marriage. Then Eloise died of cancer. And when that happened, Celeste knew what she wanted.
Now a lonely widower, Stephen Beard is easy prey for Celeste.
She paid attention to him. That's what he needed at the time the most, was someone to pay attention to him. And he just went hook, line, and sinker.
To daughter Becky Beard, Celeste's motive is obvious.
I think it was money. I think Celeste was after his money.
But Stephen is entranced, becoming husband number 4. With riches beyond her wildest dreams, Celeste launches an epic shopping spree.
She was insane about spending money. She could have gone a year and a half wearing a different pair of shoes and purse every day and not run out. At one point, he gave her $1 million outright, and she went through it in record time, like 6 months.
Hey!
The only thing Celeste isn't willing to spend is time with her husband.
Come on, Celeste. What time it is?
She had married him only for money, so obviously she didn't find this 75-year-old man sexually attractive. And she really didn't want to be sexually involved with him.
Stephen Beard is happy until the money starts to run out. He wants to cut off her cash supply. But Celeste can't survive without money and says she'll kill herself to keep it.
Celeste threatened suicide when Stephen wanted to cut off her supply of money because for Celeste, shopping was like heroin. She had to do it. Every time she bought something, it made her feel good. But for Celeste, there was never enough. 50 million wouldn't have been enough.
Suicidal, Celeste is committed to a psychiatric hospital. It's a fatal move. Waiting there is an unstable patient looking for love. It's Tracy Tarleton, Stephen Beard's killer. Celeste Beard is a fortune hunter. Her prey is millionaire husband Stephen Beard, but he's getting jumpy.
When Stephen threatened to take away her credit cards, it threatened her very self-esteem.
After threatening suicide, she's placed in psychiatric care and meets Tracy Tarleton.
Tracy was an emotionally unstable woman who had been in and out of hospitals for depression and other disorders for quite some time.
Lonely 35-year-old Tracy hungers for love in the same way Celeste craves money. She's infatuated with this glamorous new patient. And Celeste leads her on.
Tracy Tarleton loves Celeste Beard. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Prosecuting attorney Gary Cobb.
Celeste Beard, I don't think ever loved, maybe didn't even like Tracy Tarleton, but she was willing to engage in a lesbian relationship in order to get what she wanted.
Celeste used sex to get what she wanted, and what she wanted was money.
Outside hospital, the affair intensifies. And it's anything but a secret.
We had pictures of them together looking like a couple. We had evidence that they were going to shows together. We had evidence that they were going to couples counseling together. We had evidence that Celeste Beard had brought Tracy a particular kind of ring to wear to cement their relationship.
Celeste can't stand her millionaire husband, Stephen, even drugging him so she can sneak out. But she can't afford a divorce.
Because Celeste had signed a prenuptial agreement, she was only guaranteed a minimum amount of money if she divorced Stephen. And he had already given her that money and she'd blown it.
Well, Miss Tracy is a sharpshooter.
Blinded by greed, she makes a decision. Stephen has to go.
The solution for her was, if I kill him, I can have a lot of money and it'll all be mine.
In Lovelorn Tracy, Celeste has found a willing accomplice.
I think for Celeste and Tracy, they had a master-slave relationship. Celeste was the master, Tracy was the slave.
Tracy's master has a job for her.
Celeste planned the killing out very carefully. She drugged her husband's drink to make sure that he fell asleep. She went into the other wing of the house where she could justifiably say she heard nothing. Then she left the doors open so that Tracy could sneak in.
Tracy has her own reasons for wanting Stephen dead. He's the one thing standing between her and true love. Tracy's faith is absolute. She assumes Celeste will get rid of the evidence.
Celeste Beard never attempted or intended to pick up the shotgun shell. And the police immediately go to Tracy Tarleton's house. And Tracy's not a very good criminal. She was not a person who had the proper frame of mind to kill somebody. She's already feeling guilt about it. She immediately tells them, while they're at her front door, yes, I have a shotgun.
Tracy Tarleton pays a high price for love. Sentenced to life for murder. But Celeste is still under suspicion.
I had a call from the doctors.
It's okay. Medics have those.
Steve, what's going on? Please, can you
If I was the first officer on the scene in a house where a married man had been shot in his own bed and his wife wasn't sleeping with him, the very first thing that would occur to me is that she was somehow involved in the shooting.
She had nothing to do with it.
They kept pressuring Tracy, trying to get her to give up Celeste, because they knew there was no reason for Tracy to do this completely on her own.
Tracy stays silent, waiting in jail for the woman she loves. Celeste waits for no one. She has Stephen's money. Now she wants more.
It was not till a year later that Celeste went and married husband number 5 in Aspen, Colorado.
Tracy Tarleton, he reads one day in the newspaper that Celeste Beard has remarried. She is shocked by that. But what that drives home is Celeste Beard never loved her, never cared about her, and only used her.
That bitch! She used me.
Furious, Tracy breaks her vow of silence.
What does Celeste make you do?
She made me shoot her husband.
Celeste Beard is found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life.
It was wonderful. It was absolutely wonderful. It was, thank you, Lord.
What brought Celeste down was greed, self-centeredness, and a willingness to do anything she wanted, no matter who stood in the way.
This is a woman who showed up at his house when she came to live with him with a box that contained everything that she owned. One box. And he gave her mansions, gave her lake houses, gave her entree into a society she never would have been able to step her dirty little feet into. And for that, she turns around and murders him.
Sydney, Australia, 1892. In a working-class suburb, plumber James Mahoney is digging a backyard trench.
He found more than the pipes that he was looking for.
It looks like a bundle of rags. But inside, the tiny body of a dead baby. It's a gruesome mystery. Whose child is it? How did it die? The answers will leave a nation appalled.
She was a very vindictive, a very spiteful, and a very powerful lady.
Very strong, aggressive woman, and felt no shame, no guilt whatsoever.
Most of us could not contemplate murdering small babies, our own or anyone else's.
Life in the 1890s is harsh, especially for someone like 18-year-old domestic servant Amber Murray. Unmarried and pregnant, shunned by society, Amber will be forced to give up her baby.
Having a child out of wedlock was frowned upon. The women who chose to go ahead with the pregnancy rather than have a risky abortion, when the bub was born, they would leave it with people they called baby farmers.
According to crime writer Paul B. Kidd, baby farming was a booming business.
The mother would pay them a weekly allowance to mind the child, and then when the child was old enough, they'd reintroduce it, boy or girl, back into the family as a niece or a nephew.
With son Horace just 3 weeks old, heartbroken Amber seeks out experienced midwife Sarah Macon. The 47-year-old has spent her whole life caring for infants. Sarah and her husband John will add the baby to their growing nursery for a fee.
After the initial payment, it's 10 shillings a week.
The vast majority of the baby farmers were good and decent people, midwives who looked after the children on the allowance that the mothers gave them.
Don't you worry about little Horace, he'll be all right.
John is reassuring. It won't be forever. She can visit any time. But Amber has made a tragic mistake. Sarah Macon is more than a midwife and mother. She's a murderer.
The 1890s was a period of major depression in Australia. They were grim times. They were as grim as the 1930s depression in some people's estimation.
Sydney's official historian, Shirley Fitzgerald, says poverty forced many to extremes.
The reality day to day for people was a hard grind, high infant mortality rates, high death rates, insecurity in the job markets. It was a very harsh life.
But greed drove the Macons over the edge.
They're ignorant, they're poor, they're desperate, they have a number of children of their own.
The fees from baby farming go further if you don't have to spend them on the baby. Amber will never hold her son again. Little Horace is already dead. His body buried under cover of darkness.
In order to kill another person's baby just for money, someone would have to be a stone-cold sociopath.
Amber's baby is not Sarah Macon's first victim. And he won't be the last. But no secret can stay buried forever. Sydney, Australia, at the end of the 19th century. Sarah Macon is a baby farmer, paid to care for illegitimate children. But a tiny body has been found buried in a backyard. Sarah's dark secret is unearthed. The whole garden is a graveyard. Sarah Macon is a serial killer.
Seven little bodies came in, 7 little bodies went out the back door into a hole in the ground. It had never been determined if they were buried alive or how they really died.
The manner in which Sarah disposed of the bodies of the babies, as if they were nothing more than a piece of trash, speaks to the core of her being. She felt nothing. She didn't even have enough regard to bury these babies properly.
Once the babies are dead, the Macons collect more payments. To keep one step ahead, they are constantly on the move. Time after time, mothers turn up to visit their children, only to be greeted by unfamiliar faces.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Macon. Would you mind if we ask you a few questions?
Very well.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Macon.
Police finally track the Macons down through tenancy records.
Constable, I'm going to have a look outside.
Those same records reveal they have moved 25 times in 18 years.
And previously, you were living in Barn Street. My understanding is that you were baby farmers, is that correct?
The police excavated in at least 3 of the backyards where the Macons had lived at various times.
Had any more children under your care?
They found babies ranging from fairly recent burials back to those who were only skeletons, so clearly they had been engaged in this operation for quite some time.
In total, the police had unearthed 14 infants' bodies in the backyards.
For Sarah Macon, babies are an easy target. They are weak, unable to fight back.
Babies are at the most risk in our society to be discounted or hurt, probably because they haven't formed a personality. Sometimes people just don't see them as persons.
For years, these baby farmers sowed their wicked crop, harvesting money from desperate mothers, then disappearing.
The fact that this went on for years and involved a lot of planning and cover-up shows Sarah's above average intelligence.
Police may have caught Sarah Macon, but there's a problem.
It was very difficult to get a conviction because the fact that you've got babies buried in your garden doesn't actually prove that you have murdered them.
In the end, Sarah is betrayed by just one of her 14 victims. Amber Murray's little boy, Horace.
In the case that the Macons were convicted for, the baby had been buried only 2 days after having been delivered as an apparently healthy baby, and the woman was able to identify the clothing that the baby was buried in.
Sarah and John Macon are both sentenced to death. John dies on the gallows. Sarah is shown the mercy she never showed her tiny victims. Her death sentence is commuted to life behind bars. But out of Sarah Macon's great evil came some long-lasting good.
It led to a change in the way the state saw its obligation to its children, and it resulted in the development of child protection and child care legislation.
I find the story particularly sad because here were women who accidentally got pregnant but still wanted to raise their child. So they find someone that they think will take care of them for a few months. And it turns out they turned over their most precious thing to someone who disregarded it and killed it. I don't know how people live with something like that.
These deadly women chose money over morality. The lure of an easy dollar drove them to unspeakable acts. Threatened by poverty, Eva Koo was happy to cash in a man's life. Celeste Beard had everything, but was destroyed by her own insatiable greed. And Sarah Macon's desperate need for money cut short 14 young lives. Desire for the dollar is a potent force. These deadly women were happy to spill blood for money. But in the end, they were left with nothing. Some deadly women become bad. Others are just born that way.
There is such a thing as pure evil.
A glamorous housewife swaps the suburbs for a life of crime.
She was amazed at how she felt murdering her husband.
Behind the badge is a killer cop.
She's the most cold-hearted person I've ever dealt with in my life.
And an innocent girl is tortured by a monster.
The pain that she endured can be compared to the pain that Christ endured when he was crucified.
For these deadly women, killing comes naturally.
You deserve it.
Because they're born bad. In the mid-1960s, Indianapolis police confront horror in a house full of children.
She's gone.
The girl is emaciated, covered in bruises and burns.
Cigarettes had been put out on her body. 100 of them.
This young girl was tortured.
It was a horrible, painful trip into death. Unbelievable.
What the hell is that?
7 words are carved into her flesh.
I'm a prostitute and proud of it.
I need to know what the hell has gone on here.
Suddenly, a girl comes forward.
She says, "You get me out of here, and I'll tell you everything."
Her story will shock America and unmask a sadistic killer.
How could a sane person do what they did to this girl?
Earlier that year,
Paula? Mama?
Is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Gertrude Banishevsky is living on the edge.
This afternoon. Johnny?
Hey, Ma.
Where you been?
I ain't been nowhere.
You better behave yourself.
The one-time beauty is worn down by poverty and parenthood.
Gertrude was 37 years old and had this house full of kids.
Where you girls going now?
Just out, you know.
She had practically no income. She had some child support, which was not a lot in those days. And she made some money by ironing, and that's the only income she had.
Matty Bumpo was a young Indianapolis reporter when he investigated the Banishevsky case.
She had 7 children in the house of her own, and all the children had friends. There was at least that many or twice that many floating in and out of the house on an almost daily basis.
Whoa, what's going on here?
Nothing, we're going.
What do you mean we're going through?
One of the many visitors is 16-year-old Sylvia Likens.
Do you live around here?
No, they're gonna stay here tonight.
What do you mean they're staying
They
here
got nowhere
tonight?
else to go.
Pretty Sylvia and her sister,
girls from?
polio victim Jenny, are the daughters of carnival workers.
Well, up in your room, Paula.
Come on.
All of
let's
his.
go.
They were invited to spend the night, and they did.
Soon, this house will be Sylvia's home and her prison.
Hey, I'm looking for my daughters.
When her father, Lester, meets Gertrude, he makes a fateful proposition.
Here they are now.
Hey, girls. Well, come on in.
He asked Mrs. Banishevsky if she would board the girls for him while they went out on the carnival circuit.
Now we got plenty of room here.
She said yeah, and negotiated a price of $20 a week.
That's great. That sounds great.
Now there is one thing. Now I'm gonna need that $20. All right. I'm gonna need it up front.
All right.
Okay? Because
I don't know that Gertrude Banishevsky ever made a rational economic decision in her life. This certainly wasn't one.
Yeah. I got $20 right here.
I'm sure she resented the burden, even though she had agreed to take it on.
all right. Now I'm gonna need the money every week.
Sure, I mean, we'll be on the road, but I get it to you.
I need it on time.
You know, I get it to you.
Well, I wanna
Lester has made a grave mistake.
Promise.
Okay, because I want to take those girls to church.
Gertrude is the last person you would leave your children with.
Okay.
She was cold, distant sometimes, giving one the impression that she's not exactly there all the time.
In 1965, psychologist Edward Strain gives Gertrude Banishevsky a simple diagnostic test. He asks her to draw a self-portrait.
She drew a woman who had long fingers, and at each finger was kind of claw or pointed, which is suggestive of sadism, hurting people. The diagnosis I came up with was hysterical personality with overdetermined sadistic trends.
With 9 children now in her care, Gertrude is under immense pressure.
The house wasn't equipped for 2 people, let alone the crowd that was living there. I mean, it was grim. Something out of Charles Dickens almost.
It's not here. I looked after you 2 girls for nothing. Now get up here.
When Lester's payment doesn't turn up, she erupts, punishing the girls for their father's failure.
Now bend over. You bitch!
But this is not just anger about the money. Gertrude enjoys it.
What's important for the sadist isn't so much the infliction of pain on their victim, but the thrill they get from knowing that another person is suffering at their hands. That's what turns on the sadist.
You ready now, Jenny?
No, Jenny.
Bend over.
For Sylvia, it's just the beginning.
I'm not finished with you yet.
From now on, Gertrude will find any excuse to lash out at the defenseless girl.
Now stand up. Take your chairs. Come on, hurry up.
Almost textbook psychological games being played.
Get that smirk off your face, Johnny.
Gertrude playing those in her own mind, projecting, scapegoating. That's very much what was going on there.
If that check isn't here next week, we'll do this all over again. You got it?
Jealousy is a very common motivator for abuse and murder.
Former FBI profiler Candace DeLong believes Sylvia was a constant reminder of everything Gertrude had lost.
Gertrude didn't have any of the things that young Sylvia had. Sylvia was pretty and she was clean, she was a virgin. I think Gertrude was jealous.
Jealous and cruel,
You're a dirty little slut.
Gertrude will recruit innocent children
Stay down here till you learn your lesson. Shut up.
in a sadistic vendetta against Sylvia Likens.
The pain that she endured on a daily basis, I think, can be compared to the pain that Christ endured when he was crucified. But he went in a day.
Sylvia Likens is an innocent 16-year-old in the clutches of a vicious, sadistic woman.
What are you looking so scared for?
Gertrude Banishevsky.
You deserve it!
I think she knew everything she did. I think she enjoyed it.
She doesn't act alone. Gertrude cruelly manipulates her own children, turning them into willing torturers.
It's not unusual in child abuse cases where a household has many children in it that the abuser singles out only one child for the physical abuse and engages the other children in committing it and acting it out for the abuser.
You had an adult who was an authority figure to these kids, authorizing this cruelty.
The mother sends out a message, in this case, Gertrude to her own children. If I can do this to her, then I can do this to you.
Worse is yet to come.
Put it down! Try that! Goddamn little slut! You burned my daughters. Now I'm gonna burn you! Harlot!
When Sylvia is accused of spreading rumors,
You see this? You gonna get this?
Gertrude's sadism finds new extremes.
With a sewing needle, drawing blood, she started the lettering, which was carved on Sylvia's abdomen.
Keep still! Pin her down, Johnny! Hold her!
I think that Gertrude carved the words, "I am a prostitute and proud of it," in Sylvia's stomach because she was already planning to murder her.
Alone in her agony, Sylvia's only thought is to protect her sister.
Psychologically, she was in a prison. And I think she submitted to a lot of the beatings and the torture, possibly thinking, they can do it to me, and if they do it to me, they won't do it to my sister. She'll be safe.
Get up! Come on! Get up! Now sit down!
The beatings are leaving Sylvia
We're gonna
weak,
write a letter.
her body wasting away.
We're gonna write a letter to Mr.
So Gertrude
and Mrs.
makes a
Likens.
desperate plan to cover up her crimes.
Right! To Mr. and Mrs. Likens.
Gertrude started getting her to write notes.
I went off with a gang
And the theme was that
of boys.
Sylvia went with a gang of boys, and they asked what they wanted, and they got what they wanted, and then they beat me up, and blah, 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 and then they brought me back here.
Come on, Sylvia, right, goddammit!
After 3 months of Gertrude's pitiless brutality,
At midnight.
Sylvia is powerless to resist.
They said they would pay me.
Sylvia had become something like a concentration camp victim.
Good.
At some point, she lost the will to live.
But I'm gonna see you again.
Forensic pathologist Janice Amatuzio believes Sylvia's severe physical condition affected her state of mind.
Our will to live is very intimately linked to our immune system. When somebody has numerous sores, when they have infection, it usually indicates to me that they are not getting sufficient nourishment, vitamins, water, etc., in order to give the body the tools so it can heal itself. This will cause depression. And with depression, the will to live just simply trickles away.
She's gone.
Sylvia certainly must have felt there was no way out. There was no one to help her, no one to save her, including her own sister.
What the hell's this? Oh, God.
Gertrude rallied the troops, that being her children and the neighborhood children, and told them what to say when the cops got there.
This time, Jenny Likens won't obey.
I need to know what the hell has gone on here.
Get me out of here and I'll tell you everything.
She couldn't save her sister, but she can help catch her killer. Gertrude Banishevsky is found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison.
I think Gertrude tortured Sylvia to vent her own anger and frustration. She devalued Sylvia in her mind, and it made her feel good.
I've never seen any human being who did what she did and enjoyed it as well.
When someone born bad is in a position of power and trust, the deadly fallout can scar even the toughest town. It's 1995. In a New Orleans restaurant, a brother and sister plead for their lives. They know their attacker. She's been their trusted friend and protector. Now, police officer Antoinette Frank is their executioner.
I think she's evil and sick and the most cold-hearted person I've ever dealt with in my life.
Antoinette Frank was the last person in the world any police department should have ever hired.
Oh, hey.
Hi, how you doing? Antoinette, nice to meet you.
Antoinette Frank dreamt of becoming a police officer from a young age.
Why do you want to join the force?
It's always been something I've been keen on, and I just really want to help with, crime and that sort of thing, and think I'd be the just perfect person.
But she should never have been given a badge.
Right, never been asked to leave, been fired?
Antoinette Frank initially was rejected on the job because of her psychological evaluation.
That's it. We'll have a look at all that stuff and,
The police department's process at the time then referred her to a psychiatric evaluation by a medical doctor.
The doctor finds her a dangerous liar with a troubled history. But Antoinette will not be denied. And the force is desperate for recruits.
They had a loophole built into the system whereby she could go to a private practitioner and get an okay.
And eventually he gave her the passing qualification she needed.
Once in the field, it's clear this 23-year-old isn't cut out for life on the force.
She was a terrible police officer who constantly had to go through supervisory review.
Antoinette Frank was a lousy police officer. She was very non-aggressive. She was timid. I've heard her described as sort of mousy.
According to author and former federal agent Chuck Hoostmeyer, Antoinette has another problem. Her best friend is a 17-year-old drug dealer named Rogers Lacaze.
She got him a cell phone, she got him a pager, she bought him clothes. She just doted on this kid. Antoinette used to take Rogers Lacaze riding around in her police car when she was working.
Illinois, 1054 now.
Hello? Hey, what's up now? Hey, it's just...
He answered calls with her. He went to traffic accidents. He even drove her police car.
Just here, pull up. We hurry up now,
If I didn't have so many court documents backing it up, I wouldn't believe it even as a novel because it's just so strange.
I think Frank was attracted to Rogers Lacaze because he was young and he looked up to her and she could dominate and control him.
Like most police officers at the time, Antoinette does security work on the side. She guards the Kim An Vietnamese restaurant.
In the 1990s, it was absolutely essential for a New Orleans police officer to work a security detail just to pay the bills. They worked restaurants, bars, special events.
So how we do that? We did really well. Yeah, business is going really great. We made $25,000 tonight.
Or having a police officer at the door in uniform is a simple, fairly cost-effective way to deter armed robbery.
The restaurant is owned by the Vu family.
Shouldn't be too much longer. I just cash out and clean up and we get to go home.
The Vu family gave her birthday presents. They had lent her money when she needed it. They were very nice to her.
Thanks for your help tonight. Anytime. We enjoy having you here.
Their faith is tragically misplaced. They have welcomed a woman into their lives who is an ice-cold killer. In 1995, the streets of New Orleans are a tough beat for police. But there's a greater danger. Working within their ranks, a ruthless killer. Officer Antoinette Frank.
By the time she became a police officer, she was a full-blown sociopath. And she used her position that badge gave her to use and abuse others.
She's what you would colloquially consider a psycho.
Off-duty, Antoinette does security at a Vietnamese restaurant with fellow officer Ronnie Williams. But just like her police work, this job isn't going smoothly.
She thought Ronnie was getting more hours and more pay as opposed to her. And I think that's kind of what triggered her into deciding to go to get the cash out of the place, and she felt like that would even things up.
That's okay.
With her criminal sidekick, Rogers Lacaze, Antoinette plots robbery and deadly revenge. The Vu family's trusted guard is now their attacker. Officer Ronnie Williams, a father of 2, dies instantly.
They went there with the full intention of killing everyone there just to get the cash that may be on that location.
From their hiding place, Chow and Wok Vu watch in horror as their siblings are cornered by a monster.
Go away! Where's the money? Where's the money?
Very little planning whatsoever. Just total chaos and evil thoughts.
Where's the money?
Terrified, they give her what she wants.
The survivors actually could tell us they heard them begging for their life. She actually shot him execution style.
They were on their knees, on the kitchen floor, and she fired 9 bullets into them. This was a bloodbath. I mean, here you have an active police officer committing murder, and one of the victims is another police officer. It was unheard of.
It made me sick to my stomach. I could have vomited because the thought that a fellow police officer could kill another officer for the sake of money.
An hour after watching the murder of her brother and sister, Chow Vu makes a run for her life. Antoinette has returned to make sure there are no survivors. But Chow Vu is lucky. Police arrive just in time. At first, they assume Antoinette was the first officer on the scene.
Ironically, I felt like we had received an incredible break by having a police officer as an eyewitness on the scene.
Shaking in terror, Chow Vu finally reveals the awful truth. The killer is Officer Antoinette Frank.
It does take a particularly vicious, cold-blooded person to just gun down 3 helpless people who knew you.
Antoinette Frank and Rogers Lacaze are both found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to death.
Neither Antoinette nor Rogers has gotten what they deserve yet. When the sentence is carried out, then they will have what they deserve.
I've handled, assisted, or supervised well over 1,000 homicides. Antoinette Frank, without a doubt, is the most cold-hearted person I have ever dealt with.
For some women, killing can become a lifestyle choice.
Most people that get involved in violent crime had horrendous childhoods and suffered a lot of abuse. Other people that get involved in violent crime were just born bad.
In a Mexican jail in 1969, one woman rules the yard. Fearful inmates have given her a special name.
It was La Pistolera, which roughly translates into the woman gunfighter.
No one defies La Pistolera and lives to tell the tale.
She took what she wanted. If you got in her way, you could be dead.
Nine years earlier, in Independence, Missouri,
Oh, yeah. Come on.
20-year-old Sharon Kinney is locked in a loveless marriage.
She fancied herself somebody greater. She married a young college man with the idea that he could spirit her away. He was going to be her knight in shining armor.
Sharon isn't interested in the life of a 1960s housewife.
Sharon didn't like the religious attitudes of her husband, James. And so from that point on, it started deteriorating.
Is that you, Sharon?
Husband James wants a divorce.
I'm talking to you. Well, you're not talking to me? Oh, hey. Well, you don't
His
say
wife
hello.
is more interested in cashing in his life insurance with a bullet.
You're a whore.
$25,000 in 1960 was a lot of money. And she wanted the money. Plus, she wanted to be able to continue her promiscuous lifestyle without hindrance from her religious husband.
For the first time, she feels the thrill of the kill. It won't be the last.
She was amazed at how she felt the adrenaline rush of murdering her husband.
When police investigate her husband's death, she coolly pins the killing on her own daughter.
She called the police department and said that Dana Kinney, James's 2.5-year-old daughter, had accidentally shot her father while she was playing with the gun.
The heavily oiled weapon has no fingerprints. Dubious police accept her story. Sharon gets away with murder.
Dana could have fired the pistol, so they ruled it an accidental homicide.
From now on, Sharon Kinney will live her life by the law of the gun.
Sharon Kinney was a sociopath. She had no guilt, no remorse about hurting anyone. She had no empathy for human life other than her own.
One month later, widow Sharon has her insurance payout, a new life, and a new man. Car salesman Walter Jones.
Walter was married to a very beautiful woman named Patricia, and they had 2 children.
Sharon wants Walter all to herself.
Well, I thought that maybe we'd get married and have a family.
I'm already married.
Well, leave your wife.
I'm not leaving my wife. I got responsibilities.
She announced to him then that she was pregnant. He threw a fit.
For yourself. I'm not having this conversation with you.
Walter Jones is playing with a deadly woman. She'll get her way with murder.
Sharon Kinney wanted what Sharon Kinney wanted, and she wanted it now.
I hate you!
Sharon Kinney is a housewife who's traded life in the suburbs for a life of crime.
She didn't want to be a normal, average American woman. She wanted excitement, and crime gave that to her.
Just months after shooting her husband, Sharon's having problems with her new lover, Walter Jones.
I hate you!
He doesn't want to leave his wife, Patricia. Sharon has a solution to people like Mrs. Jones. She kills them.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Just do it. Get out.
She lures Patricia to a secluded lane.
Move around to the front of the car. Keep moving.
This deadly sociopath doesn't think twice before taking another innocent life.
Get down. Turn around.
Police discover that Sharon is the last person to see Patricia alive. They arrest her on suspicion of murder.
It was my sister-in-law, and I loved her dearly. She was absolutely precious. She was very precious.
Walter Jones' sister Joyce was just 12 when Patricia was killed. She'll never forget the moment she locked eyes with Sharon Kinney in court.
She looked at me, and it just felt like her eyes just pierced right through my soul. It was the creepiest thing. She looked evil.
Walter Jones never forgot Sharon Kinney either.
I remember every time he would come to visit, he would always wake up screaming her name.
In court, she causes other nightmares.
Sharon Kinney was found not guilty. And one of the reasons she was found not guilty is because they never found the murder weapon.
Set free, Sharon embraces the criminal life. spending the next few years running with the mafia in Kansas City. Then she heads to Mexico.
Oh my God.
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah.
What else would
She meets a man by the name of Francisco Paredes Ordonez.
Want to have some more fun?
He's met the wrong girl.
This was her chance to mug this guy, take his wallet and his car keys, and head back north.
This time, she doesn't beat the law.
Sharon was very flippant. Yeah, I'm going to get out of this. Yeah, I'm invincible. Yeah, I'm bulletproof.
A Mexican court finds Sharon Kinney guilty of murder and gives her 10 years in prison. But a foreign jail is no match for this deadly woman.
On December 7th, 1969, upon the conclusion of a very busy visiting hours, visiting Sunday, when the guards did a bed check of all the cells, Sharon Kinney's cell was empty.
The one they call La Pistolera is gone.
That's quite a feat, and she pulled it off. That's the kind of person she was. Nothing could stand in her way, not even prison.
No trace of her has ever been found.
I do not believe she's dead. I believe that anybody as smart and crafty as Sharon Kinney would still be out there.
These deadly women were destined to kill from the day they were born. A brutal sadist, Gertrude Banishevsky took pleasure in a young girl's torture. Sharon Kinney was an outlaw who lived by the rule of a gun. And Antoinette Frank destroyed the very people she was pledged to protect. Deep-seated urges made them dangerous to know. These were frightening women, following an instinct to kill. They were born bad. Childhood is meant to be a time of innocence.
We watch children play Little League, we watch them color pictures in front of us. How can that child take another life?
For a 10-year-old girl, killing is just another game.
It was no surprise to me that Mary began killing. The only surprise is that she did it so soon.
A schoolyard plot ends in murder without mercy.
She started reciting the Lord's Prayer. Obviously, she knew she was going to die.
And teenage passion explodes in a bloody rampage.
I will prove to you how much I love you by killing my grandparents.
These are deadly women who are not yet women. They are the Youngbloods. Northern England, late 1960s. The industrial city of Newcastle is about to lose its innocence. And one mother's life will be destroyed.
My son Martin was 4.5. He was happy, bundle of fun, laughed all the time.
June Richardson, remembering the son that went out to play and never came home.
He was my first child. And used to run around the house singing We All Live in a Yellow Submarine. That was his favourite song. And he was just a lovely little chap.
One afternoon in May 1968, a construction worker makes a shocking discovery. Martin Brown's tiny body lying lifeless on the floor of a derelict house.
Get an ambulance, man. Get an ambulance!
A knock came on the door, and it was one of the women from up the street. She said, Martin's been hurt, and that's all she said.
June races to the scene, confronting a mother's worst nightmare.
And he was just white, lifeless. There was a bit of blood trickling down his face. I knew he was dead then.
The autopsy shows no marks on the body or evidence of poisoning. His death is ruled accidental. Only one person knows this isn't true. An angel-faced girl, age 10. Mary Bell is Martin Brown's killer.
While other 10-year-old children are out playing with dolls, having sleepovers with their friends, picnics, amusement parks, Mary Bell is killing.
Crime writer M. William Phelps has studied Mary's case closely. He can see why no one would suspect a child.
We watch children play Little League. We watch them color pictures in front of us in a coloring book. How can that child take another life? It's just unfathomable.
Ex-FBI profiler Candace DeLong is also surprised. Normally, little girls just don't kill.
Young female killers are very rare. We see it more in male killers who will focus on killing animals and grow up to kill people.
But young girls can be much more dangerous.
Young female killers, sometimes they kill animals, but generally they'll go for people a lot sooner than little boy killers will.
When Martin Brown runs into Mary Bell on a sunny May afternoon, he has no reason to fear her. Martin thinks he's going to play a game.
She knelt him down, she put her hands around his neck. She told him she was trying to make his throat better. And she strangled him.
It doesn't take much pressure at all. As a matter of fact, the younger the child, the easier it is to do.
Forensic pathologist Janice Amatuzio knows just how Mary was able to kill without being detected.
Sometimes, if suffocation or strangulation are done gradually or lightly, there may be very few external marks.
Mary gets away with murder. But does a young child realize what they've done?
A child's personality and brain are still developing, so they are going to lack the ability to fully understand what they're doing. They may understand that they're killing, but not why or the consequences, that the person they're killing is not going to wake up.
Mary seems to understand death all too well. She makes a macabre visit to Martin's grieving mother.
About 2 days after, a knock came at the door. And it was Mary Bell standing at the door.
Hello, Mrs. Richardson.
And she said, I've come to see Martin. And I just turned around and says, I'm sorry, darling, but Martin's dead.
Oh, no.
Oh, she says, I know he's dead. She says, I want to see him in his coffin.
What turns a 10-year-old into a killer? Mary carries many more dark secrets than the death of Martin Brown. And she wants people to know.
She tells kids in school, she even tells a family member, but no one seems to believe her.
She wrote a diary where she actually drew the way Martin was lying in the house. And she put on, I killed Martin Brown, you'll never catch me.
She also writes an eerie message. I murder so that I may come back. Mary will be back. Something is driving her to kill again.
I believe that Mary knew that killing was wrong, but she chose to do it anyway.
She's just kind of putting her toes in the water, if you will. She's just testing the water. She wants to kill. She's developed the instinct to kill.
Mary Bell watched all the grief of my grief, and then she goes out a few months after and does it all over again.
The city of Newcastle in northern England has a killer in its midst. No one suspects a 10-year-old girl, Mary Bell. But Mary isn't like the other children playing on the streets. Her home life is dark and sadistic.
The mother was a well-known prostitute in the town. Mary, at an early age, begins to see her mother performing sexual acts. And many of the sexual acts that she performed were violent sexual acts.
Betty Bell was 17 when she gave birth to Mary. She made many attempts to abandon her child and even tried to poison her with pills.
Mary became a killer because of the horrible things she was subjected to at the hands of someone who was supposed to love her. Mary's mother made her the killer that she became.
A month after getting away with the murder of Martin Brown, Mary is preparing to kill again.
Mary Bell was known to be a bully with other children. She was just the kind of kid she used to have to be top dog.
One girl barely escapes a game that goes too far. Mary's next target won't be so lucky.
We just couldn't believe he was only 3. Blonde hair, blue eyes, beautiful little thing.
Mary finds 4-year-old Brian Howe playing in the street. This time she has a friend with her, 13-year-old Norma. Once again, she strangles her victim.
Imagine a 3 or 4-year-old gasping for air, kicking and screaming, trying everything he could do to survive. I can tell you that strangulation is not a fun way to die.
Supported by a partner in crime, Mary becomes much more violent.
What's different about the second murder is Mary begins to develop her signature. she begins to develop a way that she's gonna now start to kill and leave her mark on her victims.
She decided to cut him. She actually cut her initials. She cut her M and N in, Mary Norma.
Serial killers leave all kinds of the trademarks at a crime scene because they want to stage a cat and mouse with the cops, number one. Number two, they want to get caught.
Mary leaves one more horrific calling card, a clue about a terrible secret in her life.
She tried to cut his little private parts off. It's just totally unbelievable.
When Mary killed little boys, as we know, she also appeared to be sexually involved with the body. This is all recreating the terrible crime that was done to her.
Mary's mother, Betty Bell, had done more than expose her young daughter to violent sexual acts.
She looks lovely.
She had involved her in them.
In some cases, she was invited into it and made to perform sexual acts herself as a child, some very vile sexual acts.
Come on. Sit down. Sit down.
Mary made the statement, "I like to hurt things weaker than me." In hurting things weaker than her, she was recreating when she was the weak one being hurt by an adult, either sexually or physically.
Mary's strange behavior is starting to be noticed. As Brian Howe's tiny coffin is carried out of his house, a policeman sees a familiar face. It's Mary Bell, smiling. The unthinkable is now becoming possible. Could this 10-year-old be the killer?
Children differ from adults when they kill in that they rarely cover up their crimes well, and they don't generally have the cunning and guile to fool a lot of people about what they did.
Mary's friend Norma admits the murder to police.
Into the house.
Mary won't confess so easily. But the evidence is mounting.
Where have you seen that?
Written admissions, drawings of Martin Brown's crime scene, and the bloody M carved into Brian Howe's stomach. Police have a case. June Richardson is there in court for the judgment of her son's killer.
She just sat there and she smiled and danced and turned her head round asking for sweets. I just couldn't believe this person had destroyed my life, and she was laughing.
Mary is sentenced to lifetime detention. But because of her age, the judge orders it to be reconsidered as she grows older. The court never hears the details of Mary's family life.
All the things that Mary's mother did to her, trying to overdose her with tranquilizers, abandoning her, and then eventually involving her in sex acts with her clients, her prostitution clients, basically were the underpinnings of creating a monster. The only big question regarding this case is, why wasn't Mary's mother put in prison for the rest of her life?
After 12 years in juvenile institutions, Mary is deemed safe to be released on parole. Today, she has a new identity and lives in anonymity. She also has a child of her own. She has never offended again.
I think she should have served the rest of her life in prison. And I certainly disagree with her being able to have children or grandchildren. I don't know if you know, but it is Mother's Day today. And I'm missing a Mother's Day card.
A young murderer doesn't start killing out of the blue. It's hard to accept the warning signs from a child, but missing them can be deadly. Fayetteville, Georgia. A quiet, sleepy city of God-fearing folk.
One of the neat things about living here is just to see how people have a love for God.
Local Reverend Glenn Stringham tends to a tight-knit Baptist congregation. When something is amiss, he finds out fast. In August 2004, it came in a phone call from a concerned parishioner.
She called me on the phone, she said, Glenn, she says, I don't know what's going on, but something has to be happening at the Colliers. I've been trying to call them. I can't raise them. I'm not sure what happened, but something's going on.
Carl and Sarah Collier are in their 70s, a kindly couple who rarely miss a Sunday in church.
Both of them very outgoing, very helpful. If we were going somewhere, they were first on the scene. They didn't wait for somebody to ask them. They were first to help.
Reverend Stringham's congregation are about to face a test of faith and forgiveness. The Colliers have been found brutally murdered in their home, stabbed over 20 times each.
This crime scene in particular was probably the most bloody, horrifying, violent crime scene I've ever seen in my life.
Adding to the horror, the identity of one of the killers. It's the victim's granddaughter, Holly Harvey. She is 15 years old.
Holly is one of the most dangerous teenage offenders I'm aware of.
She was not a Sunday school girl. She was not a girl that would adhere to the Collier's rules. Holly wanted to do what Holly wanted to do, irregardless of any rules and regulations set forth by the Colliers.
Author Dale Hudson needed to know, what turns a teenager into a killer? In researching a book on the case, Dale soon discovers that Holly Harvey's problems began at home.
Her mother and her father had divorced at an early age. Holly was left to the care of her mother. There were a lot of parties. There was a lot of inappropriate social behavior, a lot of immoral behavior, and Holly was pretty much left to herself.
It only gets worse when Holly's mother is jailed on drug charges. The Colliers do what they think is right and take in their wayward granddaughter. But the strict rules of a retired Baptist couple are not for her.
She was not a child that was going to be obedient. She was accustomed to living her own life. Holly's mother, Carla, allowed her to smoke marijuana. Carla allowed her daughter to live a promiscuous lifestyle without any boundaries.
It's a lifestyle that's incubating a killer.
Although there are plenty of sullen teenagers, not all of them have the childhood history that Holly did. Holly was hell-bent for a path of destruction starting much earlier in her life. This was in Holly's soul long before the night it happened.
Boiling with anger and resentment, Holly finds a soulmate, 16-year-old Sandy Ketchum.
There were a lot of similarities between Holly and Sandy. They both grew up without the parental guidance that most children get. They both grew up in a dysfunctional family. They had been abandoned by their parents and left to their own. They sought solace and they found comfort in each other.
Sandy and Holly are inseparable. They take drugs together and begin a sexual relationship. Holly is now on a collision course with her conservative grandparents. It will end in catastrophe.
For many teenagers, every relationship is a matter of life and death. They must have it or they will die. Sometimes that's taken to an extreme.
Age 77 and 73, Carl and Sarah Collier are at their wits' end. Their 15-year-old granddaughter, Holly, lives under the Colliers' roof, but not under their control.
I think it had to do with the fact that her grandparents said, look, you're in our house, we do want you to live by the rules, and she didn't want to live by the rules.
Holly's drug taking is a problem. So is her lesbian lover, Sandy. Old-fashioned discipline is met with frightening threats.
They were at a loss of what to do. Even when Holly begins to threaten them and say that I'm going to kill you, they still could not imagine that their 14-year-old grandchild, the one that they had loved and nurtured, would be saying things like that to them.
Most children, teenagers, do not say, I want to kill you or I will kill you. As hard as it is for a parent or a grandparent to listen to that, they must act on it for the benefit of the child and to save their own life.
The Colliers can't accept the warning signs. They respond with a threat of their own, sending her to a children's home. Holly is cornered.
Holly's first and immediate thought was, then I'll be separated from Sandy. I'll be separated from the person that I love the most.
The most important part of her life is at risk.
She was not going to let that relationship die. And anything that got in the way of that relationship, she was determined to get rid of, including the Colliers.
A terrible urge is building inside this 15-year-old. She enlists her girlfriend, Sandy, in a shocking plot.
I will prove to you how much I love you by killing my grandparents.
On the eve of the killing, Sandy sneaks into Holly's bedroom, and their deadly plan takes shape.
Part of Holly's plan for murder was to compose a to-do list. On her forearm, she wrote 4 words. These were her cue words for murder: kill, keys, money, and jewelry.
The to-do list that Holly wrote on her arm indicates a level of extreme detachment from the violence that was about to happen.
Because Sandy was already there and already involved, Holly gave her a knife.
Holly knows the smell of marijuana will lure her grandparents downstairs.
She instructed Sandy to hide behind the bed. It would be an ambush of 2 with a large butcher knife against a defenseless and an aged couple.
As the Colliers investigate, Holly springs her trap, stabbing her grandmother in the back. What she doesn't count on is Carl Collier fighting back.
Carl wrestled Holly to the bed and was able to subdue her.
Carl Collier desperately fights for survival with his own granddaughter.
Holly has a big, bloody knife. Carl Collier only has his hands for defense. She cuts the phone cord. Holly stabs him several times.
Holly isn't finished.
Sandy says to Holly, your grandmother's alive. Maybe we can get help for her. No, she needs to die. The bitch will die. She begins to stab her repeatedly, over and over again, until she is assured that her grandmother is dead.
Dripping in blood, the two young girls stand in a scene of shocking devastation.
It was unimaginable, the most horrifying thing that anyone had to have stepped into.
I think the fact that Holly chose to use a knife for the killings speaks of her disregard for life and her hatred and rage. That's a hands-on crime, which is hard to understand because these are people that were trying to help her. Holly didn't want anybody's help. Holly was angry.
Sarah had 35 stab wounds, and Carl had 23. When I see that many wounds, I think about rage. That's many more wounds than you need to cause somebody's death. And it says to me that an individual was either on drugs, their mind was altered, or that they were incredibly angry.
The image of these grandparents who took in this problem child, the image of them running from her, probably holding their hands up to stop the knife from going in their bodies, it's one of the worst things I can imagine.
Holly and Sandy have checked off part 1 of their brutal to-do list. They quickly run through the next 3 items: keys, money, jewelry. It seems organized, but young killers are still children. They rarely think beyond impetuous short-term goals. Their plan cost 2 lives, but soon they run out of ideas.
Holly and Sandy's crime was a reflection of what was going on in their heads, which was pretty much nothing. It was poorly thought out, poorly planned, poorly executed.
They drove over to the friend's house, reported to the friends the reason that they were bloody was that they'd been accosted by someone and had been attacked by someone. But later on, they confessed in a very giggly manner that they had actually killed Holly's grandparents.
The friends are horrified. It's not long before police trace their truck and their cell phone calls. Holly and Sandy's dream of a new life of freedom is over.
Holly very much resented authority. She very much resented people who wouldn't let her do whatever she wanted to do.
To criminal profiler Candace DeLong, Holly was sending out all the warning signals of a deadly young woman. If she didn't kill her grandparents, someone else would have felt her fury.
What might she have done later in life if she were not caught to someone who wouldn't share their soda pop with her? Dangerous, dangerous woman.
Broken and remorseful, Sandy Ketchum is jailed for life. Defiant to the very end, Holly Harvey now serves 2 life sentences.
The very thing that she fought against, she is now going to be subjected to for the rest of her life. She has someone telling her when to get up, when to go to bed. She has rules that she has to follow. It is ironic, the very authority that she fought with the Colliers that she's subjected to now and will be hopefully for the rest of her life.
Teenage killers rarely act on their own. The same forces that drive them to dress alike can make them kill.
Peer pressure can be a very big factor in a group of people. Oftentimes, kids or adults will do things in a group that they would never do individually.
Peer pressure exploded into bloodshed in Gary, Indiana, in the mid-1980s.
Well, Ruth Pelkey, we call her Nana. It was the affectionate name that the family had for her. She took a real special love for each one of us grandkids, and we were all special to her. And she treated us all very fair and equal.
Bill Pelkey remembers the kind warmth of his grandmother, Ruth.
Her real love, her real passion was telling Bible stories to young kids. We cut out pictures of Bible characters and she put them up on this a board and tell the stories.
Neighborhood children gather in Mrs. Pelkey's home for her lessons.
It's what she loved to do. And so at the age of 78 years old, it was one more chance for her to share her faith with young people.
Not all her students have such good intentions. In reaching out to help, Mrs. Pelkey has made herself a target.
When these 4 girls knocked on her door and said they want to take Bible lessons, Nana said, come on in.
I've been in this business for almost 35 years as a prosecutor, a judge, and a defense lawyer now. And I've never seen a crime like this where young girls committed such a senseless, heinous act.
Indiana prosecutor Jack Crawford is marked forever by Ruth Pelkey's killing.
Ruth Pelkey was probably one of the nicest persons anyone would ever want to meet. That girls, teenage girls, could decide on a school afternoon to go and murder someone is completely shocking, and it's a case that has never left me, and I'll never forget.
Ruth Pelkey's fate is being shaped by a small gang of teenage girls. Karen Corders, Denise Thomas, and April Beverly are all classmates. Their leader is 15-year-old Paula Cooper.
Paula Cooper is yet another young killer who came from a horrible, horrible background.
Paula's short life so far is a horror story of drugs and violence.
Father was very abusive. He would do things like, beat her with an electrical cord.
She was in and out of school. She watched her mother being sexually assaulted. All of these things led to a very, very disturbed young woman.
And I think that Paula learned one thing well by the age of 15, that was how to hate.
Paula Cooper's hate is about to erupt.
Paula planned it with 3 other young girls who were high school classmates of hers. And they had had a discussion amongst themselves about places where they thought they could get some money.
Do y'all even have money? You want to go IK, you don't have money? You got money. I don't have money. I didn't got money.
And one of the girls, April Beverly, came up with the idea that she knew a Bible studies teacher in the neighborhood who she thought might have some cash on hand.
Mrs. Pelkey is far from wealthy, but the 78-year-old is trusting and defenseless.
I'm April.
The perfect victim.
Paula Cooper was on a path of destruction. She wanted to kill someone. They chose to kill someone who was helpless, someone they knew they could talk their way into.
Ruth Pelkey opens her door with love in her heart. But she innocently lets in seething hate.
I got a phone call from my brother-in-law. Just had gotten off work, and he told me that Nana had died.
Bill Pelkey's Nana is 78-year-old Ruth Pelkey. a gentle grandmother living in a decaying blue-collar town.
Her family had encouraged her to move out because it was a changing neighborhood. But she was so committed to the young people there, she wanted to stay and offer her Bible studies classes to the teenagers in that area, which she did, of course, for free.
In 1985, 4 girls knock on Mrs. Pelkey's door, asking about Bible school. She already knows April Beverly from previous classes. The girls are welcomed in. Schoolgirls from the 9th grade are about to become a pack of killers, led by Paula Cooper.
Paula grabbed a vase and hit Mrs. Pelkey over the head, knocking her to the floor. Paula had brought with her from April's house a 12-inch butcher knife. Paula jumped on her and started demanding to know where the money was. In fact, the quote was, "Where's the money, bitch?"
Where's your money? Where's the money? Where's your money?
The pack mentality has taken over.
The ringleader becomes empowered by the fact that she or he has followers. The mere fact that they're there encourages the ringleader to do bigger, bolder things than they normally would.
Mrs. Pelkey pleads that she doesn't have any money. Paula responds with torture.
Paula started cutting Mrs. Pelkey with the butcher knife. She was cutting her back and forth across her chest. Paula stabbed Mrs. Pelkey in the chest. The evidence was that at some point she started reciting the Lord's Prayer. Obviously, she knew she was going to die.
And it's Paula Cooper who orders her death.
Paula told Karen to push the knife through Mrs. Pelkey's body, which she did. And in fact, the knife made an indentation in the floor. It was a horrendous murder.
Money might have been the apparent motive, but I believe the motive was to kill Ruth Pelkey, and the robbery was incidental. You don't stab someone 33 times because you want their watch. They went there to kill her.
She was on the dining room floor. That's where my father found her body. It's the dining room where our family gathered every year for Christmas and Easter and Thanksgiving and birthdays and happy, joyous occasions. And every time I would think about Nana, I would picture her butchered on that dining room floor, and it was just a terrible, painful thing to even think about Nana.
Mrs. Pelkey built a life on family and trust. Paula Cooper learned to trust no one.
I think the attacks on Ruth Pelkey were so vicious because that's what was in Paula's heart, a rage to destroy something because she had been destroyed so many times in her 15 years on this earth.
The girls leave the house with just $10 and the keys to Mrs. Pelkey's car. Paula leaves her jacket behind. In the pocket, a prescription for birth control pills with her name on it. Young killers are rarely hard to catch.
Most young people think they're not going to get caught at anything. Shoplifting a candy bar, let alone murder. They tend to think they're smarter than everyone else. And also, they tend to not cover up their crime so well. And they're oftentimes surprised when they get caught.
Even more surprised are the residents of Gary.
Once the community realized it was young people And then young girls. There was shock in the community that 4 young teenage girls could commit a crime like this. People couldn't believe it.
Paula Cooper is found guilty of murder. At age 16, she becomes the youngest person ever on Indiana's death row. Her 3 followers get lengthy prison terms. Bill Pelkey felt justice had been done for his grandmother.
I originally supported the death sentence for Paula Cooper.
But after much soul-searching, he finds forgiveness. While Ruth Pelkey's life was taken without mercy, Bill Pelkey campaigns to save her killer.
And I knew I no longer wanted her to die, and I wanted to do whatever I could do to try to help her. And I learned the most important lesson of my life, the healing power of forgiveness. Because when my heart was touched with compassion, forgiveness took place. And it brought a tremendous healing.
After intervention from the Pope and a petition of 2 million signatures, Paula's sentence is commuted to life. Paula Cooper was exactly the kind of child Ruth Pelkey was trying to help. Sparing her life would be Ruth's final gift.
My grandmother did a lot of praying, and she had a special love for young people. So people like Paula Cooper that my grandmother really had a concern for. I'm convinced she would have forgave Paula Cooper.
These deadly women became killers while they were still girls. Scarred by abuse, they were young, impetuous, and dangerous. Haunted by her dark past, Mary Bell killed to take control. Holly Harvey brutally lashed out at authority. And Paula Cooper's boiling hate destroyed an innocent victim. Young girls act on impulse. They don't consider the consequences. And often, they're beyond suspicion. That makes the young bloods some of the deadliest women of all. Love can be a force for good
I hate them all.
and evil.
For some people, love can be as powerful as a narcotic.
An affair at work turns toxic.
She felt the only way out was to murder her husband.
The internet becomes a murder weapon.
He was just used as a pawn in her game.
And a schoolgirl crush sparks a family massacre.
There's gonna be some burning in hell after this.
These are deadly women, breaking hearts and destroying lives, all in the name of forbidden love. Frustrated desire can drive a woman to ruin lives. For Wayne Chopik, it brings back the most terrible memories.
I'm gonna look straight into the camera. If JR ever watches this, she needs to come back to this community and she needs to face what she did.
In 2006, the town of Medicine Hat, Alberta, Canada. On a quiet suburban street, a 6-year-old comes looking for his best friend. But there will be no play today.
It was a bloodbath in that basement.
You can watch as many horror flicks as you ever wanted to, and it could never even compare to what happened in that house.
A husband and wife lie dead, their bodies covered in stab wounds.
The police didn't know what to make of this scene when they arrived. Was it a murder-suicide, a domestic situation? They had no idea.
Upstairs, their son, just 8 years old, is also dead.
Blood coated every surface of that room, all his little toys, his bed sheets, everything. The scene was so horrible that the officers were absolutely traumatized. Years later, testifying in court, they broke down on the stand, remembering that little boy dead in his bed.
But that little boy has a sister.
One of the officers noticed a family portrait sitting on a side table. When he took a look at it, there were 4 people, so there was a girl missing.
Police think the 12-year-old daughter has been kidnapped by the killer. No one can guess the truth, because the truth is unbelievable. Crime reporter Sherry Zickafoos arrives in Medicine Hat to find a town reeling.
It was like a bomb had gone off. They were so shattered. It's a quiet, middle-class kind of town, very family-oriented.
The family that we lost that day was a family that was a very tight family, a very loving family. They deserved to live life. They did not deserve to meet their maker.
Just hours after the murders, police searched the missing girl's school locker. Inside, a drawing that chills the blood.
It was a stick drawing, but it was very dark, and it was basically a stick figure lighting a family on fire and running off to her boyfriend's truck. She went from missing person or kidnap victim to murder suspect immediately.
It's incomprehensible. Could a 12-year-old schoolgirl really be responsible for slaying her own family?
Oh, wait, go back. Oh. JR was a typical ordinary Catholic schoolgirl. Teachers said she was quite a diligent worker, and by all accounts, just a very typical, unassuming girl.
Until she discovers a dark side.
She started becoming interested in the goth movement. I think she was really drawn to their darkness, the artistic nature of their makeup and their dress. While her friends were obeying the Catholic school dress code, she was more interested in chains and shorter skirts and fishnet stockings, what she'd seen other kids at the mall wearing.
So disappointed. You know you're not supposed to wear that at school.
But this is more than fashion.
Waist. What is that around your waist? It's a belt. Well, you know
JR is acting strangely. The sweet little girl has fallen in love with every parent's worst nightmare.
He was from the other side of the tracks, and he was an unemployed high school dropout who was living in a trailer park.
It's a match made in hell. At 23, he's nearly twice her age. Abusing drugs. Totally immersed in the macabre Gothic subculture.
He even went so far as to tell his friends he believed he was a 300-year-old werewolf and that he carried a vial of blood around his neck.
JR looks and acts older than her 12 years.
One of the most disturbing aspects of their relationship was that it was a sexual relationship.
Driven by forbidden love, JR completes a Gothic transformation.
People were afraid of JR, even her friends. And she liked that. She liked the idea of frightening people. It made her feel powerful.
Criminal profiler Candace DeLong thinks JR's fixation went well past makeup.
The goth culture represented something to her. It fed into a deep, deep need. A need to be different, a need to be frightening, a need to control other people.
At the center of this dark world is her boyfriend.
Where the hell have you been?
None of your business.
It is my business.
The relationship was secret for a very long time, but once it was revealed to her parents, it drove an even bigger wedge between them. Basically, it started a war within the house.
It's a war that will claim 3 innocent lives. In Medicine Hat, Canada,
Where the hell have you been?
a young girl is out of control.
I hate my family.
Obsessed with the dark goth subculture, the 12-year-old is having a forbidden love affair with a man twice her age.
He's the last person you'd want your child to date. You would go straight to the cops. You would put your kid in lockdown. You would do everything you could, everything in your power, to separate him from your child.
When JR's parents intervene, her affair and her anger move online.
JR's message said, I hate them, so I have this plan. It begins with me killing them, and it ends with me living with you.
JR found in her boyfriend a man, an adult, in her eyes, that she could control. He found in her someone that looked up to him, and the combination was toxic.
What's wrong?
His favorite movie was Natural Born Killers. The scenario within that movie's opening moments is a young man murdering his girlfriend's parents to give her freedom.
You know, go there with a knife and just kill him, you know? Just stab them.
He began to equate that with the task that JR was ordering him to do.
In the dead of night, JR's mother hears a noise in the basement.
Imagine getting to the bottom of the stairs and being faced with a nightmare dressed all in black and carrying a great big knife.
This suburban mom doesn't stand a chance.
Her friends described her as a lioness, but there's no way she was any kind of match for a man wielding a knife and high as a kite, ready to kill.
No!
JR's father launches his own attack. But he's doomed from the first knife blow.
One of the real problems with the sympathetic response to stabbing is that with the increased heart rate, increased blood pressure, you're going to bleed more rapidly. So you're going to weaken very quickly.
I think what is the most haunting is that prolonged fight between the boyfriend and the father. That father was a bear protecting his family.
Upstairs, JR holds her terrified brother.
Don't listen.
When her boyfriend appears, she knows her wish has been granted. Her parents are dead. They are free to be together. But there's no place in their new world for an 8-year-old boy.
It's a crime too horrible to even imagine. He died for nothing. They basically reasoned that he had to go too because he was too sensitive and it would be wrong to leave him without parents. I mean, it's unthinkable.
The young couple's freedom doesn't last long. Within 24 hours, they are under arrest.
They weren't displaying any outward signs of grief or trauma of what had happened. In fact, the boyfriend was showing off his eye that had been injured in the fight with JR's father.
The deepest devotion of two parents was no match for the frightening power of forbidden love.
They had loved and cared for their daughter to the nth degree. There's going to be some burning in hell after this.
JR's boyfriend is now serving a life sentence for murder. Under Canadian law, JR's true identity can't be revealed. found guilty of 3 counts of murder. She receives the maximum juvenile sentence, 10 years.
People were outraged by that sentence, but that is the way Canadian law is set up. It's set up to rehabilitate young people, not so much to punish them.
In 2016, at age 22, JR will be released back into the community.
I think any child who kills their parents when there is no evidence of abuse from parent to child should be locked up forever. There really is no hope.
Kansas City, February 2000. Former homicide detective Jerry Cassidy prepares to die. Consumed by shame, he can't go on living with what he did in the name of forbidden love. His briefcase holds the key to a baffling death. The world's first internet murder.
This case had everything. It had murder, it had sex, it had the internet, intrigue, deception, lies, everything wrapped into one.
I've never seen anything quite like this, where somebody manipulated another person through the series of communications and it resulted in such a heinous crime.
Reno, Nevada. A few months earlier, Jerry Cassidy is enjoying a wild weekend with a wild woman he met online.
Cherie Miller represented that she was a wealthy businesswoman from Flint and that she was in the auto parts business.
27-year-old Cherie Miller is gorgeous. The fact she's married only adds to the excitement.
Cherie told Jerry that her husband was involved in the mafia.
Oh.
And she couldn't leave him because she knew too much, and he wouldn't let her leave.
Two winning.
Lonely Jerry doesn't care. He's been down on his luck too long.
He lost his job in law enforcement, which he loved, and went through a divorce and never seemed right after that.
Cherie goes home to Michigan. But their forbidden love continues to flourish online.
Cherie and Jerry launched into a series of emails and internet discussions, probably thousands over the course of a few months.
Jerry and Cherie's online relationship developed as quickly as a relationship would have had they been sitting across from each other chatting.
They basically fell in love over the internet.
As Jerry Cassidy falls under Cherie Miller's power, she begins a campaign to control him.
He was manipulated. He had no idea that most of the content of these emails were lies.
Cherie pretends that she's pregnant with twins. And he is the father. Jerry falls into her trap.
He was ecstatic. He wanted nothing but to spend the rest of his life with Cherie.
It's all a lie. But the biggest lie is yet to come. One email designed to drive Jerry over the edge and make him a murderer. In the anonymous world of the internet, lies are easy to tell. Cherie Miller is carefully conning her online lover, Jerry Cassidy.
She was just somebody who was trying to be like a puppeteer and move the pieces along to her satisfaction.
Cherie was able to control Jerry because he wanted to be controlled. She found in him a dupe.
Cherie tells Jerry her husband Bruce is a violent gangster.
None of this was true. He was a nice guy, easy to do business with, and in no way would he do any of the things that Cherie Miller was suggesting that he would do.
But Jerry wants to believe. He already thinks Cherie is pregnant with twins. She hopes her next lie will turn him into a killer.
The turning point in all this was when she said that her husband had beaten her specifically so that the twin babies would be killed.
A faked photo is all the proof Jerry needs.
Cherie.
That's when he decided he was coming to Flint to take care of business.
I'm coming there, Cherie. I'm coming there, goddammit!
Chatting online, Cherie and Jerry plot every detail of her husband's murder.
She used sex and the internet to manipulate Jerry Cassidy in a way that infuriated him enough that he became from a good citizen, a former police officer, to became a killer.
The plan was for Jerry to walk in, say, "Hi, I'm Jerry."
He did want to look in the eyes of the person that he believed harmed his own children and harmed the love of his life.
She told him where he carried his money and to take the money so it looks like a robbery.
That's exactly how it came down.
Whoa, what's going on here?
You know who I am?
The police were baffled at first. They thought it was a robbery gone bad. And the case went unsolved for quite some time. Cherie was never really a suspect in the murder.
When it all dies down, Jerry thinks his new life is about to begin. But Cherie has already moved on.
He came back to Flint, Michigan, right to Cherie Miller's house, and at that point had found that Cherie Miller had already moved in her new boyfriend.
The terrible truth dawns on Jerry. He's been tricked into murdering an innocent man.
He actually had killed for what he thought was the love of his life. He was just used as a pawn in her game to kill Bruce and not have any ties back to her.
The former detective's final act is to take revenge on the woman that destroyed his life.
In the briefcase was a 8-page instant message printout that detailed how Jerry had driven to Flint and killed Bruce Miller.
Cherie's beloved computer lands her in a murder trial.
Her testimony was nothing but one lie after another, but she was caught in every single lie because we were able to produce for her all the emails, all the chat room conversations, all of the instant messaging that she had done.
Convicted of conspiracy to commit murder, Cherie Miller is sentenced to life.
Everyone that knew Cherie was not surprised that she was able to manipulate someone to do this for her.
There will always be a Jerry for every Cherie that's out there.
La Jolla, San Diego, November 2000.
Hey, I'm home.
24-year-old Kristen Rossum discovers an eerie recreation from her favorite film, American Beauty.
Greg?
Husband Greg is sprawled on the bed.
Greg.
Rose petals strewn all over his body with a wedding picture of the two of them dramatically displayed.
Greg!
She went to the bed and found him cold and not breathing, so she called 911.
It looks like suicide, but they've only been married a few months. The perfect couple,
My husband's not breathing.
with the brightest of futures.
Okay, what do I do? Okay, bump his chest.
Why would he take his own life?
According to Kristen, she told Greg that she was planning to leave him.
Greg was distraught about their relationship, about the impending end of their relationship, and he had overdosed. The authorities were going to buy off on this idea that Greg had just taken drugs that ultimately killed him.
But this bed of roses hides a darker story.
brilliant, beautiful young woman, but obviously with a troubled and perhaps evil side to her.
Researching Kristen Rossum's history, journalist Caitlin Rother finds a girl driven to succeed.
She was a former ballerina, former child model. She grew up as a perfectionist, the daughter of 2 academics. And she was raised with the pressure to perform.
She does perform, landing a high-flying job as a toxicologist.
Kristen was working with the San Diego County Office of the Medical Examiner, dealing with chemicals in the body that could be the cause of death.
But to prosecuting attorney John Gomez, she's the worst person for the job.
Kristen Rossum had a lot going for her, but the one thing really working against her was her addiction to methamphetamine.
Kristen was 16, and she started using methamphetamine when a friend introduced it to her. And she just felt this euphoria, and she wanted to use it again.
Can you clean your room? Can you clean your room? No.
People can be addicted after even one dose because it causes a rush of euphoria.
I might just do that.
It starts a whole cascade of events in the central nervous system that makes you feel absolutely wonderful.
Once addicted, users are on a deadly downward slide.
Over time, with a methamphetamine addict, the same dose will become less effective. The brain, which has now become dependent on this, becomes very depressed when we don't get it. So it's an absolutely incredible and very dangerous drug.
Growing up, Kristen has trouble shaking her addiction. But a new boyfriend brings new hope.
Greg DeVillers was a nice boy from a nice family, the son of a doctor. It was love at first sight, at least for him. Kristen did have some doubts about getting married to Greg. She spoke with her parents, and they thought, well, he was so good for her. They thought he was her saving angel because he helped her get off meth. So they were encouraging her, and so she went ahead with it.
Do the whole thing. Hello.
Only months after the wedding vows, Kristen is surrounded by new temptation. Her workplace is a candy store of drugs and forbidden love.
Divorcing her husband would have been messy, and everyone would have eventually known she was leaving her husband for another man. By killing him, she could assume the role of the tortured, grieving widow.
Kristen Rossum is a glamorous 26-year-old who appears to have it all. A successful career and a doting husband. But forbidden love has turned her life into a lie.
Michael Robertson was Kristen Rossum's boss and lover, a charming, good-looking guy that entered into a relationship with this young woman that became serious.
Kristen and Michael were carrying on their affair in emails, in cards, and in letters. And they could also be seen just looking at each other adoringly. So people in the office knew that they were having this affair.
Hey, honey.
Husband Greg is at a loss. The love of his life seems to be slipping away. He discovers she's back on drugs. When he finds a letter from her lover,
Hey, what are you doing?
What is this?
all her secrets are out in the open.
That's private. Give it back. Give it back to me. That is none of your business. All right?
Guys, that's you.
Kristen felt that the world was caving in upon her
Let it go.
and that Greg was getting ready to reveal her as an adulteress, as a methamphetamine addict. She was going to lose her job, she was going to lose her lover, she was going to lose everything that she'd worked so hard for. And she felt the only way out was to murder her husband.
She's a toxicologist with detailed knowledge of deadly drugs. Her weapon of choice is a substance called fentanyl.
Fentanyl has the same effect as heroin, except it doesn't have the euphoria associated with heroin. It's not normally picked up by routine opiate screens because of its chemical structure.
And Kristen's workplace is full of it.
There were tons of fentanyl missing from the cases that she worked on. There was also a fentanyl standard that was used for testing that was missing.
Shattered by his wife's affair, dulled by painkillers, Greg DeVillers is an easy target.
Here, drink this. What is it? It'll make you feel better. Drink it. All of it?
Soon, the deadly fentanyl is coursing through his body.
One of the big problems with fentanyl, like all narcotics, is that it causes profound respiratory depression. People stop breathing. Their heart continues to beat. There's a lack of oxygen. So fluid builds up in the lungs, and fluid builds up in the brain, and eventually they die.
So pathetic.
Inspired by the movie American Beauty, Kristen does some elaborate set dressing.
Do you remember this, Greg? Do you remember? Hey.
The crime scene indicates to me Kristen's flair for the dramatic in her life. Also a bit of arrogance, thinking that she could actually duplicate a famous scene from a very popular movie in her own husband's murder.
It looks like suicide. The medical examiner agrees.
Kristen had used fentanyl to kill Greg, knowing that her coworkers would investigate the cause of death, that they didn't test for fentanyl. Kristen knows that going in. That's why she chose fentanyl.
Kristen is free to start a new life with her lover. But one more test awaits.
Because Kristen was an employee of the medical examiner's office, they sent the toxicology tests out to private labs. And that's where they found the fentanyl.
It seemed like the suicide of a lovesick man. But the traces of fentanyl prove it's a murder.
Once Greg was under the effect of fentanyl, and a sufficient amount of it, Greg would no longer be able to act purposely. His respirations dropped because of the drug, which would mean that the amount of oxygen to the brain would also drop, and there could be no meaningful activity. He couldn't have spread rose petals. There's no way that he could have engineered all of that.
Had that crime scene not been so elaborate, and had Kristen not been going for the dramatic in that crime scene with her husband, she might not have drawn attention to herself.
Kristen Rossum is found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison.
Kristen had 3 relationships, one with her husband, one with her lover, Michael Robertson, and one with methamphetamine, and she chose methamphetamine over the other
2. Illicit desire drove these deadly women into a world of murder. JR's schoolgirl fantasy spawned a night of terror. Kristen Rossum was torn between 2 passions, men and methamphetamine. And Cherie Miller turned internet fantasy into a lethal reality. Consumed by lies, deceit, and death. They sacrificed everything on the altar of forbidden love. Some matches are made in heaven, others in hell.
When they got together, they were like a stick of dynamite, the wick and the gunpowder, and boom.
Obsessed by sex, a housewife lures girls to their graves.
In the end, I was expecting to die.
A single mom trades her lonely life for a blood-soaked romance.
No matter how fat she was, no matter how bad she was, he loved her no matter what.
And a thrill-seeking couple get their kicks from murder.
When you look into the eyes of pure evil, you know that if you don't do something to stop it, it could come after you.
These deadly women seal their murders with a kiss. They are lethal lovers. A quiet street in Gloucester, England. Behind closed doors, something wicked is taking place.
The most gratuitous act of violence you can imagine. Unimaginable evil.
17-year-old Caroline Roberts is captive to a husband and wife who delight in torture.
This is one of the most truly sickening cases of sexual predators I've ever encountered.
Beaten and raped for 12 hours, Caroline thinks it's her time to die.
The night that they had me, it was at Rose's hand that I nearly died. She's the one that smothered me. Never be the same once you've been in there and gone through that.
Caroline is one of the only survivors of a shocking 20-year killing spree. 12 young women raped, tortured, mutilated. Most of them buried under a house of horrors. 25 Cromwell Street, the home of Rose and Fred West.
The sheer scale of their destruction, it is almost unimaginable. More than 20 years of sexual abuse and death. It takes your breath away.
When biographer Jeffrey Wansell traces the history of the Wests, he finds a lethal love that begins at first sight.
Rosemary had been picked up at a bus stop by Frederick West when she was 15 years old. And it was as if it was a magnetic force. One recognised in the other that one was a victim and the other was a manipulator, and vice versa. I think Rose manipulated Fred rather more than Fred later liked to admit.
Fred West has been obsessed with sex from an early age. But in Rose, he meets his equal.
Rosemary West was abused as a child by her father relentlessly from a very young age, certainly from 9 or so onwards. So she used her sexuality as a means of defense. But at the same time, she came to enjoy the manipulative power it gave her.
Sex will come to dominate the lives of the Wests. But the pleasures of an ordinary marriage are not enough for them.
Frederick West had no problem with sharing Rose. He did it for many years with many different people. The sexualization of Rosemary West was something that became addictive, an addictive aspect of her personality, which in turn was egged on, made even more incendiary by West, which just becomes a forest fire. You cannot stop.
The Wests need a new sexual thrill. They comb the countryside,
Who's that up ahead?
hunting for hitchhikers, and find Caroline Roberts.
Why don't you hop in? We'll give you a lift.
No, come on, jump in the back.
My instinct was not to get in the car, but my other part of me that was saying, don't be rude. You know, give them the benefit of the doubt.
Caroline's split-second decision will change her life forever.
12 hours of being sexually assaulted, beaten, and raped, finally. In the end, I was expecting to die.
Hearing someone outside, she sees her chance to escape.
I could feel myself go in, and I just thought, let me die. I was being smothered, and I just thought, let me die.
But something stops the Wests from killing. Caroline is allowed to leave.
I always thought that Caroline was incredibly lucky. I think the only way I would explain it to myself now is that It was the dry run, if you like. And the fact that they allowed her to escape was, in the end, I'm absolutely certain, just that final, can we push ourselves over the edge? And the fact that they got away with it, they knew, nothing can stop us now.
The Wests are convicted of indecent assault over the attack on Caroline Roberts. But they're only given a small fine and allowed to walk free. The next girls taken prisoner by the Wests will not be shown such mercy.
Every time another body was brought up, it just made the guilt I felt for surviving worse every time. I think they probably did a bit more each time, but they had to get rid of the girls because I told.
When you thought something could not get any worse, it did. When you thought the horrors that you were going to uncover were as far as they could be, then you were wrong.
Detective John Bennett was lead investigator on a case that will haunt England for generations.
This series of crimes shocked everyone that came into touch with it in any shape or form.
For years, Fred and Rose West have been getting away with murder.
Rose West was a wife, a mother, a landlord. She lived in the community. She talked to neighbors. And no one would want to suspect that a woman could be involved in the deeds that she was.
The secret other life of Rose and Fred is spent stalking the English countryside.
Nice short skirt.
Looking for young female victims. By 1978, 8 of these women will be buried under the West's house.
Sadly, my own view is that probably the best thing that ever happened to these young victims was when they breathed their last breath.
Before they're killed, the captives of the Wests are sexually tortured for days, even weeks.
Frederick West was a genuinely evil man who had no conscience whatever. He simply saw adolescent young girls as prey, rather as a fox would see a hare, and took great delight in seizing them and then toying with them, rather as a cat would with a mouse.
Fred's sadistic desires are only eclipsed by his wife's.
Rosemary West would be involved in sexual activity day in, day out, non-stop, in every sort of depraved form that you can imagine. But Frederick West would like to think he was of that ilk, but he wasn't. Eventually, she became more insatiable than he was, and certainly more violent than he was.
The argument that Fred was the spark that set her off, otherwise she'd just have remained plain old Rosemary Letts, has never washed with me. I believe that in that communal garden, blousy woman lurks someone truly horrible.
Rose and Fred will even kill their own flesh and blood. 1987. Daughter Heather is caught telling some of her parents' secrets.
You have had your last warning. I didn't tell anything. I can't trust you anymore. I promise I can't trust you anymore.
No one was safe around them, including their own children.
Just like the 11 women who have gone before her, Heather will be killed. In 1994, the West children are placed with social services after allegations of sexual abuse. A chilling family secret is revealed.
The young children who'd been taken away started to tell the family joke about where's Heather to the people who were looking after. Where's Heather? And, oh, well, she's in the garden. She's either 2 down or 3 across, you know, under the pavings, which were all square pavings like a crossword.
When police dig at the West's house, they're sickened by what they find. Mutilated skeletons with missing bones.
Where were the kneecaps? Where were the finger bones? Where were the little bits of the toes? And I've always been certain that Fred extracted them while the victims were alive to make them immobile. You keep them in the cellar, you tie them up, but you also make sure they can't actually walk away.
The Wests are arrested. Within days, Fred admits to 9 murders.
I think it absolutely astonished, horrified Britain, and I think it does to this day.
Fred escapes trial by committing suicide. Accused of 10 murders, Rose pleads innocent.
At one stage during the evidence, she tried to show that she was tearful when they were questioning her about Heather. Those that were sitting at a distance may have thought there were tears there. I was sat within 3 to 4 feet from her and looking at her at the time from the side. And just as the past, there were no tears. She may have wanted to cry. The tears didn't exist.
Almost 25 years since she escaped the Wests, Caroline Roberts watches as Rose is sentenced to life in prison.
I don't think she should ever be set free again because she lured a lot of those young girls to their deaths. You know, and I think for some of them it was most probably a blessed ending for them from what they'd been through, if my experience was anything to go by.
Appalled by the crimes of 25 Cromwell Street, the community acts. The house is bulldozed and becomes a public walkway. But the horror at what occurred there will never be erased.
I've learned about how people tick. I've learned how to cope and forgive. But you don't forget. You mustn't forget.
A lonely night. An impulsive decision.
She wanted a man in her life. She wanted to love somebody. She wanted someone to love her.
But this search for love will lead down a dark road.
When 2 people come together, you don't know what's going to happen.
Lust. Voodoo. Murder. Martha Beck's lonely life will never be the same.
No matter how fat she was, no matter how bad she was. He loved her, no matter what.
Is everything okay? I see you're not drinking your wine.
Pensacola, Florida, 1947.
Just watching my weight a little bit.
Why? You're perfect.
Martha Beck is on a first date with a man she met through a lonely hearts club, Ray Fernandez.
You're so beautiful.
Thanks. Most men don't like larger women.
He was a very smooth-talking man, very polished, quite gentlemanly, seemed to be quite a worldly fellow.
Cheers.
She fell for him very quickly. She wanted to have a relationship with him. She didn't know who he really was.
According to writer Scott Christensen, Ray Fernandez wasn't looking for love.
Ray was after the money. He was after the gold. That's what he desired.
Well, Raymond Fernandez is not a rich man.
Fernandez is a con man who preys on lonely hearts like Martha Beck.
She was a mark for him. She was prey. She was somebody to try to take advantage of. And when he saw that she didn't really have a lot of money, he wasn't as interested as he otherwise might have been.
But he doesn't count on the determination of this divorced mother of two. Martha wants so deeply to be loved by Ray Fernandez, she will sacrifice everything.
She is so committed to this romantic illusion of who he is and what their relationship can be that she agrees to abandon her children.
For Todd Robinson, director of a Hollywood film about Martha Beck, this is the first sign that she is becoming obsessed.
And one day she marches her two kids down to a Salvation Army, parks them on the steps, and never sees them again, which is almost a pathological commitment to this man whom she barely knows.
Martha, I think you should take a seat.
To Ray Fernandez, this unthinkable act is a touching sign of devotion.
Martha, there's something I gotta tell you.
Something interesting happens. He somehow embraces the notion that she really cares about him, that she is really supportive. And at some point, in a rather short duration of time, he decides to put his cards on the table.
I'm alive, and I'm a cheat. My feelings for you were genuine. You're the only one I love. Out of all those girls.
Ray tells Martha he makes a living by seducing single women and cheating them of their savings.
I could always use a partner in crime.
And she says, well, that's a good idea. I can be your sister, and we can just do it together.
It's a brilliant idea.
Really?
When Beck became aware that Fernandez was conning women out of their money, it didn't repel her. It bonded her to him. She liked the idea of taking advantage of women. She didn't like women. She was angry at them. This afforded her an opportunity to get even with all the slender women that got the guys.
No.
Joining forces, the lethal lovers hone in on a lonely heart.
Yep, she's a beauty.
66-year-old Janet Faye obviously was much older, looks like an old lady, but obviously the degree of property she had, or the degree of money she had, was the lure. And he thought that they could do a rich picking here, which would last them quite a while.
You are looking beautiful.
Thank you.
While Ray courts his latest mark,
Are you trying to get me drunk?
I do believe I am.
Martha pretends to be his sister.
To us. A woman your age probably shouldn't drink so much. Do not concern yourself, my dear. I am in perfect control of my drinking and my eating.
But she is burning with jealousy.
We are. Cheers.
On a number of occasions, she was no longer able to conceal it.
Is the food to your liking?
Oh, it is fabulous.
Good. The meat's a bit.
And it led to explosive results.
It's a beautiful wine. A woman of your age shouldn't be drinking so much.
Long Island, New York, 1947. A pair of lethal lovers are at work on their latest victim.
They were a strange couple. Certainly these other women must have found it strange that as they were being courted by Ray, his sister was often on the scene.
But Martha Beck is not Ray's sister.
Anything for you?
She is his lover. and the only woman who knows the real Ray Fernandez.
For you alone, I can be myself.
When he was a young man, when he was on a ship once, a hatch of the ship closed on the top of his head, and the accident was so severe that he lost a lot of his beautiful, dark, thick hair. And that had a profound effect on him.
There was this self-loathing part of him, this man that felt ugly and destroyed.
Ray's revelation only makes Martha desire him more.
Martha loved Ray. She did not want to share Ray with anyone.
Martha Beck's powerful desire puts her on a collision course.
What on earth are you doing? Ray is trying to say, for God's sake. I am about to write to my stepdaughter.
With Ray's latest lonely heart, Janet Fay.
I'm going to make sure that you will not be living with us.
She could no longer contain herself.
What have you done?
She was bleeding profusely. It was a head wound, but she wasn't dead.
That wasn't part of the plan. I'll take care of her.
Now the con man will become a killer.
So Ray ultimately strangled her to death. And in the process, even her dentures popped out.
The lethal lovers dispose of Janet's body and write a letter to her daughter to make it appear that Janet is still alive. High on the thrill of killing, Ray shares a new secret with Martha. Voodoo.
Fernandez was sort of seduced by the dark side, almost the Hollywood side of voodoo. And over time, he began to think that he could actually seduce women, make love to women, as he characterized it, from great distances.
Ray believes voodoo helps him select vulnerable women who will be easily charmed. Women like single mother Delphine Downing, Ray and Martha's next victim.
Delphine believed that she finally had found a husband, she had found a father for her young child, her life's problems were solved, she would live happily ever after. She didn't know what she was in for. She didn't know what her child was in for.
Oh my God, you're bald!
There's no need to act like that, Delphi, just because I'm going bald. Lots of men go bald.
She came upon Ray without his toupee, and this absolutely stunned her. She could see that this man was a fraud, that she was being duped, and she became furious, and she tried to throw him out of the house.
You're an imposter, and I want you and your sister out of my house immediately.
Delphine's reaction strikes at the core of Ray's insecurity.
This is my house. I'll speak to you.
Ray
Get out of my way.
discovered a gun that was in the house. He put it to her head, and he pulled the trigger.
Move out of my way.
But now, they have a dilemma.
They had removed Delphine, but they still had Raynell, the child, to deal with. The motherless child.
I'll take care of the baby. You bury her in the basement.
And it was at that point that Martha took the child to the basement and drowned her in a tub.
Martha became so evil through her relationship with Fernandez, she actually killed the little toddler child of one of her victims, completely heartless.
Martha and Ray's love spawned a callous killing spree. But the police are closing in, alerted by a suspicious letter to Janet Faye's daughter.
Ray and Martha actually continued writing letters back to create the illusion that she was alive, but they made a mistake. They were typing these on a typewriter, and Mrs. Faye didn't know how to type.
When the police came in, the first thing was not after Delphine. They came in to say, have you heard of Janet Faye? And it was only then that they said, we're going to search this place. And they went down in the cellar when they went through the building, and they saw wet cement. So they knew that there was something that had been buried there.
Beneath the cement, the bodies of Delphine Downing and her daughter, Raynell. Janet Faye's body is found in another house on Long Island.
After a salacious trial that lasted 44 days, Fernandez and Beck were ultimately convicted of capital murder in the first degree.
Even under the weight of a death sentence, their love lives on.
They continued to have a very tumultuous relationship even after their conviction in the death house, sending letters back and forth, expressing jealousy and being angry at one another and then making up, and in the end, ultimately expressing love for one another.
Martha Beck's desire for Ray Fernandez had taken away her children, her compassion, and her liberty. Now, in the infamous Sing Sing death house, it would finally take her life.
Martha's execution was one of the most horrific in the history of the death house. It took 4 applications of electricity to finally kill her. She struggled a great deal before she ultimately was pronounced dead.
Navy SEAL who lives for violence. A college basketball star with obsessive drives. Two lethal lovers pushing each other to kill.
A lot of officers were damaged by this case.
How do you wrap your mind around something that's so evil?
This wasn't simply a murder, one-time thing. They were on a killing spree. Erica and BJ were natural-born killers.
BJ and Erica Sifrit are the deadliest couple author M. William Phelps has ever encountered.
BJ and Erica were the types of people who did things to get a rush out of them.
A volatile bond forms the moment they meet.
You reckon you can handle more? I can handle and
Both like to take things to extremes. A relationship begins where all that matters is the thrill.
The normal life of a white picket fence and a dog and a boat and maybe a couple of kids wasn't going to cut it for them. It wasn't enough for them. They needed more.
Erica has always had a problem with knowing when to stop. Whatever she does to excess.
One of Erica's passions as she grew up was basketball. She practiced, obsessively practiced.
Yes. Erica has an obsessive nature. It is within her to repeat thoughts and behaviors over and over and over, even if they're self-destructive.
You got your ass up, baby? Here I come.
Now she's obsessed with a very dangerous man.
Some of BJ's passions were Hitler, snakes, guns, violence, Marxism, anything really that had to do with negative things about life, BJ really grasped onto.
Thank you so much.
BJ also harbors a powerful desire to murder. His new wife, Erica, will bring his violent dreams to life.
Erica and BJ alone probably wouldn't have got into much trouble if they never met. But when they got together, they were like a stick of dynamite, the wick and the gunpowder, and boom.
It's a combination set to explode in violence on Memorial Day weekend, 2004, in Ocean City, Maryland.
Memorial Day weekend is one of the biggest weekends for couples. A lot of couples like to come down and enjoy and relax. The sun is out. Oh, we route to Atlantis on a checkup.
Detective Brett Case believes that when the Sifrits came to Ocean City, it wasn't to unwind.
I think that murder was in their mind. I think it had been in their mind for some time. And I think the opportunity arose that first night.
After midnight, Erica and BJ set a trap for a couple they've just met. Martha Crutchley and Joshua Ford accept an invitation back to the Sifrits' apartment. It's the moment Erica and BJ have been waiting for. Tonight, they'll get their chance to be thrill killers.
The most common trait possessed by thrill killers is that they are sociopaths or psychopaths. They don't feel guilt about what they do.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
I gotta say the other thing with him, I think he had some good ideas, you know?
Come on, man. I think you're just messing with us. You don't really believe what you're saying.
This late night party is about to take a terrifying turn.
Where's my bag?
Maybe you left it at the bar.
Let me see your bag.
And then all of a sudden, Erica freaks out. Who took my stuff?
Erica starts to create fear by pretending her purse is missing. Her husband ups the ante.
BJ gets a gun, and he starts waving it around.
Where did you put my bag? Give it
Wait a
to
minute,
me.
you ain't going anywhere. Get against the wall. Get against the wall now. Do it! Move your ass against the wall now!
You want him to shoot you?
Do what they say. Just do what they say. Okay, we're here.
And he says to Martha and Joshua, take off your clothes.
Strip down.
All right.
Oh, little lady's scared. Get your shirt off.
Hurry up.
Off.
You are taking too long. Just get your ass in the bathroom now. Both of you, get in there. Move it.
So now Martha and Joshua are inside the bathroom, scared for their lives.
Open up, pig.
Chicken, are you?
Open the window. Open the window. Just leave us alone.
Yeah, I would think terror would be... That word probably wouldn't describe it. It would be pale in comparison to what they felt.
Erica and BJ are beginning to feel the thrill they crave. But simply scaring someone isn't enough.
And I think at some point there was a discussion, what do we do now? Well, we've gone this far, so let's continue and go all the way. And that decision comes from her.
All right, I'll do it. Surprise!
On Memorial Day weekend, Ocean City, Maryland is a vacation playground. But high above the streets, one holiday apartment has become a death trap.
The more you investigate, the more you learn that what you're dealing with is not just your normal killer, it's you're dealing with a monster. Pure evil. And when you look into the eyes of pure evil, you know that if you don't do something to stop it, it could come after you.
Get your ass in the bathroom now. Both of you.
Erica and BJ Sifrit are a young couple, desperate for the thrill of murder. Martha Crutchley and Joshua Ford are trapped in the Sifrits' bathroom. Erica wants them killed. BJ is happy to oblige.
So BJ kicks the door open, walks in, and shoots Joshua. And Martha is curled up underneath the vanity at this point, scared for her life. She's just seen her lover, the man she has been living with, the man whom she hopes to marry, killed right in front of her.
For Martha, it had to have been tenfold because she had to have witnessed Joshua be killed first and know what was coming. I don't think you can put into words what that fear would be like.
Martha pleads for mercy. But these lethal lovers don't know when to stop. It's Erica's turn to go on the attack with a knife.
BJ encouraged Erica to cut Martha because he wanted Erica to have blood on her hands, literally and figuratively. This meant that she was equally responsible in the murder.
For a couple who lived for the thrill, murder became the ultimate rush.
I suppose some other couples might go parachuting or water skiing or mountain climbing, and these two, they chose to kill.
But killing is not enough.
BJ has already made a decision that in order to get the bodies out of the condo unit, they need to be dismembered. But that's not why he does this. He does this because part of him, I believe, he enjoyed it.
BJ had a wild, violent streak that was fed and nurtured and cared for by Erica. I think he wanted to show off to her. He wanted to show Erica how tough he was.
Erica watches as BJ carves the bodies into 12 pieces. But even she is shocked by what he does next.
At one point, BJ, according to Erica, chops a leg off, cracks the leg in half, and he says to Erica, "Go heat up some water downstairs. I want to eat this."
Next morning, Ocean City is bathed in sunshine. The holiday weekend continues. But not for Joshua Ford and Martha Crutchley.
When she didn't arrive to work on Tuesday morning, her coworkers were concerned. And so by Wednesday, we had notification that Josh and Martha were missing.
By this time, their body parts have been dropped in supermarket dumpsters. And the Sifrits are acting like nothing has happened.
They go miniature golfing, they go out for beers, they eat chicken wings, and she documents everything with photographs. They're laughing, smiling, they're having a grand old time after this gruesome, gruesome crime.
Erica gets a lasting reminder of the murders, a new tattoo.
BJ makes a suggestion. You should get it on your hip. Why? Because that's where Erica made the first cut on Martha Crutchley, a memento of the crime.
On the final night of their holiday, the Sifrits take their search for thrills one step too far.
Killing two people and dismembering them, not enough for them. They need more of a thrill that week. They decide, let's rob the Hooters before we leave town.
So they back up to the Hooters and they, unlock the door and go in. and a silent alarm is tripped.
Police respond to what they believe is a routine burglary call. It turns out to be much more.
When you have burglars, you can have weapons. You just don't know what you have. And this is a prime example of how things can snowball.
The Sifrits are caught with 3 guns, a knife smeared with human flesh, and the IDs of the missing couple. Officer Freddie Howard was on the scene that night. He knows he had a close call.
I still get a sick feeling in my stomach when I think about what could have happened because of all the firepower that was here on the scene that night and what they had just done just days earlier, you know. And when I got home, I hugged my son and daughter, and just because I was so grateful to be there with them. Because I know it could have turned the other way, or I could have been murdered just so they can get away.
Body parts of Joshua and Martha are eventually found at a Delaware landfill. Tried separately for the murders, the Sifrits are both found guilty. BJ is sentenced to 30 years in prison. Erica gets life.
I can see in a lot of crimes, you know, why I don't agree with it, but I can see why someone would commit the crime. In this case, there is no reason other than for their own personal thrill, and the fact that there is absolutely no remorse solidifies my belief that it was just for thrill.
For these deadly women, love became a catalyst for killing. Rose West's depraved union claimed 12 women's lives. Martha Beck lashed out at lonely hearts like herself. And Erica Sifrit's search for a thrill became a homicidal spree. When love entered their lives, others paid with their own. Murder played matchmaker for these lethal lovers. A woman wronged can be a lethal enemy.
She had a single-minded passion, and it was to get her ex-husband in the grave.
A jealous girlfriend takes bloody revenge.
She said, I can't let you go. You're going to die.
Daddy's little girl becomes his killer.
She had to be looking him right in the eye, and she still did it.
And an ex-wife completes her divorce with a gun.
It was an incredibly cold-blooded killing.
For these deadly women, it's payback time with a lethal vengeance. Bellevue, Idaho, 2003.
Bellevue had not seen a seriously violent crime since 1974.
Diane! What's that noise? You all right? Diane!
You could hear sirens all over the valley. I mean, I woke up to sirens.
That morning, Marguerite Sowersby receives terrible news.
It was totally disbelief that this could happen in such a small town. Alan and Diane were very well known, very well liked. They were active in our church. They were active in the trap shooting community. They were active with bowling. They were fun people.
Now, at 6 a.m., in their own home, Alan Johnson and his wife Diane have been shot dead.
We had our fights, we had our drunks, we had our DUIs, we had those kind of things. We did not have brutal gunplay. That just didn't happen.
Not everyone is in shock. The Johnsons' daughter, Sarah, is strangely calm.
Sarah was sitting on the fence, watching them bring the bodies out in body bags. And it was no different than her watching a softball game. It was very cold, very, so what?
In the tight-knit town of Bellevue, Alan Johnson had always been known as a doting father.
Alan was a sweetheart. He was like the brother that I never had. And he was very affectionate with his kids. He was a good dad.
Alan's sister-in-law, Linda Vavold, said he had a special bond with his daughter, Sarah.
She and her mom would butt heads fairly often, but she loved her daddy, and she was always daddy's girl.
But 16-year-old Sarah has another man in her life.
Bruno Santos was a high school dropout here in the Valley, an illegal alien. And Sarah started seeing him, and I didn't particularly care for him.
Bruno is 3 years older than Sarah and known to police.
Bruno was involved in some street narcotics activity. Nothing major, but enough that when he drove around, he got the blue light special.
Maybe I'm worrying too much, but maybe I'm not. Maybe somebody needs to worry. She could be out. She could be out with that.
Alan and Diane are alarmed about the boy their only daughter is dating.
Sarah! Where have you been?
Out with friends.
With friends!
None of
What do you mean? That's Spanish, don't you? That's Spanish.
Dad, even if I was with him, I'm 16 years old. I can do what I want.
So they told Sarah that they did not want her to spend any time with him.
I don't know who he is or where he is.
I'm not your baby. Go.
You let baby go!
And so Sarah was pretty upset about that, and apparently she decided that she was going to see Bruno whether they wanted her to or not. They found out that she had spent the night at Bruno's place, and they thought that she was with a girlfriend.
Sarah, what are you doing here with this young man?
What are you doing here, Daddy?
I told you not to be with this young man. Come on. Don't do that. Hey, let her go. Listen, young man, I'm gonna get the police around here. I'm gonna tell them exactly what you're doing.
How
Sleeping with
dare you?
an underage girl. Get it?
He had a few heated words with Bruno and told him to stay away from Sarah.
Okay, come on, Sarah. Come on.
In trying to protect his daughter, Alan makes a deadly enemy.
I had talked with Alan on the phone and he was crying. He was just devastated that she pulled this, and I told him I loved him and I'd do anything I could to help him, and that was the last time I got to talk to my friend.
In the small town of Bellevue, Idaho, no one saw it coming.
You don't want to believe it because it just can't be real.
Diane Johnson and her husband, Alan, murdered in their own bedroom. Their daughter, 16-year-old Sarah, calls for help.
I received a call at my home from Blaine County Dispatch the morning of the homicide.
Marshal Randy Tremble is expecting a routine call-out.
However, the dispatcher went on to explain to me that she could hear screaming in the background on the 911 call that somebody had shot her parents.
I told you not to come around this man's house. What are you doing here?
You can't keep telling me what to do anymore.
Just 3 days earlier, Alan Johnson banned his daughter from seeing her boyfriend. 19-year-old Bruno Santos is an illegal alien with a criminal past.
All of us immediately assumed that it was Bruno. We just knew that it was, that he was angry that Diane and Alan had forbidden Sarah to see him. So we were convinced that it was Bruno.
In the days following the murder, Sarah seems oddly unaffected by her parents' death.
No, guys, it's cool. I'm here to play. Let's just, let's play.
Sarah was pretty much unemotional. It was very strange.
Anyone know any good place to go get your nails done, or?
She seemed preoccupied with doing her normal activities. She wanted to go watch the volleyball game. She wanted to go get her nails done.
Sarah, are you okay? I'm seriously, I'm fine. Like, your parents just died. I'm fine, guys. Fine, don't worry about it. Let's just play.
She never said anything about, I miss my mom and dad. She never cried. It was just like nothing there.
Come on to this.
Even more suspicious is what police find in her trash.
And that was some very important evidence. There was a bathrobe that had some blood on it and gloves.
The truth about who killed Alan and Diane is becoming clear.
From the moment I spoke with Sarah Johnson to where we are sitting right here, right now, I have no doubt Sarah Johnson killed her mother and father.
That morning, parental discipline triggers an appalling reaction.
Sarah's ego would not allow her to ever accept defeat. She had to have the last word. She had to be seen by others as someone who was on top at all times. She was the kind of person, because of this, that would deeply resent being told what to do.
Sarah's fury cannot be controlled.
The only thing that we could surmise was that she was so in love with Bruno. And when her parents broke it off and said she was not going to see him again, he was not going to be coming around, that something just snapped in her.
Sarah's mother never wakes up.
According to the evidence, Diane had been shot while she was still in bed asleep.
You're right.
When Alan Johnson investigates,
Oh my God!
Daddy's girl takes her revenge.
Alan had been shot facing the person that killed him. And if it was Sarah, she had to be looking him right in the eye. And she still did it. And that just was really hard for us to accept.
Sarah's parents loved and nurtured her for 16 years. They had no idea they'd raised a girl unable to feel empathy. A dangerous girl, a sociopath.
The fact that Sarah was able to shoot both of her parents in such a calm, methodical fashion, I think speaks to her sociopathy. These people who had raised her meant nothing to her. What they meant to her actually was obstruction, and killing them was easy.
But getting away with murder isn't so simple.
In that garbage can was the bathrobe that Sarah had put on, as well as rubber gloves and outer gloves that she had worn.
Police find no evidence to link Bruno Santos to the murders.
And within a few days, they had decided that Sarah was a prime suspect. And all of us were just shocked. We never would have thought it. Never.
The bloody robe and gloves from the Johnsons' trash match Sarah's DNA. Sarah Johnson is convicted of 2 counts of murder in the first degree. The girl trying to escape her parents' rules finds herself locked up for life.
Society really is better off with Sarah away forever, because anyone that kills their parent in a cold-blooded fashion when there's no history of abuse going on there is not someone you want walking around.
The cold act of revenge scars everyone who knew Alan and Diane Johnson, except for their daughter. Sarah never admits guilt and never shows remorse.
I don't think she has any comprehension of what she's done. I think she's just put it in a little compartment somewhere and she's just not dealing with it. I never saw her cry for her parents. I never did.
Revenge can transform a suburban mother into a calculated assassin.
Wow, honey, you are a hotshot.
This is a woman who was not able to take rejection on any level.
Consumed by lethal vengeance, this mom's next target will be flesh and blood.
It was an incredibly cold-blooded killing.
Richmond, Virginia, 1999. 40-year-old Piper Roundtree is on a downward slide.
I think Piper became increasingly unstable over a period of years.
Crime writer Catherine Casey investigated Piper's volatile psyche.
Piper had a personality disorder, a narcissistic personality disorder.
The disorder makes Piper self-obsessed, unable to see her own faults.
Piper saw herself as a great lawyer, and she was never a great lawyer. And Piper saw herself as a great mother, and she was really never a great mother.
What are you doing?
It's just a little drink in the afternoon.
Pills and alcohol?
That reality is beginning to dawn on Piper's husband of 17 years, Fred Jablin.
Fred had an early marriage and it had failed, and he was deeply wounded by it, and he never wanted that to happen again.
Hey everybody, come get something to drink.
Piper and Fred hadn't always been unhappy.
Sure, use this.
Yeah?
This is great.
Their young family grew from a loving romance.
I don't know, we'll think about it.
They married after the first year, and they looked like they were very happy. People in Fred's office said that she made him human in a way.
A sleepover tonight. It's a little party. I don't know. You think?
And everybody thought maybe he would be really good for Piper because he had that strength and that rigidity about him that she just totally lacked.
But Fred is about to make a painful discovery.
What are you doing?
Hi, I'm getting
What's
ready
this?
to go. I'm going out for lunch with the girls. Nothing special.
You're seeing somebody else, aren't you?
God's sake, Fred.
Fred learned that Piper was having an affair with a doctor in Richmond. And that was something that Fred couldn't turn his back on.
You know what, Fred? I'm going out.
Yeah, you know, that's fine. You know, just get out. Get out!
Fred files for divorce and plants a seed of vengeance.
Thousands upon thousands of married couples split up and divorce every year in this country, and rarely does it end in homicide.
I'm so angry.
Piper blames Fred for ruining their marriage and her life.
I got away with that. I don't know, but I'm telling you now, Tina, I'm going to get
When he gains custody of their 3 children, it's the last straw.
taking care of the kids. I sacrificed my career for him. I did so much for him.
She lost the kids, and that couldn't happen to Piper. That just couldn't happen. She lost everything when she lost the kids. They were her self-image.
I'm sorry. I'm just so angry.
Living with her sister Tina in Houston, Piper becomes obsessed with revenge.
I want to kill him. How else am I going to get my kids back? What am I going to do? What am I going to do without my kids?
Fred Jablin seemed to have everything. His life was going very well.
All right, I'm gonna fix it right now. Let me just see. All right.
Piper Roundtree's life was in disarray, and I think she was desperate without her children.
Told you. Okay, excellent.
Attorney Wade Kaiser believes Piper's desperation set a deadly plan in motion.
We know that Piper Roundtree visited a shooting range in Houston, Texas, the week before this murder.
Piper practices with a .38 caliber revolver. Coldly, deliberately, she is rehearsing a homicide.
Piper had a single-minded passion, and it was to get her ex-husband in the grave.
In the leafy suburbs of Richmond, Virginia, a body shot to death before dawn.
It seemed like it was a planned hit or someone intentionally went there to kill him.
The victim is Fred Jablin, respected professor, father of 3, recently divorced.
A number of people had said, well, the first suspect I'd look at would be the ex-wife.
The day after the murder, Sergeant Breck McDaniel interviews Fred Jablin's ex-wife, 1,500 miles away in Houston, Texas.
She was entrenched in the statement that I was in Galveston, I was in Houston, I did not leave Texas, and she didn't waver from that. She stuck to her guns, and she wasn't changing it.
Piper Roundtree is lying, concealing a crime of deep premeditation.
I was a homicide detective for almost 6 years, working murders full-time, and worked on a lot of murders. And Piper's plan was the most elaborate I can think of.
Excellent. Get this back to you? Yeah.
Fred Jablin believes his ex-wife is in Houston. But she's just around the corner.
Well, before she left, she bought 2 wigs, a blonde wig and a red wig. And the blonde wig looked a little bit like her sister Tina's hair. And the red wig, she held in reserve for her escape.
How can I help you? I'd like a rubber tonight, please. Sure, just to start. Can I get some ID?
Piper has traveled to Richmond using her sister Tina's identity. And she uses a false name to sign in at a hotel.
Here you go. Thank you. Sorry yourself.
The clerk at the hotel she stayed at nearby the murder scene commented on her behavior and how odd it was that she was wearing this wig and like she wouldn't make eye contact. So almost she drew more attention to herself in an effort to disguise herself than if she just behaved normally.
The cell phone is another mistake.
Piper was a cell phone addict. She was on the phone all the time. They were able to pinpoint them, and they knew that somebody was on Piper's cell phone in the Richmond area.
No. Mommy's in Galveston.
We knew that she was the one using the telephone because her children had talked to her, recognized her voice.
Okay, bye.
Piper Roundtree is on a mission of lethal vengeance.
Fred, I hate you. I'm going to get my kids back and you're going to be dead in your grave. I'm going to kill you, Fred.
Her children will lose their father in a violent shooting because Piper has to place her own feelings first.
Piper's a narcissist. She's a true narcissist. And a true narcissist really doesn't think about how other people feel. And in this instance, I don't believe she ever really thought it through. I don't think she ever realized the effect it would have on her children. She only thought about what would make her happy.
She's already chosen the exact moment to strike.
We know that she was aware of her husband's routine of waking up early, making coffee, and going out to the street to pick up the newspaper.
On this Saturday morning, the news is all bad.
Who's that? You know who it is, Fred.
The last thing Fred would have seen was Piper holding that gun. And it was an incredibly cold-blooded killing.
Piper flies back to Houston right after the murder. Her mission accomplished, she thinks she's left no trace.
This is a murder by a classic narcissist. She was so arrogant in thinking that she could get away with this that she paid no attention to the details.
She left a very long trail of circumstantial evidence regarding the purchase of wigs the rental of cars, using identifications that not hers, going to gun ranges to practice firearm shooting, things of that nature. Checking a gun at the airport on the way up there, but not checking one way on the way back. Clue.
Piper is arrested just days after the killing. The evidence against her is overwhelming. She will spend the rest of her life separated from her children, behind bars.
The most tragic part of this case is what she has done to the lives of her own 3 children. Not only did she take their father away in a cold-blooded execution-type killing, but the stigma of what she has done has got to weigh heavily on these 3 kids and will for the rest of their lives.
A frenzied gang, baying for blood. A helpless victim in a fight for life.
It was like torture, not just a quick kill.
There was hardly any places about her face and body that didn't have a cut mark or slice mark.
But Colleen Slemmer's ordeal isn't over. This time, the blade leaves a terrifying mark.
That pentagram was supposed to be the door to release her soul to Satan.
Tonight, Colleen will die, and her killer will celebrate.
There was an evil person behind those eyes.
Knoxville, Tennessee, 1994.
Get one of these. It's a job.
The Job Corps provides education and training for teens trying to get their lives started.
The Job Corps was designed for pretty much troubled youth.
What would you like to do? Smoke weed, Joe!
It was the last stop for them.
18-year-old Krista Pike lives on the Job Corps campus, where her studies are taking a back seat.
She began a relationship with a boy by the name of Daryl Shipp. She believed that she really loved him and that he was the love of her life.
It's a love with a dark side, according to crime writer Patricia Springer.
Krista was very much the jealous type, so she was very possessive of Daryl. His time, his energy, his interest.
Make a business for yourselves. What are you looking at? Hey, please, please.
Krista believes there is a rival for Daryl's affections.
Colleen Slemmer was also a student at the Job Corps Center. And Krista took a dislike to Colleen. Krista stated that she felt Colleen was trying to take Daryl away from her, but from all other indication that I've found, that was not true.
The truth doesn't matter to Krista Pike. She's already plotting a savage act of revenge.
You would think in a sleepy town like Knoxville that you wouldn't see anything of that sort.
Detective Randy York will deal with the aftermath of Krista Pike's awful rage.
I couldn't justify what she did in my thought process, and I don't want to. Anybody that could, I would imagine, would be as crazy as her.
Growing up, Krista had little family stability.
Hey, sweetie, look what I got. What, Mom? You want to try some? I want some. Okay, okay, you can have some.
Mom was more interested in partying than raising a child.
All right, write me up, baby.
Then as she got to be a teenager, Mom wanted to be more of a friend than a mother. And she smoked pot with Krista.
Okay, honey, look up. Yes, okay, hold on a minute.
Krista was sent to her father. Her father didn't want her. He'd send her back to Mom. And so she was bounced around. Her grandmother actually raised her.
All right, you having fun or what?
When her grandmother died, that was sort of the ultimate abandonment for her. That was the only person that had ever really cared for her.
Learn how to chill sometime.
It's more than parenting or drugs that makes Krista dangerous. It's her volatile mental state.
I'm not trying to have a little bit of girl time tonight. I don't want to have girl time. Dumb, you're stupid. You're skank.
I don't think Krista had a chance of being a normal person in our society. She certainly later in her prison years was diagnosed with a severe mental illness.
The illness sounds benign, borderline personality disorder, but it means that Krista lives in a world of extremes, a place of all or nothing, of black or white, of love or hate.
For a young person with an inability to handle their emotions in a mature manner, it's not much of a jump from jealousy to violence.
Do you know Colleen? Yeah. That bitch, I hate her. Why? 'Cause she's trying to steal Tadaro. I just feel mean today. You know, I could kill someone. Yes, I could. I could kill someone. You don't believe me?
Krista decided that she was going to get rid of the competition, so to speak. So she thought the only way to eliminate the competition was to kill her.
On the night of January 13th, 1994, Krista Pike, to Daryl's ship, and 18-year-old friend Shadala Peterson invite Colleen Slemmer for a walk in the woods.
She lured her to a park in Knoxville with the idea that she had some pot, some marijuana that they were going to smoke.
Oh, what is that?
But for Colleen, there will be no pleasure in this experience, only pain.
Krista claimed she was only going to scare the victim. You don't need a meat cleaver and a box cutter to scare someone.
In Knoxville, Tennessee, a brutal crime scene. A teenage girl slashed, murdered, mutilated.
They had carved the pentagram on the victim. And that was actually cut in with probably the box cutter. And that was while she was still alive.
The crime scene attracts the attention of students from the nearby Job Corps campus. Among them, 18-year-old Krista Pike.
Who is it? Who is it?
But Alicia, I'm gonna have to ask you to step away.
She and two others actually came up and was questioning the officer about what was going on.
Do you have any suspects?
This is an ongoing
But at that time, we didn't know she was part of it.
What's your name, miss?
That's none of your business.
The symbol carved into Colleen Slemmer's body is also worn around the neck of her killer. It's a sign of Krista's devotion to Satan and her lover to Daryl's ship.
To Daryl and Krista consider himself boyfriend and girlfriend. He told me he'd been involved in satanic worship since he was 11 years old. And through that, I think maybe he might have gotten Krista into the satanic worship part of it.
Satanic desires and uncontrollable jealousy will combine in one night of horror. The evening before Colleen Slemmer's body is found, she follows 3 other students into the woods.
I don't think Colleen had any indication that this was going to happen.
Oh, what is
Krista thinks Colleen is moving in on her boyfriend and wants to take revenge. She's brought to Daryl's ship and Shadola Peterson as backup.
Sometimes when people are in a group, they involve themselves in behaviors with the group that they would never do individually, ever. And sometimes that ends up in a group murder.
Krista confronted Colleen about her relationship with Daryl. Colleen insisted that she had no relationship with Daryl, but Krista was so possessive of him that she wouldn't hear it.
Krista draws a blade from her jacket.
She called her a lying bitch, and she said that she was going to make sure that she didn't come around to Daryl any longer, and then she began cutting her.
During the next 45 minutes, Colleen will be slashed over 300 times.
In this case, I think all of the marks left on the victim's body indicate she was being punished. She was being punished by Krista, and Krista got her friends to go along with her.
To Daryl's ship is happy to join in. He carves the pentagram into Colleen's skin.
I assumed that that was going to be his mark in the kill. He wanted to put his brand on it.
While Colleen bleeds to death, she still clings to hope.
And she said, if you just let me go, I'll hitchhike on to Florida. I'll go back home, just let me go. And basically she said, you know I've already gone too far. I can't let you go. You're going to die.
The last thing Colleen Slemmer sees is Krista Pike raising her arm. The death blow crushes Colleen's skull. After the murder, Krista returns to her dormitory.
You didn't kill her, did you? Yes, I killed her. I killed the bitch. You didn't.
A lot of killers will take souvenirs, and they're always something very personal to the victim, but this is the most personal I've ever seen.
What is that? What are you
She
doing?
took a piece of a skull.
She took that piece of skull to a service station, washed it off, wrapped it in a napkin, and placed it in her coat pocket. Somebody asked where Colleen was at. She patted her pocket. She said, oh, I'm having breakfast with her.
Gruesome, gruesome souvenir. And worse, she showed it off to people. She was proud of what she did.
The pentagram carved into Colleen's body leads police to investigate Satanists at the Job Corps. They discover that Krista has been bragging about her crime.
I would say she was giddy. She was excited about what she did. This is the grandest thing that's ever happened.
Randy York, the detective, was just stunned because she was euphoric, and she played out both parts of the kill for Randy. She would get down on the ground and she would squirm just like Colleen did, and then she would jump up and she would play her part as the killer and slash motions. So it was just that delight in what she had done.
All 3 suspects admit to the attack on Colleen Slemmer. Shadola Peterson receives a 6-year suspended sentence. Darrell Shipp gets life. And Krista Pike is sentenced to death. At 21, she becomes the youngest person on death row in Tennessee.
It did surprise me because most juries are sympathetic to young people for some reason. But I don't think the jury saw any hope for this girl. I think they heard all the details and the things that happened, and I think they saw her as evil.
A craving for revenge and a dangerous mental illness made Krista Pike a brutal killer. She remains on death row and remains dangerous.
I don't believe Krista has changed. I don't believe Krista can change. I think her personality is set. In prison, she has attempted murder again. And I think that that's who basically she is. And she can't possibly change that at this point in her life.
For these deadly women, revenge was served with blood. Sarah Johnson turned a teenage tantrum into murder. Piper Roundtree wouldn't rest until her ex-husband was dead. And Krista Pike was a born killer, just waiting to strike. Once angered, they raged inside and hit back with lethal vengeance. In the heart of a deadly woman lurks a destructive emotion.
Jealousy is the most common motivator of murder.
A pretty passenger escapes a crime scene with a grisly secret.
Who is this woman? Who is this enigma? Who is this trunk murderess?
A seductress flits from romantic meals to murder.
This case was every cheating husband's worst nightmare.
And a bizarre love triangle is shattered in a spiteful bloodbath.
There was a chainsaw dismembering a body in my basement.
Hungry for love, consumed by hate. These are deadly women with hearts of darkness. Jealousy is all too easily disguised behind an innocent face. Like the face of a passenger on the train to Los Angeles in 1931.
She was beautiful, she was sweet, she was pleasant, she was nice. She was kind of everything you'd think a little minister's daughter would be.
Her name is Winnie Ruth Judd. She arrives in a new city with a few pennies in her pocket and a suitcase full of secrets.
And then they start discovering that the trunk is bleeding.
When the trunk is opened, America will be left reeling.
This is the biggest sensational case in the entire country. Papers all over the nation are writing about this unbelievable situation. The trunks, the bloody trunk. I mean, who is this woman? Who is this enigma? Who is this trunk murderess? It was frantic.
No one knows the tale of Winnie Ruth Judd better than writer Jana Bommersback.
She had every right to believe she would have a white picket fence and a nice little life, and that's not the way it turned out.
Phoenix, Arizona. One night in 1931.
So Jack popped into the office yesterday, and he said that they should be here about 8:30, so...
Roommates Anne Leroy and Sammy Samuelson are in the mood to entertain.
He said he was going to bring a friend. I wonder who he's bringing.
We're here.
Hello.
Tonight, their guests include 26-year-old Winnie Ruth Judd.
Oh, I'm Pete. Pete, this is Pete. Oh.
Hey, darling.
She was one of the young ladies around town who played a bit and became involved with some very influential political people in Arizona.
Winnie is having an affair with married businessman Jack Halloran.
They called him Happy Jack. And he was, I guess, a man about town, maybe a playboy.
Jack is well connected in Phoenix and likes to mix business with pleasure.
Having a good time there, Pete? Oh, this is great.
Jack Halloran was a tall, good-looking Irish guy who could take his booze and his women in great big doses. He was also a lumberman. He owned a lumber company in town. He was on the Chamber of Commerce. He was on all the city commissions. This was a dandy man, handsome as can be, and he liked to party.
But Winnie isn't the only one with eyes for Jack Halloran.
And apparently all three of these women were crazy about this guy, and they all were trying to wheel themselves into the best position.
We have the entire Southwest market covered.
There was a disagreement between these three young ladies, probably over the affections of Jack Halloran.
It's a disagreement that will turn deadly.
Jealousy is the most common motivator of murder.
Criminal profiler Candace DeLong has seen envy explode into homicide all too often.
Jealousy can drive people to violent extremes because it cuts them to their core and it hurts, and the only way the person can stop the pain is to destroy their rival.
The next night, Winnie pays the girls a visit.
It was a Friday night. It was a very hot Friday night, unseasonably warm. Winnie had gone over to have dinner with Anne and Sammy.
So with the cat dragged in.
Their friendship has soured.
I think we need to talk about something.
I thought I told you to stay with Jack.
I will do whatever I want to do.
And you've been sleeping with him, haven't you?
They start fighting, and they're fighting over Jack. They're all jealous of Jack.
All right, you need to just leave here right now.
I mean, they were going on and on in this incredible verbal battle, and at that point, everything got very deadly.
Oh, how dare you? Okay, now you need to get out. No, right now.
Sammy tries to shoot Winnie, and Winnie grapples with her, and they struggle, and the gun goes off.
Winnie is shot in the hand.
She grabs the gun, and in the course of that, she actually shoots Sammy.
What are you doing?
And Winnie says that she took the gun, raised it up, shot at Anne.
Oh, what have you done? No, Winnie.
And realized that her two friends were dead.
Winnie Judd has suddenly become a murderer. What happens next will brand her a monster. Phoenix, Arizona, 1931. The lives of 2 women have ended tonight, and the life of a third has changed forever.
Her friends are dead. At the end of a matter of 5 minutes of going in to talk to them, they're dead.
26-year-old Winnie Ruth Judd has killed her friends in an argument over a man. Now, her thoughts turn to the problem of what to do with their bodies. Union Station, Phoenix. A pretty passenger boards the train for Los Angeles.
Can I help you with this, man?
No, it's fine.
No, I'm just gonna...
No!
And she checks the luggage as her luggage to LA and gets on the train. She only has a few pennies for a tip for the porter. She obviously has no money. She can barely afford the ticket to LA.
Winnie Judd has spent all night packing in a desperate attempt to conceal her crimes.
Police surmise that she cut the bodies up and put them in trunks.
She aims to dump the bodies in the Pacific Ocean.
Winnie drives on the train all day and into the next night to Los Angeles. And she gets there and the trunks are unloaded.
Her plan is about to come undone.
Oh, the smell would have been overwhelming. Now, the big thing here is that those bodies were cut up, and particularly when there is a cut through the abdomen. When a loop of bowel is severed, all the bacteria that is present in that bowel is immediately out, very rapidly. So the whole process of putrefaction and decomposition is going to proceed at a much more rapid rate.
These are my bags.
Mr. Johnson, sir?
Here is this trunk that's bleeding, and the bad guy thinks it's contraband deer meat.
Just need to ask you a couple of questions. Is this your luggage?
Yes.
Because apparently there was a big smuggling issue between Arizona and California in those days, and he wants the trunk open.
Can you tell me what's inside of it?
Well, just personal items.
Okay, I'm gonna need to see the inside of that luggage.
Just get the keys.
Winnie knows her secret is seeping out.
Oh, my brother has them. My brother has the keys.
Is he here?
He's just at home.
Well, can we call him?
No, I'll just go and get him.
No, really, you need to stay here, ma'am.
She leaves, never to return.
Eventually, they force open the bag.
Oh!
And he sees a woman's head.
Oh, my God!
Police catch Winnie Ruth Judd a week later. Convicted of murder, she's confined to a mental hospital for the next 40 years. Some believe justice has been served. Others are not so sure.
There was a distinct effort to make sure this woman was convicted and put away. You know, they called her the trunk murderess. They called her the butcher. They said she was a cold-blooded killer and she had cut up her best friend. They gave her one of the longest sentences in the history of the country, 38 years, 11 months, and 22 days. But they were wrong.
In Phoenix today, the murder house still stands. But for Jana Bommersbach, the case against Winnie Judd has collapsed. She believes Winnie was framed in a police investigation that was flawed from the beginning.
They not only let people traipse to the crime scene, They charged 10 cents a head in most of Maricopa County, walked through the crime scene. Before, they collected one shred of evidence, one piece of blood evidence, one piece of any kind of forensic evidence. That crime scene was so trampled, there was no possible way you could ever mount a decent, honest case in that house.
In fact, the investigation is so murky, the police department never established the exact sequence of events leading up to this.
There are also doubts about what happened after the murders. Forensic pathologist Janice Amatuzio thinks Winnie couldn't have cut up a victim alone.
Disarticulation of a human being is an art that fortunately most people don't know. In my opinion, somebody with a lot of experience and somebody with a fair amount of strength would be required to disarticulate a human being.
Anne's body was cut apart so precisely that they sewed it back together. It was not hacked to pieces like they said in the media. It wasn't shreds and shards of bone and flesh. This thing was dissected. It looked like an operation. Only a surgeon could have cut apart that body.
Oh my God.
Jenna thinks the body was dismembered by a surgeon, organized by Jack Halloran.
Obviously, this woman did not do this crime alone. You had to be a nincompoop to think that. You had to be blind, deaf, and dumb to even consider that Winnie Ruth Judd, on her own, killed these women in cold blood, disposed of these bodies, dismembered this body, took the trunks, the whole thing. It was absurd. And what they were trying to cover up is who else had helped her, like Jack Halloran.
Is it a case of a powerful man framing a vulnerable girl?
Listen to me. Go to your apartment now. Go!
In the 1930s, women didn't have much in the way of power, even in this country. They had rights, but they didn't have the power, they didn't have the authority, they didn't have the influence. And it's easy to see how a young woman who had been involved with the married man and ended up on the wrong side of a gun with both her friends dead could be easily framed and sent away.
Winnie Judd is finally released in 1971, age 66. Returning to Phoenix, she finds a town divided about her guilt. But Jana Bommersback has no doubts. She befriends Winnie and comes to believe in her innocence.
Winnie Ruth Judd passed away in 1998, surrounded by friends and people who loved her and cared for her, and who by now knew that she was not the horrible woman that history had said she was.
Murderous butcher or framed innocent. The truth about Winnie Ruth Judd may never emerge. All that's known for sure is her problems began with a jealous heart. When a deadly woman strikes, the world can change in an instant. As it did for a husband returning home around midnight in January 1989.
So he walked into the apartment, and then when he looked, he saw his wife laying on the floor. And that's when he discovered an enormous amount of blood.
Paul Solomon calls 911, but it's too late.
Hello?
His wife is dead.
My wife's been shot.
Sergeant Richie Constantino is the first detective on the scene.
There was a large puddle of blood that she was lying in, and you could see that she had gunshot wounds to her body.
A seasoned New York cop, Constantino quickly has a prime suspect.
Any type of homicide, you'd always look at the person who saw the victim last and the person who found the victim. And that person was Paul Solomon, the husband.
Police sense Solomon is hiding something. His wife, Betty Jean, had the same feeling earlier that day.
Yeah, I'm going bowling. Remember?
Paul tells his wife of 15 years he is going out with friends.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
The next time he sees Betty Jean, she will be dead.
Going bowling now, so you have a good night.
When Paul Solomon left the house, he used the excuse or the alibi that he was going to the bowling alley to bowl, when in fact his intention wasn't to go bowling.
Paul Solomon has lied to his wife so he can cheat on her with 25-year-old Carolyn Warmus.
Carolyn Warmus was a very attractive woman. She had a lot of energy. She had an incredible body.
To crime writer Diane Fanning, Carolyn Warmus is a classic femme fatale.
Very short skirts, revealing tops. She wanted to attract the attention of men, and she did it very well.
The couple meet at the school where they work. Carolyn doesn't mind that Paul is married. That is part of his appeal.
She had a thing for married men, and that was who she preferred having relationships with. And Paul Solomon was not the first one, the most serious one, but not the first.
3 years earlier, she is dating another man.
He was a medical student. His name was Paul Lavin. And she dated him and had a very torrid affair, even though he was engaged.
Carolyn repeatedly got involved with men who were unavailable to her. Those are guaranteed to be unhappy relationships.
Maybe you're not what I need.
When Lavin tries to end the affair, it flicks a switch in Carolyn's mind. She changes.
And when those relationships didn't work out, which they were bound not to, she was left with hurt feelings. And when she was hurt, she would become a stalker.
She stakes out her ex-lover's house, waiting to steal him from his fiancée.
She used to send notes to Paul Lavin saying she was pregnant, and in fact she wasn't, trying to get him to be with her.
Those phone calls yesterday, that was good.
I really think she thought she could win him back if she just persisted in stalking him and harassing him. That doesn't work for most people, but I think she thought that it would.
Lavin is angry. He wants Carolyn out of his life.
They had to get a restraining order against her so they can get married.
Carolyn has fought for love and lost. Next time, it will be different. New York, 1988. Carolyn Warmus has attracted another attached man, Paul Solomon.
Carolyn came along, she was a breath of fresh air. His ego was flattered that a 25-year-old woman would want to be involved with him. And that's how it began.
Before long, Solomon is talking of divorcing his wife and marrying Carolyn instead. He thinks she has the face of an angel. What he doesn't know is she also has a heart of darkness.
This case was every cheating husband's worst nightmare. What could be worse than to fool around and then be stalked by a crazy woman who kills people?
Treetops Lounge in Yonkers, New York, 1989. A place where couples can indulge in secret affairs, away from prying eyes. couples like Carolyn Warmus and Paul Solomon.
It was a secret because Paul Solomon was a married man, and he kept the affair quiet, obviously.
Paul doesn't know it yet, but there's no need for secrecy anymore. His marriage ended a half an hour before in a hail of bullets.
She's dangerous. If I was Paul Solomon, I'd be concerned.
Solomon's lover is a pretty girl from a privileged background and a woman consumed by a destructive desire.
Carolyn wanted to break up other marriages. She wanted to be the reason a man left his wife. It was the way to give meaning to her life if she could be the seductress who took the man away.
Carolyn's greatest desire remains unfulfilled. She's been dumped by a series of attached men, starting with the first man she ever loved.
Carolyn lost her father out of her daily life when she was a young girl. Her father left the family to go with another younger woman. And I think that set into motion some serious psychological problems for Carolyn because she felt abandoned by her father.
Every time a man leaves, she feels abandoned again. When Paul Solomon starts to pull away, she decides it's time to fight back.
When she found out that he wasn't going to divorce his wife, she felt that she had to take matters into her own hands, and she did.
It's a Sunday evening in 1989. Carolyn calls Paul Solomon and asks him to meet her at Treetops Lounge. His wife, Betty Jean, is home alone.
Meanwhile, Carolyn is sneaking over to the house. No one's sure how she got in.
Betty Jean has met Carolyn before, but this visit is a surprise.
He's my husband.
And so is the gun.
Now here's my chance to do what I want to do. I want Paul Solomon, and I'll take Betty Jean Solomon out to get him.
She shot Betty 9 times. She wanted total destruction. She was in competition with Betty Jean, and she wanted her destroyed.
10 minutes later, Carolyn Warmus meets her lover. She's just fired 9 bullets into his wife.
It was unbelievable that she could kill another woman in cold blood, leave her bleeding on the floor, and just flit off to a romantic little restaurant, sit down and dine and laugh and have a wonderful time.
But Carolyn is not capable of feeling guilt.
She was calm because she's a sociopath. She had no guilt about what she did, and she wasn't particularly nervous at all about being caught.
At last, Carolyn has Paul to herself. She has fought for a married man and won. Now it's time to celebrate.
And they left together, and in the parking lot, they went to Carolyn Warmus's vehicle where they engaged in sex.
So it was a cold and horrible thing that she did. Take someone's life and then go have fun.
For Paul Solomon, the fun comes to a halt when he gets home. To Detective Constantino, Solomon is evasive.
Betty, come on.
But when he realizes he is a suspect in his wife's murder, he admits where he's been that night.
He admitted that he went to meet Carolyn Warmus at a place called Treetops Lounge in Yonkers.
Paul Solomon doesn't believe Carolyn killed his wife. Police are not so sure. After months of painstaking detective work, they connect her to the crime. She is convicted of second-degree murder.
At her sentencing, she stood up there and insisted she was innocent. She was going to jail for a horrible crime that she did not commit, and yet all the evidence made it clear.
By this time, her man has turned against her.
And she was very bitter because Paul was supposed to stick beside her and be there with her, and he just refused.
The worst fear of Carolyn Warmus is to be abandoned and alone. But that is just where she finds herself today, in prison for 25 years. A heart of darkness can turn an ordinary home into a house of horrors. Jackie Chesmore has seen it happen.
I just want to advise to other people, beware. You cannot trust people. They may look innocent, they may have a smile, but check their behaviors, their references, because there's a lot of bad people out there and they may be living in your home.
In Jackie's basement, blue paint covers the stains of a grisly crime. But memories can't be painted over so easily.
I was just totally disgusted, totally blown away when I found out there was a chainsaw dismembering a body in my basement. It's something that I certainly will never forget.
Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 2006. Detective Troy Duncan investigates the disappearance of a local deaf woman, Darlene Vandergiesen.
The majority of missing person cases we have, the people turn up and there's a logical, reasonable explanation of where they had been.
But Darlene's disappearance has her family fearing the worst.
Darlene's parents, family, and friends were gathered at Darlene's apartment, trying to put their heads together, trying to gather their wits to try and figure out where Darlene might be.
Dee Vandergiesen welcomes a visit by her daughter's friends. One of them is Darlene's killer.
She embraced Darlene's mother. She said to her mother, "I know that your daughter is missing. I am praying for you. I pray for her safe return." She said these things to Dee Vandergiesen within hours of having dismembered Darlene's body and disposing of it in a dumpster.
The previous spring, the sun is shining in Sioux Falls. For Sally Collins and fellow deaf woman Daphne Wright, the world seems a happy place.
Sally was a friend of Daphne's, and she had moved in at the same time Daphne had in August the year before.
Their landlady, Jackie Chesmore, doesn't realize that Daphne and Sally are lovers. Deafness is the common bond that unites the couple. Local journalist Joss Vergis discovers that for Daphne, deafness has also been a barrier.
Daphne was the first deaf child born to hearing parents. Her father was an alcoholic. Her mother used limited signing to communicate with her and didn't really learn sign language until Daphne was in high school. So it was not a pleasant upbringing.
Daphne's childhood made her feel unwanted. It lays the foundation for a dangerous insecurity.
I think Daphne was on a path to explode one day on someone.
Over time, Daphne's demeanor changes. She becomes possessive, jealous,
Daphne could be kind of jealous and controlling and angry at times.
Sally gets a glimpse into her lover's dark heart. She doesn't like what lurks there.
Not long before the murder, Sally broke up with Daphne.
A month after their breakup, Daphne visits Sally at her new apartment. She wants to make amends. But there's a problem. Sally has a new friend, Darlene Vandergiesen.
She was a deaf woman. She lived alone. She was a very popular employee with her colleagues.
State's Attorney Dave Nelson would later prosecute Darlene's killer.
One of the tragic parts about this case is that so many of us who were involved in it never got a chance to meet Darlene because she sounds like she was really a remarkable woman.
She may have been remarkable, but to Daphne, she represents one thing: a threat.
Daphne Wright was wanting to reestablish the relationship with Sally Collins, and she believed Darlene Vandergiesen was a threat to being able to accomplish that. Got to a point where she felt that the only way she was going to be able to reestablish that relationship with Sally was to remove Darlene Vandergiesen from the picture.
Outside Sioux Falls, South Dakota, scavengers swarm on a landfill site. Not all the secrets that are dumped here remain buried.
A search was conducted of the landfill in probably 10 days of a very frigid South Dakota February. Her legs were found at the landfill. Her torso was found in the landfill in separate pieces.
The body parts belong to a local deaf woman named Darlene Vandergiesen. A week earlier, she meets another deaf woman for a meal, Daphne Wright. Daphne has been trying to get back with her ex-girlfriend, Sally. And lately, Darlene seems to be in the way.
Daphne became jealous of the relationship between Sally and Darlene, and she took extraordinary steps to try to keep Darlene away from Sally Collins. She was motivated by jealousy.
But tonight, Daphne's jealousy seems forgotten.
Daphne Wright scheduled a meeting with Darlene Vandergiesen here in Sioux Falls to occur on February 1st. She did that ostensibly to meet Darlene to plan for a birthday celebration or a Valentine's celebration for Sally Collins. That was a charade. It was a pretense in order to get Darlene to come to the restaurant.
Darlene walks into a fatal trap.
No one really knows what's happened other than the two people involved, but police suspect that Daphne somehow forced Darlene into her truck and took her to her home, killed her somehow, and then the gruesomeness happened after that.
At the time of the murder, Daphne is living at Jackie Chesmore's house. One afternoon, she sees Daphne in the basement, dragging a large bundle.
And it looked like something was rolled up in there. And I looked down there, and my first thought was, what is this? And I almost went down there. I asked her if she needed help, and she immediately signed no, she needed no help, and signed me to go away.
Jackie is haunted by what might have happened if she descended those stairs.
I do believe if I had gone down there, I would have had to either been complacent with her and help her take the body out, or she would have taken care of me also. Daphne would have had to have done something to keep me from talking.
Daphne doesn't dispose of the body right away. For 2 days, it lies in the basement. She's waiting for something.
The defendant was broke. She had no money. She received a government disability check, coincidentally, on February 3rd, that Friday.
So at that point is when she finally had enough money to go out and purchase a chainsaw, $53 at the hardware store.
Now, Daphne can get to work.
Daphne could have taken the body to a ditch or a dumpster area, something. She chose to wait because she wanted to chop her up. Evidence of the intense rage within her.
Her weapon of choice splatters DNA clues from floor to ceiling. Clues she will try to hide. A week after the murder, police investigate threatening emails sent to Darlene before her death. They come from Daphne Wright's home.
Daphne Wright was questioned by law enforcement about a week after the disappearance of Darlene Vandergiesen. She told them a pack of lies.
In Daphne's basement, police find some grim evidence.
We found in the concrete floor what we thought were cut marks that could possibly come from a chainsaw.
They found fresh blue paint on the walls. It became clear that it was used to cover something up. They later figured out that there were tiny bits of Darlene's flesh in there, flesh and bone.
Chainsaws are rarely used in dismemberment cases. They may be popular in Hollywood movies, but in fact, in real life, they're not used very much. So when we do see it, it certainly makes big headlines and paints the murderer as particularly evil and gruesome.
Parts of Darlene's body turn up in a Sioux Falls landfill. Others in a roadside ditch. Clues from the body and the crime scene prove Daphne Wright's guilt.
We had evidence of motive. We had evidence of opportunity. We had physical evidence. We had the defendant's own statements. We had DNA. We had a tidal wave of evidence against this defendant. Daphne Wright was convicted of 2 counts of murder in the first degree.
A deaf woman who had a difficult childhood, Daphne Wright killed to defend the only love she'd known. But when jealousy entered her heart, it clouded her vision.
She thought that Darlene Vandergiesen was out to destroy her relationship with Sally Collins. That was not true.
Darlene was heterosexual and known to date men. The motive for her murder was unfounded jealousy.
Darlene and Sally Collins had struck up a friendship. They obviously enjoyed playing cards together and doing things together, but we believe they were only friends.
There was no intimate relationship. It was all in Daphne's head. That tells me that Daphne had a very dark and dangerous rage growing inside her, probably for a long, long time.
For Daphne Wright, the guilty verdict means life behind bars. For Jackie Chesmore, it means freedom from a life of fear.
When Daphne was sentenced, it was exhilaration. I knew that she would never come back to my home. I knew I would never have to worry about her coming back to my house and doing anything to hurt me.
These deadly women were consumed by a poisonous emotion. Winnie Judd dispatched her rivals in bloody trunks. Carolyn Warmus lashed out at the wife who stood in her way. And Daphne Wright unchained her rage on a woman who posed no threat at all. When jealousy entered their thoughts, murder was just a beat away in their hearts of darkness. They live among us. On the surface, completely normal. Beneath, deadly.
Cunning, manipulative, users and abusers of other people.
The smile of a suburban mom hides the soul of a killer.
You can't ever say never. The unimaginable did happen. My friend killed her husband.
The life of the party has a secret life at home.
Who would suspect anybody that nice of murder?
And who would suspect two little old ladies of a monstrous crime?
I've never worked a case where human beings were housed and cultivated and fed for the singular purpose of being executed.
These are deadly women in disguise, their murderous thoughts hidden behind the mask. Hollywood, California. Movies and money lure dreamers chasing a glamorous life. But in the back alleys of Tinseltown, dreams turn to despair. Among the destitute, a ray of hope. Two elderly women tend to the homeless. Helen Golay, age 73, and Olga Rutterschmidt, 75.
They made them feel warm, secure, comfortable, fed, clothed.
But there's a sinister side to these good Samaritans.
They felt no guilt or shame for what they did, which enabled them to do it so well and for so long.
Helen and Olga have no charity and no mercy. They are cold, ruthless killers.
This goes beyond homicide. This goes beyond just a simple murder.
2 old ladies. Just doesn't compute.
It's just almost, beyond belief that these 2 women would be doing this.
No one would suspect them of anything. A fatal mistake. June 2005. A broken body lies in a dark alleyway, victim of a hit and run.
It was a man who was hit by a motor vehicle in Los Angeles by accident.
Insurance investigator Ed Webster has seen these tragic accidents many times.
There's nothing at first blush that would make one think it was suspect.
It looks like 50-year-old Kenneth McDavid was run over while changing a bike tire. A cruel, terrible death.
When a tire hits the chest, it's going to crush the chest cavity, and it's going to cause the ribs to break and to puncture the lungs, and it's going to cause massive internal bleeding in both chest cavities.
Ed Webster can see something odd about the crime scene.
The tire was not flat, so it wouldn't require changing, and there were no tools around. It was just his bike.
Also unusual, McDavid is lying down when he is hit.
Whenever a body is found on a roadway and appears to have been run over, I always ask the question, why were they laying there on the roadway? Were they injured prior to being dumped on the roadway and then run over? Were they taking some drugs or alcohol, something that impaired their judgment?
Ed Webster follows a hunch and starts digging. Soon, he hits a lead. Kenneth McDavid is a vagrant. 2 years ago, he moved off the streets into an apartment.
And in fact, he lived in an apartment that was rented by Helen Golay, and she was taking care of him for 2 years.
Helen Golay, one of the 2 nice ladies from the soup kitchen. They housed and fed McDavid, and they're the sole beneficiaries of his life insurance.
There was absolutely no reason to expect that they would, under the normal course of events, outlive this man who was healthy, 20 years younger than them.
Even stranger, Helen and Olga have insured Kenneth McDavid for $1 million.
They're making an investment, and the only way that they can collect on that investment is if this man dies. So it's either a homicide or they are the luckiest 2 women in the world.
LAPD Detective Tennis Kilcoyne is also suspicious, uncovering more policies in McDavid's name.
So slowly we start getting information from these insurance companies, and we start learning that there's more and more policies on Kenneth McDavid, with Helen and Olga as the beneficiaries.
All I need is your signature.
Altogether, the policies add up to nearly $6 million. Helen is listed as McDavid's business partner. Olga is fiancée. The women are arrested for insurance fraud. But that's only the tip of the iceberg.
We've got 2 little old ladies. They're involved in this insurance scam. These guys are ending up dead. Is that we're missing something. We're missing a big piece of the puzzle here.
That piece could be the car that ran down Kenneth McDavid.
There was a surveillance video on the corner, and they actually had captured the vehicle going down the alley.
CCTV vision helps connect the car to Helen Golay. The police forensic team go to work.
For 2 days, they went over this vehicle with a fine-tooth comb. They put it up on a rack. They did a lot of different things. The lab found some old, dark spots under the vehicle that tested positive for blood.
Does that look like blood?
What most people don't realize is that bits of hair and skin and clothing and blood can be deposited up on the inner nooks and crannies of the vehicle. It's very difficult to destroy DNA.
Ultimately, they called me a week or two later and said it was positive to Mr. McDavid's DNA. And it was at that time that everything started snowballing.
It's damning evidence. 2 little old ladies are 2 little old killers.
These women were sociopaths. They were out for personal gain at the expense and abuse of others.
Then insurance investigator Ed Webster takes a shocking phone call.
The traffic cops asked me if I had ever heard of Paul Vados. And then he told me that the same 2 women had claimed the body of Paul Vados, and Vados was also killed in a hit-and-run accident several years before.
This isn't a one-time murder. It's a business. On the streets of Los Angeles, police arrest some unusual suspects. 2 little old ladies wanted for murder.
2 70-some-odd-year-old women who, for all intents and purposes, could be your grandmother.
It just defied anything. The age of the perpetrators, you know, frankly, the gender of the perpetrators, the helplessness of the victims, the amount of money involved, the cold-blooded nature of the killings. I mean, it had everything.
Helen Golay and Olga Rutterschmidt seem to take a special interest in the homeless. But when one homeless man ends up dead in a hit and run, police get curious.
We had really put a nice little puzzle together. We found the vehicle that they used. We connected Mr. McDavid's DNA to the undercarriage of the vehicle.
LAPD also discover a motive. Helen and Olga have insured Kenneth McDavid for nearly $6 million.
They proved to us what they really are, just common thugs.
These 2 seniors, aged in their 70s, have killed before. An LAPD officer makes a shocking connection. 6 years earlier, another homeless man was found dead in a Hollywood back alley.
Mr. Vados was killed in an almost identical fashion. Run over in an alley, dark, in the middle of the night, appeared homeless, and 2 little old ladies that come looking for reports and information. Sure enough, when the file was pulled, the same 2 little old ladies were identified as Helen and Olga.
Now come on, this is going to be your new home.
The truth is unthinkable. Victims are being raised like cattle for the slaughter.
You're going to have food.
I've worked a lot of cases. A lot of cases where people have done horrible things. I've never worked a case where human beings were housed and cultivated and fed and groomed for the singular purpose of being executed.
Tea for Ken. Sure, milk and sugar, Ken?
The men are groomed for 2 years to beat California's state insurance law.
Under the law, life insurance policies are difficult to contest on the company's part after 2 years.
For LA Times reporter Paul Pringle, few stories horrify like the hit-and-run grannies.
One of the most chilling things about this case is that Helen and Olga could have a relationship with these victims for so long, a close relationship, even a caring relationship, and apparently never come close to bonding with these people, and then to murder them in cold blood.
Helen Golay's appetite for money knows no bounds.
Helen was pretty well off and had a lot of real estate investments and lived in a high-end neighborhood and was doing very well for herself. She didn't need to do this.
Her concerned charity worker act is just a mask. She actually despises those less fortunate.
Helen looked down on anyone that wasn't an individual of wealth and substance. They didn't matter. And if someone doesn't matter, it's certainly easier to kill them.
Olga was always striving to be more like Helen and try to impress Helen. But Olga was just as culpable and just as evil as Helen.
Together, Helen and Olga's callous, cruel natures only feed off each other.
When they hooked up with each other, they validated each other's needs to rip people off and to hurt people. Helen and Olga exhibited no guilt, no remorse, no regret for what they did. That's classic sociopathy.
But how can 70-year-old women force much younger men to lie down and be run over? Police find the answer at Helen's house.
We found a vial with crushed up mixture of prescription medication that, according to the coroner's office, would knock you out, or knock out a grown man. This was found in Mr. McDavid's system during the autopsy.
Knocked out, the men are crushed to death under the wheels of Helen's car. It's the final act in a long, disturbing murder plan.
Helen and Olga were convicted of first-degree murder in both killings, been sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole.
Helen Golay and Olga Rutterschmidt have their mask of kindness stripped away. Kind old ladies are cold, monstrous killers.
The motive was purely money. They had no personal interest or satisfaction in killing these people.
This case is off the charts. I keep coming back to that 2-year period that they had to sort of ranch these victims. Never bonding, no empathy, no sympathy. As soon as the clock ran out, they killed them.
Gun Barrel City, Texas, 1982. Jimmy Don Beats unwinds after a hard day working at the fire department.
Jimmy Don Bates was a wonderful man. He was loved by so many people.
I'm Jimmy.
Hi, Jimmy.
Nice to meet you, Bill.
Just an old country boy that everybody had a lot of respect for.
Also at the bar, a lively waitress named Betty Lou Barker. Betty Lou takes a shine to the laid-back Texan.
He thought she was really a lot of fun and a very cute person. And so he married her after knowing her for about 6 months.
But Betty Lou's sassy charm is just a mask. Jimmy Don Beats is being quietly stalked by a black widow.
In the world of homicide, a black widow is the term given to a woman who chooses a mate, marries, and kills him for profit.
Oh, Betty was fun. She was so cute. She was a sharp dresser. She was a great dancer, and she was really a good time.
For crime writer Irene Pence, Betty Lou Beats is a compelling character. Married at 15, she has 6 children.
After she had the 6th child, she thought that staying home with a lot of children was not fun. And so that's when she started going to the bars and meeting other men.
Betty Lou's bar hopping is too much for her husband of 18 years. He files for divorce. In the following years, men and money come and go. But Jimmy Don Beats looks like he might be the real thing. He's her 5th husband in 10 years.
He had been divorced for a few months, and he was looking towards an early retirement and didn't want to be retired and alone.
Early in the marriage, Betty Lou has a special request. She wants a wishing well built in the front yard.
How long is this well gonna take, Jimmy?
Black out, woman. We'll be done when it's done.
Her devoted husband is happy to help.
He showed such love for her, and she was so sweet to him.
That sweet nature is all a facade.
Betty Lou was capable of showing people her good face, the people that mattered to her. She would smile at them, make them feel good about themselves. And who would suspect anybody that nice of murder?
Make a wish.
Jimmy Don Beats is in serious danger.
Damn, woman.
He has just dug his own grave. Jimmy Don Beats is a down-to-earth Texan fire captain.
Sounds like a proposition.
Married to new wife Betty Lou, he's just a few years from retirement.
I think everybody at that time in the department knew Jimmy Don Beats.
A chaplain at the Dallas Fire Department, Denny Burris worked alongside Jimmy Don.
Very responsible individual who had one quality that seemed to rise above a lot of other people in common sense.
But common sense isn't enough to see through the mask of a killer.
Black widows don't have too much difficulty putting on a mask and appearing to be an ordinary person to everyone around them. Sociopaths can do that quite well. They don't hear voices. They're not delusional. They're not killing for fun or for sex. It's a cold-blooded event.
Betty Lou Beats is a lady with many secrets. Her last husband, Doyle Wayne Barker, hasn't been seen for a year. Because he's buried in Betty Lou's backyard.
She told her daughter that she really wanted to get rid of him. And so the daughter said, well, divorce him. And she said, and then I'd lose the trailer, and winter's coming. Well, I would be out here in the cold.
You know what, Shirley? I'm gonna kill Wayne.
And so she tried to get her daughter to help her bury Wayne Barker.
Betty's daughter, Shirley, is shocked. But her mother is a strong woman. Betty Lou will do the dirty work. Her daughter just has to help clean up.
Betty's state of mind was calm, cool, and collected.
Good riddance, Wayne.
These were not crimes of passion.
Within a year, Betty Lou has a new husband and a new reason to kill.
With a husband, if he had money, she could get it by murder him, then she would murder him.
Well, go on. Make a wish.
Oh, making a wish.
He was probably the wealthiest of her husbands. He had a house that was all paid for, a boat that was all paid for. There was a lot of monetary gain to kill Jimmy Don.
6 months into their marriage, Jimmy Don goes missing.
I received a call that morning that Jimmy Don had apparently drowned in an accident out at Cedar Creek Lake.
His fishing boat is found drifting on the lake, empty. While the search goes on for days, no body is found. All that remains is an air of suspicion.
They found it very strange that Jimmy Don turned up missing in the first place because he was a very careful boater. He didn't take any chances.
Betty didn't act normally for a grieving widow.
She made the statement, if they don't find Jimmy Don, when can I expect to begin receiving benefits? For me, it was like just kind of aghast that she would even ask something like this. This is only the 3rd day that we've been out there.
It's gonna be big enough, Jimmy.
It'll be big enough.
Jimmy Don Beats is not at the bottom of the lake.
It's gonna be beautiful. You wait. When it's finished,
After 4 days building Betty's wishing well, he falls into bed, exhausted. The Black Widow moves in for the kill.
Bye-bye, Jimmy.
This time, Betty's son Bobby is tangled in her deadly web.
Go, Bobby.
She has her well,
Go there, Jimmy.
and now she has her wish. A husband buried beneath it.
Bye-bye, Jimmy. Bobby? Bobby?
Bobby was so afraid that something was going to happen to his mother, knowing now she had actually killed her husband.
There, is that his medicine? Is that his color medicine?
Betty gets Bobby to finish the crime.
It's to put in the boat, Bobby, okay? It's to put in the boat.
He takes Jimmy Don's fishing license, his glasses, and his heart pills,
What's the fishing line?
puts them in his boat, and sets it adrift on the lake. Two years pass. Jimmy Don's disappearance is still a mystery. Then Betty Lou finds a new man and jokes about having buried her own husband.
I guess the old saying, your sins are going to always find you out. Well, they did in Betty Lou's case, and it came as a result of just a slip of the tongue.
Betty Lou's new boyfriend also has loose lips. He takes the news straight to the police.
The person that I spoke to informed me that Betty Lou actually told him that there was a body buried under her porch. So that was my first solid clue.
Detective Rick Rose pays Betty Lou Beats a visit. Underneath the wishing well, he finds a body. It's missing fire captain Jimmy Don Beats. Out back, another surprise. The body of Doyle Wayne Barker.
Most people don't expect a woman to kill two husbands in the same house with the same gun over a period of 3 years.
I don't think Betty thought for a minute that she would get caught. The boldness of burying the body of someone you killed on your own property, no, she did not think she was going to get caught.
Careful, Bobby. All right, go
Arrested for murder, Betty Lou will do anything to save herself.
Oh, for God's sake, Bobby! Hopeless boy. Sorry, Mama.
Betty put Betty first, and that's the bottom line.
She turns on her own children, trying to blame them for the murders.
I don't think she cared. I don't think she felt any empathy for her victims, nor did she have any empathy for what her kids might have been feeling involving them in this.
The trial jury finds Betty Lou guilty of 2 murders.
My visit with her at the trial is something that I don't think in my mind's eye will I ever forget. I don't know how you can describe the eyes of that lady. Her stare was just a glaring type of stare. And her eyebrows weren't raised, but they were just staring.
Betty Lou's deadly past is finally exposed. After arguing with her second husband, she shoots him.
She shot him at least twice. And she explained to the police how he was trying to attack her. And they always questioned why the bullets were in the back of his head.
He survives. Husband number 3 also has a lucky escape.
She tried to run him over with her car. He managed to jump behind a van and saved his life.
Her next 2 husbands end up buried in her yard. But Jimmy Don Beets will be Betty's final victim. On February 24th, 2000, Betty Lou Beets is executed by lethal injection.
Most of the homicides I worked were generally spontaneous. They happened because of an event. Somebody, got mad, angry, and committed the act. Those are different types of mindsets. And in her case, the mindset was purely premeditation and planning. She was a cold-blooded killer.
At a resort in Maryland, a wife is poisoning her husband in the middle of a crowded room. This murder is just theater.
It was Valentine's weekend, and we had a special murder mystery party going on.
Enjoying the mystery dinner, Kim Rico and her husband, Steve. The play is called The Bride Who Cried. Guests are caught up in the tale of a new bride killing her groom. But there is one other woman in the room with her mind set on murder.
Most people who want out of an unhappy marriage get a divorce. That wasn't good enough for Kim.
It's the last thing you expect to get a phone call in the middle of the night. When the phone rings in the middle of the night, you know it's not anything good.
My wife answered the phone, kind of roused me a little bit and said that there was an incident in Steve and Kim's room. Kim's requesting that you come down there as soon as possible.
It's disturbing news for Mike and Maureen Miller. They're close friends with Steve and Kim Rico. There's been a fire at the resort. Elaine Phillips had just finished work for the night.
A woman was coming into the door, going to the front desk.
Yeah, anyway. Sunday.
And she mentioned that her room was on fire.
My room is on fire.
The woman is Kim Rico.
She was very calm. She wasn't talking whatsoever. It wasn't like a shaking or a shock. It was just calm.
Staff leap into action.
Let's go.
Nothing like this has ever happened before.
As soon as we got outside, there was a smell in the air. You could tell there was something was burning somewhere.
Oh, God.
I could see his face that he was burnt, that it was beyond anything, and I knew he was dead at that point.
The charred body belongs to Steve Rico, age 35.
Steve was my best friend since 7th grade. Corny as it sounds, we're kind of each other's brother that we didn't have.
Distraught, the Millers rushed to check on Steve's wife, Kim.
I didn't expect her to be anything less than just an hysterical woman whose husband just passed away. She was the exact opposite, just exact opposite.
On the day he dies, Steve Rico is desperate to save his marriage.
Kim's just laid it on him that, you know, I want a divorce.
A few months earlier, Mike took a troubling phone call from his good friend.
He was upset, I mean, crying. I could hear his voice quivering. I mean, he didn't want to lose her. That was his life.
The Millers had introduced Steve and Kim.
Kim was a very gregarious type personality. She was very outgoing, very friendly. Everybody liked her.
My wife set up a double date. He was kind of smitten by her. He thought she was attractive. Just basically hit it off, and from that point on, started dating.
Soon they marry and have a daughter. 9 years on, Steve is still in love.
Can you help me?
What are you, baby?
But Kim is no longer the bright, outgoing woman he married. She is cold and distant. Kim's true Valentine is not Steve Rico. It's a 23-year-old Marine sergeant named Brad. She's having an affair.
Kim wrote Brad a letter the day that she left for her weekend with her husband about how much she loved him and couldn't wait to spend her future with him.
Steve has no idea about his wife's betrayal.
She was bound and determined that this murder was going to happen no matter what.
This suburban mother is a cold, calculating killer. At a golf resort in Maryland, fire tears through a guest room. Kim Rico's husband, Steve, is found inside, burnt to death. Prosecutor Robert Dean says it all looks like a terrible accident.
She claimed that he was sloppy drunk and that he wanted to have sex. So she said they got into an argument and she left for a few hours.
Stop it! No!
And she said she drove around and got lost. And that she then returned to the cottage and saw that it was full of smoke. And then she reported the room was on fire.
Steve Rico's best friend, Mike Miller, is called to the scene. His grief turns quickly to suspicion.
They're saying that the fire started because of him carelessly smoking. Steve doesn't smoke. All the years that I've known Steve, I've never seen him smoke a cigarette, a cigar, and he despised being around people that smoked.
Forensic pathologist Janice Amatuzio says the body of every fire victim tells a story.
Stephen's body was found in a fire. The major question for the forensic pathologist is, did he die as a result of the fire or not? When there was no soot in the airways, when there was no damage to the lungs, it suggested that Stephen was dead before the fire started.
Stephen was not drunk that night. The blood test at the autopsy shows that. He was not drunk.
He's such a party pooper. We're away.
The mask of Kim Rico is slipping. behind it lies a killer.
Was she really capable of doing this? Everybody was saying it, but again, I ignored it and just pushed it back and said she wasn't capable of doing it. And man, was I wrong.
Police follow a lead to Kim's workplace.
Kimberly Rico was a what they call a scrub tech. She worked in the emergency room of local hospitals in the Washington, D.C. area.
She has access to a very dangerous drug.
She did indicate that she knew how to end her husband's life and that she could actually get her hands on a substance that would kill him.
A deadly substance used by anesthesiologists in emergency and operating rooms. Succinylcholine.
This would be the only logical explanation as to what brought about Stephen Rico's death, because there was nothing else wrong with him. His body organs were in fine shape, there was no trauma. It had to have been this. She had to have carried through her plan. She snuck up and attacked him with a hypodermic syringe, knowing full well that the burning of the body would cover up any puncture wound.
Succinylcholine is a fast, lethal drug with a terrifying twist.
This agent just simply causes paralysis. It does not alter your level of consciousness.
It basically suffocates you as the paralyzing agent, so he would have maintained consciousness while he was suffocating.
I really wonder what Stephen must have felt when he realized he couldn't move. Panic, I imagine. There is no way that succinylcholine can paralyze terror.
Kim Rico thinks she has planned the perfect crime.
One of the things that I see in almost every case of premeditated spousal murder, where the killer is above average intelligence, is arrogance. And the arrogance they have makes them do stupid things.
It was clear that this was a staged killing. There were empty beer bottles in the room, and there was a pack of cigars.
The cigars are vital clues. Not only is Steve Rico a non-smoker, they can't start a fire.
There was an investigation as to how a fire like this could have started. And that fire could not have started by the ashes of a cigar.
Prosecutor Robert Dean takes a mass of evidence to trial. Kim Rico is found guilty of murder and jailed for life.
She injected him with succinylcholine and watched him suffocate and lit him on fire. How much colder could it get?
I think one of the saddest things about this story, it really touched me how much her husband truly loved her, didn't want to lose her, and was doing what he could to try to make things better. And she still killed him.
The murder of Steve Rico shatters many lives.
He was a big teddy bear. He just wanted everybody that he loved to be happy and for him to take care of him. And it's sad that he's the one not in the world anymore, and she is.
My best friend, and the fact that he's not here anymore is pretty hard for me to take.
And there is another victim, Steve and Kim's young daughter.
Because of her mother's obsession with this younger man. Because of her mother's desire to get herself out of this marriage. This little girl, you know, lost her father and lost her mother, too.
Her child is a victim of her crime and is forever going to wonder what side of the family is telling her the truth. Is it true that her mother was unjustly accused? Or is it true that she is a cold, manipulating, calculating murderer?
These deadly women were hiding in plain sight. They looked like anyone, but they were far from normal. Betty Lou Beets was a black widow, luring men with a smile. Instead of divorce, Kim Rico chose murder. While Helen Golay and Olga Rutterschmidt were just little old ladies, helping desperate men to die. You'll never notice them until it's too late. Lurking behind the mask are the coldest killers of all. Some women are persuaded to kill under the spell of an evil man.
It was horrendous, absolutely horrendous.
Charles Manson turns hippie girls into bloodthirsty killers.
I think she really enjoyed writing in the blood of her own murder victim.
A vulnerable single mom falls for the wrong guy.
Who would have thought a woman could commit a crime so brutal?
And a dark devotion leads to sadistic child murders.
This little girl screaming for a mummy and asking to go home. It was awful.
These are deadly women who don't act alone. They're under an evil influence. At a busy English railway station, a police investigation leads to a baggage room. Inside an ordinary suitcase, horrifying secrets.
In it, there was a gun, a kosh, various sex magazines, a copy of Mein Kampf. But the most damning and most important piece of evidence was a tape, a 1/4-inch reel tape.
On the tape, a terrified girl begs for her life.
This little girl is asking not to be tortured, screaming for a mummy and asking to go home. It was awful.
A woman's voice can also be heard, torturing a young child to death. Her crimes will shatter a nation's innocence. Her name is Myra Hindley.
What Myra Hindley did was evil. There is absolutely no doubt that Myra Hindley was the most reviled woman in Britain.
Manchester, England, the early 60s. 19-year-old Myra Hindley is a quiet secretary. infatuated with co-worker Ian Brady.
Myra was looking for someone to pull her out of her boring existence. And for her, Ian offered that.
Soon, Ian Brady initiates Myra into his dark world. Brady flirts with Nazism and is a sadist. He gets sexual pleasure from the sufferings of others.
She was ready to enter a sexually sadistic, sadomasochistic relationship with Brady. It didn't take much doing.
He could teach her things she couldn't learn anywhere else. And she wanted to learn.
Brady's deepest fantasies will give Myra the ultimate test of her love.
He'd already begun fantasizing about crimes against children and fantasizing about committing the perfect murder. What he needed was someone to help him act that out, and that person was Myra Hindley.
Myra made the leap from sadistic sexual fantasies to reality because she wanted to please Ian, and she wanted to show Ian how adventurous she was.
They became, in a way, a sort of Bonnie and Clyde couple. Each lived for the other.
As a young Manchester journalist, Clive Entwistle wrote about Myra Hindley.
She was desperate to fulfill his fantasies, his needs. She was frightened, I suspect, of rejection by him.
On a cool Friday night, a teenage girl heads to a local dance.
Brady had decided that he wanted to kill. Pauline Reed was their first victim.
16-year-old Pauline Reed knows Myra and her family.
Myra offered to give her a lift and said to her in the vehicle, "By the way, I've lost the glove on the moors. Would you like to come with me and help me look for it?" And that's how they got Pauline to the moors.
The moors above Manchester were a special place for Ian Brady and Myra Hindley. They'd picnic there together. They'd have sex there. It was a very, very important place to them.
Tonight, it's Pauline's time to die here. Because she trusts Myra.
Ian Brady was awkward. He was not the kind of person a child would trust. There was no way that I got into a car with him.
Without Myra, he would never have become the mass killer that he did.
On the barren hillside, their depraved fantasies are unleashed. Pauline is brutally raped, tortured, and murdered.
When a sadist abducts someone and tortures them, the most important part of that for them is the actual suffering of the victim. The moaning, the crying.
Criminal profiler Candace DeLong knows what drives a sadistic killer.
By the time the victim finally becomes unconscious, oftentimes what we see is that is when the offender kills them. And kills them quickly. For them, the party's over.
Under his wicked spell, Myra silently watches her lover until Pauline's body is completely buried. One of the clues to Myra's sadistic nature lies in her past. She's exposed to violence from an early age. Her father, Bob, boxing champion and barroom brawler, is a hard man.
He used to beat her a lot.
What you been doing?
Her father was a very, very powerful influence on her life.
What happened to you?
She'd had basically a very tough personality type to start with.
Keep him up. No, you do it to me.
If you then combine that with a violent childhood, a childhood in which someone is taught how to fight, how to be aggressive,
Hit me, Lou. Come on.
then you end up with an unusual personality type.
That's what I'm talking about.
Myra fell in love with Ian because she was comfortable with violent, explosive men. In fact, she was attracted to them. For her, Ian equaled daddy, and she always wanted daddy's love.
It's a love that Myra will kill for.
The bringing together of Myra Hindley and Ian Brady unleashed an appalling set of criminal acts.
In Manchester, England, a young teenage girl has been kidnapped, sexually tortured, and murdered.
The fact that children were being abducted and killed was incomprehensible to the ordinary man and woman in the street.
Even more shocking, one of the killers is a woman in the thrall of a dangerous man.
Myra may have gone through her life and never been a sadistic person, but once she hooked up with someone and fell in love with him, and that was his idea of how life would be, it was hopeless.
Myra Hindley herself admitted that if she hadn't been there, Ian Brady wouldn't have been able to kill. So without Myra, these crimes wouldn't have happened.
Out on the lonely English moors, Myra has collected another victim, a young boy, to satisfy her lover's sexual fantasies.
Keith was a lad, a cheeky little lad, who liked to go out and have fun.
12-year-old Keith Bennett is one of 4 children Myra and Ian will bury here. Keith's mother is Winnie Johnson.
I'm a mother. It was my first lad, and I've got to find him, no matter what.
Keith's body has never been found.
I've had nightmares, I jump in my sleep. It's getting to me now, because I just can't get him back.
Winnie will never forgive Myra Hindley.
She shouldn't be on this earth. She shouldn't even be in heaven. She should be in bloody hell as far as you can send her.
While Winnie Johnson holds on to her memories, Myra and Ian create their own. Their photos hold a grim secret.
Mara, you ready?
A tiny body lies beneath Myra's feet.
Myra and Ian returned to the crime scenes. The question is, why are they returning? In the case of a sadist, they return to relive the memories.
That's a good one, Nettie.
But photos aren't enough. The sadistic couple want to record the sounds of torture and murder. One victim is a 10-year-old girl, Leslie Ann Downey.
And they took her back to Wardlebrook Avenue, where he photographed her.
Shut up! You're not going anywhere!
And recorded her being killed.
Stop it! You're gonna make him mad. You wanna make him mad.
With an audio tape, he could relive the screaming, the begging, the pleading, and get turned on all over again.
Cold, confident, and insatiable, Myra and Ian's killing spree becomes bolder.
So he started to take these slightly mad risks, if you looked at what had happened before and how carefully planned he'd been.
Dirty little bastard.
Their next victim, Edward Evans, is invited to his own death.
This one's been the messiest one yet.
In their living room.
Evans was 16, 17, and he picked him up in a pub in Manchester.
They also invite Myra's brother-in-law, Dave Smith, thinking he'll join them.
Smith had no idea. He walked into it totally cold, totally unaware, and suddenly found he was involved in the most horrific scene with blood all over the place, a man's head being smashed in.
The killers have taken one risk too many.
Hey?
Afraid for his life, Dave Smith calls the police.
Well, yes, may I speak to the police?
Edward Evans' body is discovered in Ian and Myra's home, along with a clue that will expose Myra and her lover as sadistic serial killers.
Well done, Constable. Constable, I want everything logged.
A left luggage ticket leads to a shocking treasure trove.
Listen to this one later.
They kept trophies in suitcases, which were then, after their arrest, found at Manchester Central Station. And in there, of course, was a tape recording of Leslie Ann Downey, and that proved what they'd done.
Did you not hear me the first time when I said to shut your face and listen to what he says? I want to go home, please. Be quiet. Do you not speak English?
When they played the tape in court, you could have heard a pin drop. You could. Nobody moved. Nobody said anything. Afterwards, there was a long, stony silence as people reflected on what they'd just heard.
The suitcase contains other gruesome souvenirs.
Oh, poor girl.
Gravesite photos. Now, police know where to search.
For over 3 weeks, the police searched the moors. As I arrived, they had just excavated Leslie Ann Downey's body. And there were no such things as body bags in those days. I looked in and saw
Despite their denials, the evidence is overwhelming. In May 1966, Myra Hindley and Ian Brady are jailed for life for 5 horrific murders.
Hindley, if she had said, I was under his influence, and I was afraid he'd kill me if I didn't carry it out, could probably have ended up giving evidence against Brady and walked free. But she didn't. She just sat, cold-faced, and wouldn't say a word.
It takes Myra 20 years to admit to the killings. In 2002, she dies in jail of respiratory failure. After her funeral, Myra Hindley's ashes are scattered over the wild moors, where she and Brady made love and killed.
I think it's very difficult to say, was Myra Hindley sick or was she evil? She had a violent father. She met a sexually sadistic man who desperately wanted to be a serial killer. All those things came together and made her carry out some evil, appalling crimes.
Some women kill out of a perverted love. Others murder under a deadly illusion. Southern California, 1967. The summer of love is in full swing. At a hazy hippie party, one man dominates the room.
We were all searching for something, and they were searching for something, and they apparently found it in him.
18-year-old Susan Atkins is drawn to the charismatic stranger playing guitar.
I think for Susan, Charlie was finally the man who saw how wonderful she really was. And together, they could do great things.
Susan is being seduced by Charles Manson.
Charles Manson, if nothing else, is a master manipulator of people. He ran into all these young people who were very naive and looking for something different than what their families and society could offer them. He knew that, and he used that to manipulate them.
At 32, Charles Manson has already spent half his life behind bars. Prison has taught him how to manipulate and how to con.
He played on people's weak points. He was con smart. He learned in prison how to play people, and he played on all these girls.
Teenage runaway Susan Atkins is searching for a better life.
Susan Atkins was probably the most troubled of the young women. She had been arrested, she had run away from home, and she really was kind of a discarded person. She was looking also for an answer in her life, and it came from Manson.
At Manson's trial, reporter Linda Deutsch saw another young woman who fell under his dark influence.
Patricia Krenwinkel was she was kind of a lost soul when Charlie Manson found her. She had had some drug problems, and as she would tell it, she met this magical man who played a guitar and who lured her into his spell.
She comes across a man who is an expert at manipulating women. She didn't stand a chance.
All those watchers, we don't need them. Tom isn't needed. See, everything's a play act. Everything's like a movie. I want you guys to
Charles
like
Manson used a few things to influence and control the people that eventually became his family.
Tom isn't needed.
One of them was drugs. Another one was he fed into the part of their ego that needed someone to accept them and to guide them. The other thing he used was the permissive attitude at the time.
Manson uses mind control.
He's been in there too long.
He is rewiring his cult to commit a crime that will shock the world.
They had been so completely and thoroughly brainwashed by Manson that they did whatever he wanted them to do.
His followers must murder and show no mercy. Los Angeles, August 1969. On a hot summer's night, a bloody chapter in history is about to be written by Charles Manson.
The Manson murders were the most shocking crimes that had hit Los Angeles. The people who were killed were famous.
But Manson won't do the killing. His girls will murder under his evil influence.
You round people up. You come with me.
With the help of fellow cult member Tex Watson. Tex is a college football star.
The devil.
Tonight, in a mansion high in the Hollywood Hills, he's the devil. Susan Atkins and Patricia Krenwinkel are the devil's helpers, eager to kill 5 famous strangers.
Sharon Tate was a beautiful and famous actress, wife of director Roman Polanski. There was Jay Sebring, who was a very famous hairdresser. Abigail Folger, who was an heiress to a coffee fortune.
For the victims, it's a night of unimaginable horror. At the hands of Manson's followers. Patricia wasn't born bad, just vulnerable. Manson molds her into a cold-hearted killer.
Patricia Krenwinkel said that she chased down Abigail Folger on the lawn of the house. Patricia, who had a knife and who ultimately stabbed her to death.
Susan saves actress Sharon Tate to last.
It was quite chilling, quite unbelievable. She told of Sharon Tate pleading for her baby's life.
No, I'm not gonna give you any mercy, bitch!
And said that she told her, shut up, I don't want to hear about it.
Finally, using Sharon Tate's own blood, Susan scrawls the word pig. The Tate murders are part of Manson's insane prophecy. Helter Skelter.
Helter Skelter was basically a race war between blacks and whites in the United States. Charlie felt that whoever won, he was going to be the leader.
But it wasn't happening fast enough for him. So he instructed his followers to go into these affluent neighborhoods and murder these people.
The night after the Tate killings, Manson wants to murder again. Yet another young woman will help him. 19-year-old Leslie Van Houten, a little girl lost.
Leslie Van Houten was the most unlikely Manson family member. Leslie was very beautiful. She was a homecoming princess in her hometown of Monrovia. And she would have been something wonderful had she not gotten into drugs.
Leslie played a very active part in the murder at the LaBianca home.
Manson and Tex Watson have tied up the victims. Supermarket owner Lino LaBianca and his wife, Rosemary. Manson wants to trigger a race war by making it appear that African Americans are slaughtering wealthy white victims. Tex and the girls fulfill his evil plan. Leslie Van Houten, homecoming queen, helps stab Rosemary to death.
She talks about stabbing Rosemary, but doesn't really seem to accept the responsibility for the death. Sort of Rosemary was dead, and I just kind of did it. Rosemary was stabbed dozens of times.
The word war is carved into Lino LaBianca's flesh.
It was horrendous, absolutely horrendous.
Once again, bloody words are smeared to spark a race war. But helter-skelter never eventuates. Manson's madness is ended by a prison boast. Jailed for another crime, Susan Atkins can't keep quiet about her part in the killings.
She was in jail on another charge, and she bragged to her cellmate about the murder she'd been involved in. This boastfulness actually broke open the entire case.
Charles Manson and his followers are charged with murder over the Tate and LaBianca killings.
When he was on the stand, he said that he had learned something important in prison. He had learned to tell people what they wanted to hear about themselves. And that was his magic. If you wanted to hear you were beautiful, he told you were beautiful. If he wanted to hear you were smart, he told you were smart. That was how he lured people into his web.
In April 1971, Charles Manson, Leslie Van Houten, Susan Atkins, and Patricia Krenwinkel are sentenced to death.
But the death penalty was outlawed shortly after, and all of the sentences were commuted to life.
Behind bars, the women are finally freed of Manson's mind control.
Well, all of them were remorseful in the end. I think that once they were isolated from Manson, they basically detoxed in prison from this brainwashing they had been under.
It's very sad to see how many lives were wasted, let alone the murder victims. These women are rotting away in prison because they allowed themselves to be influenced by Charles Manson.
Melbourne, Australia, 2005. A summer's day full of promise shines down on a car full of dark secrets.
There was a rancid smell coming from the car because it's quite a warm day.
The abandoned vehicle arouses the suspicions of a park worker. Inside the trunk, a grisly find.
No one could have heard her cries for help. She had no chance.
There's another surprise. After 5 days locked in the trunk, the woman is still alive.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
I couldn't believe that she was alive, but she was.
What will shock everyone is who did this and why.
Who would have thought a woman of that profile could commit a crime so brutal and cold?
Tanya Herman is looking for love. The 36-year-old has a young daughter and 2 failed marriages.
Tanya was basically a hard-working single mum who was unfortunately vulnerable to manipulation.
Some people are highly susceptible to being influenced by others because they lack a basic, solid core of their own personality.
A simple mouse click changes Tanya's life in ways she can never imagine. It's a singles ad for a wealthy construction boss named Joe. But journalist Carly Crawford knows the real Joe is a devious serial womanizer.
Joe Corp was a basically deceitful character. His life was one lie after another.
Hello, beautiful. How are you?
Joe Corp is actually married with 2 children and deep in debt. On their first date, he seduces Tanya with promises of love and a life together.
He was certainly a very engaging personality, but a dangerous one at the same time.
It seemed to be that it didn't matter how ridiculous some of his requests were.
What's this?
Put it on for me. She was more than willing to do anything to please him.
Beautiful. I'll take some photos. Go on.
Detective Jamie Cookson saw how far Tanya fell under Joe's spell.
She was totally infatuated with Joe Corp.
Put your head out. That's it. That's it. Okay. Yeah.
Tanya was under Joe's control because that's exactly where she wanted to be.
Beautiful.
Tanya didn't want to take responsibility for her own life, so she let herself be led.
Joe lets Tanya in on one of his secrets, a craving for group sex,
You're right there.
something his wife Maria would never agree to.
Tanya was Joe's outlet to all of his sexual fantasies. Maria Corp was a very religious person. It was not the sort of thing that she would have been involved with.
When Joe's wife Maria discovers a photo of Tanya,
Who is that?
she threatens to end their marriage.
It's Daz's new girl.
Oh, why are you lying to me?
I'm not lying to you. I don't know her.
Joe tries to end the affair by sending a series of emails. Faking his own death.
That correspondence said that he died in a car accident in Barcelona.
But Joe changes his mind. He wants her back. And despite the heartbreaking lies, Tanya returns to his side.
It didn't matter how much Joe lied to her about things, she would always forgive him.
Joe's action of faking his own death to a woman who was deeply in love with him and then re-emerging and saying he was only injured was a master manipulation of her heart.
With Tanya hopelessly in his thrall, Joe comes up with a more sinister plan. He wants his wife, Maria, to die at the hands of Tanya.
To retain his affections, this is what she felt she needed to do. She felt she had no other choice.
In Melbourne, Australia, Joe Corp has lust in his heart and death on his mind. He wants his mistress, Tanya Herman, to kill his wife, Maria.
Joe obviously saw a way of keeping the money and keeping the house and keeping the girlfriend and having all of his fantasies fulfilled, basically having his cake and eating it too. But the only thing that was in the way there was Maria.
Joe plans everything down to the last detail. A swimming cap to prevent Tanya leaving hairs at the scene, and a bag strap to choke his wife to death.
Tanya would do anything for Joe, anything to keep him happy, including murder. The thought of losing Joe was intolerable.
Joe Corp lets Tanya into his garage to lie in wait for Maria. his chilling parting words.
And don't let the bitch come out of here alive.
If there was one question I could ask Tanya, it would be, did you wonder why your lover wanted you to kill his wife? Why wasn't he doing it?
Maria came out to get into her car in the garage to go to work as she normally did every other day. Tanya snuck up behind her, placed the bag strap over her neck and started to strangle her.
Tanya describes a feeling of detachment at this time. She felt like she was an outsider watching this horrific spectacle unfold before her. All that changed when Maria fell to the ground. Blood came out of her mouth. And Tanya suddenly had the shocking realisation that this is real. This woman is dead.
Scared, alone, Tanya's only thought is to get rid of her victim. Joe told her to dump Maria's body as far away from their home as possible. Then she hears sounds coming from the trunk.
Tanya Herman thought that while she was driving along the highway, she could hear moans.
Unconsciousness can occur very rapidly whenever there's compression of the blood vessels in the neck. Now, this would mean that her breathing would be so shallow and she was so limp that the perpetrator was not smart enough to check for a pulse to see if her heart was still beating.
As Maria gasps for breath, a panicked Tanya abandons the car in a quiet street.
Tanya Herman was manipulated, yes, but it doesn't excuse what she did. She killed a woman in cold blood. She knew what she was doing, and she took steps to cover up the crime.
But Tanya's obsessive love has blinded her to other risks.
Joe had an alibi. He was at work when the crime took place. Tanya had no such alibi. Joe didn't supply her with one.
As police close in,
Hey, come over here, quick!
Joe becomes a prime suspect. He blames Tanya for the murder.
She was shocked.
He's prepared to testify and he's prepared to stand up in court and say...
She felt betrayed, and she washed her hands of Joe from that moment.
Tanya murdered for love. Now she realizes that Joe's love is a lie.
I conducted an interview with her and she totally confessed to the whole thing.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
She realised that she'd been Joe Corp's patsy and that he was going to blame the entire thing on her and walk away free. So the love that she once had for him was well and truly gone by that stage.
Tanya Herman and Joe Corp are charged with attempted murder. Maria Corp never wakes from her coma and dies 5 months later.
On the day of Maria Corp's funeral, Joe attended the funeral. Later that night, he took a bag of ropes and personal diaries to his shed. And he hung himself.
Once Maria had died, we were going to upgrade the charges from attempted murder to murder against Joe Corp. So he took the coward's way out and committed suicide.
Tanya Herman is left to suffer the consequences of her actions. In July 2006, She is sentenced to 12 years in jail.
In many ways, there are two victims in this story. One was Maria Korp, the other was Tanya Herman. I think it's safe to say that had she not met Joe Korp, she would not be in jail now.
When these women were asked to kill, they all said yes. Myra Hindley slaughtered innocent children to satisfy her lover's perverted bloodlust. Charles Manson's women went on a bloody rampage, their minds in the grip of an evil preacher. And Tanya Herman took another life, believing it would better her own. These deadly women all became killers under an evil influence. When some women become obsessed, nothing will stand in their way.
Catherine is evil.
What happens when you fall in love with a serial killer?
Human life meant nothing to these two people.
Two schoolgirls are consumed by a friendship. They will kill to protect.
She killed her mother because she wanted to and got her friend to go along with it.
And one woman's compulsion drives her to the unthinkable.
Here's a woman so desperate to cover up a lie that she's willing to cut another woman and rip that baby out of her womb.
These deadly women are savagely single-minded, ready to murder for their fatal obsession. Obsession drives some women to unspeakable acts, as it did in Malvern, Kansas, in December 2004. 36-year-old Lisa Montgomery arrives home with a new baby. Her husband, Kevin, is thrilled.
Oh my God.
Hey, Lisa, she has your nose, don't you think, Nancy?
Yeah.
But there's something wrong with this happy family picture. The memory haunts Lisa's first husband, Carl Bowman.
The images that were in your head are horrible. The idea of what happened was, I mean, it's horrible. I mean, it still affects me. And I was allowed to see evidence and pictures and stuff, and it was, yeah, it's terrible.
200 miles away in Missouri, a young woman has been savagely murdered. This smiling new mother is the killer.
Who would cut a baby out of a pregnant woman's stomach and leave the woman to die?
A few months earlier, excited mother-to-be Lisa Montgomery is preparing for a new arrival.
She begins to buy diapers. She begins to buy baby items.
I made some tea. Would you like some?
Oh, no thanks, Nancy, I'm fine.
She tells the town, her husband, her children, everyone around her that she's pregnant.
But what even her husband doesn't realize
How far along are you? I'm in my 3rd trimester.
is this baby won't be coming. Lisa's pregnancy is a lie.
You know, when I was pregnant, I was out here. You know,
She lied through her childhood,
Here's my ultrasound.
through her teen years, through her adult life.
Okay. I didn't mean anything.
And one of the lies she perpetrated most often was, I'm pregnant. Lisa would say, I'm pregnant, I'm pregnant, I'm pregnant, but the baby would never come. And then would come another lie. I miscarried.
Crime writer M. William Phelps discovered that Lisa Montgomery is an expert in faking pregnancies.
She begins to wear baggy clothes. She begins to make doctor's appointments, fake doctor's appointments. She begins to swallow air when she's around people to extend her stomach. She asks people, feel my stomach, and tightens it up. It's nice and hard. She begins to do all these things, knowing that when the 9th month comes, she's not going to have a baby.
Lisa had 4 children in her first marriage, but none with new husband Kevin. All because of another big lie.
Can I feel?
It was impossible for Lisa Montgomery to have another child.
I hope it's a girl. I really want a sister.
Her tubes were not tied, her tubes were burned, cauterized, which is an irreversible process.
Did you feel that?
Yeah. How could a husband sleep next to his wife for 9 months and not know that she's not pregnant? How could he look at her when she gets out of the shower and not realize she's not pregnant? Didn't he question any of the doctor's appointments? Didn't he go with her to any of the doctor appointments? The answer is no. Lisa Montgomery manipulated this guy to believe that she was pregnant.
After her due date, Lisa's lies will be exposed to the world. But she has a plan. When she befriends Bobby Joe Stinnett online, a terrible idea takes hold.
The one thing she notices about Bobby Joe is that Bobby Joe is pregnant.
I think she looked at it as Bobby Joe being an incubator.
For Lisa Montgomery, faking pregnancy has become a dangerous obsession.
She's lying to everybody about being pregnant. She's lying to her kids. She's lying to her husband. She's lying to the town.
Now that she's met pregnant dog breeder Bobby Joe Stinnett, the need to cover up her lies will drive her to do the unthinkable.
Lisa Montgomery is communicating with Bobby Joe Stinnett online as a woman named Darlene Fisher, a dog lover, someone who enjoys these types of dogs that Bobby Joe raises. Darlene Fisher, AKA Lisa Montgomery, makes a date with Bobby Joe to look at some puppies. Inside Lisa's car, she has a knife, a rope, and a home birthing kit.
Bobby Joe, hi. Darlene, hi. Come on in. Wow, you look great. You're about to pop. Well, like yeah.
In Skidmore, Missouri, unsuspecting Bobby Joe Stinnett opens the door to a monster.
Well, come on in. Would you like a cup of tea? Oh, no, I want to see those dogs, please. I'll put your bag down and come this way.
Lisa Montgomery looks at the puppy, asks Bobby Joe to bend down, open the cage, pick up the puppy. She took out the rope, put it around her neck, choked her out.
Lisa is ready to steal Bobby Joe's baby.
Bobby Joe woke up. She was just knocked out. Not only is she struggling to keep herself alive, but now she's fighting for her baby.
Bobby Joe dies a violent death. Her killer will now try to deliver her baby by cesarean section.
One of the things that Lisa Montgomery did was watch a video on how to do a cesarean section. So there's evidence there that she tried to understand what she was about to do.
In order for this child to survive after the amateur cesarean section, the child would have had to have been at the end of the 8th month or the beginning of the 9th month. The child has to be removed from the womb, the airway has to be cleared, the respirations have to be stimulated, and the cord has to be cut.
The 4-time mother knew just what to do. She has her baby.
This child was very lucky to have survived.
What seems like an act of madness is the bloody work of a calculating killer.
Who would cut a baby out of a pregnant woman's stomach and leave the woman to die? Only a crazy person would do that. However, in this case, this crime was premeditated and well planned. Lisa is not crazy.
Lisa's crime has been building since her childhood.
She began to become an expert at lying. Pathological lying, sure, but more so lying to people in order to, get them to do the things she wanted done.
But those lies would backfire.
Lisa Montgomery's claim is that one of her stepfathers sexually abused her. She complained about being sexually abused, but no one would listen to her. Nobody believed her.
It would be unusual for a little girl who was subjected to a violent, drunken father who sexually abused her to not have some kind of problems in adulthood. For Lisa, I believe those unresolved problems resulted in her need to get attention through phony pregnancies.
One of the first to the crime scene is Sheriff Ben Espy.
There was blood all over the entire room, and it looked like her stomach had exploded. The paramedic hollered at me and said, "You need to get in here. Here is the umbilical cord. It has been cut. There's a baby. You guys need to find a baby."
So the case turns very quickly from a homicide, brutal, graphic homicide, to a missing persons case.
The hunt is on for the missing newborn.
Nancy!
An entire nation is placed on alert.
Meanwhile, Lisa Montgomery, Kevin, her husband, they get up in the morning. They take the baby down to the local diner. They show off the baby. They're just one happy family cruising around town with their new baby.
Well, guys, she's beautiful. Thank you. Go to the nursery.
Lisa's new motherhood won't last long. The plundered body of Bobby Jo Stinnett gives up vital clues.
There was some hair in Bobby Jo's hand, clenched in her fist. And that hair was taken and kept for DNA evidence, which did end up being Lisa Montgomery's hair.
Lisa's deep-seated need to get a baby overrode her planning. She planned out how to get the baby. She did not plan out how to get away with the crime.
Lisa Montgomery is found guilty of murder and sentenced to death. She is one of only 3 women on death row.
I really believe that Lisa Montgomery deserves the death sentence. The brutality of this, going into this young lady's home and cutting the child out, if anybody deserves it, she does.
It wasn't done because she wanted that baby. That was not the point of it. The point of it was to cover up her lies.
If there's one positive aspect to draw from this case, it's that the baby was returned to its father. And Zeb Stinnett has that child in his arms today. And he can raise that baby as Bobby Jo would have wanted.
Youth is a time when passion can run dangerously wild.
The desires and fantasies of a person, especially a young person, can take on an obsessional nature.
Christchurch, New Zealand.
Pauline, I just can't stop thinking about you. I just imagine that you're my princess.
15-year-old Juliet Hume writes feverishly to her best friend. Across town, Pauline Parker, 16, desperately awaits her letter. These young girls are caught in a fatal obsession.
This was a brutal murder.
She didn't want her mother around. She hated her.
It's the early 1950s. Juliet Hume is overjoyed to see her closest friend, Pauline Parker.
She found in Pauline an intensely close friend, and they did form a very close friendship almost straight away.
She said to her mother, "Mother, I have found someone who has got just as strong a will as I have." That's the start.
The pair share a passion for art and literature.
Now, when you open your eyes, we'll be in the film world.
Both girls were very lively, Juliet in particular, very vivacious.
I'm going to count to 3.
I think in combination, they were able to devise a make-believe world, a wonderful creative outlet for all of their talents and energies.
2, 3.
We're here! Come on, let's go this way!
They would pretend to be figures from medieval fantasy worlds and historical figures.
It appears that in Juliet's case, she had an excessive and extreme fantasy life and appeared to be bad at assessing when to stop. So that leads me to believe that her fantasy life did a whole lot more for her than reality did. These girls were rather delusional. Grandiose ideas, there's nothing wrong with them. But when taken to an extreme form and not controlled, and the person basically loses touch with reality regarding that delusion, that's when they can become dangerous.
Girls, please, I'm trying to concentrate.
Obsessed with their fantasies. Obsessed with each other.
There's something very wrong between those girls.
Darling, I'm trying to finish off.
Pauline and Juliet's teenage friendship is about to become deadly.
The fact that the girls' fantasy life turned to writing murder mysteries and killing people in violence, I think was an indicator of what was to happen. And apparently a fantasy they were willing to kill for.
Christchurch, New Zealand. Teenagers Pauline Parker and Juliet Hume lose themselves in a rich fantasy world.
Your father and I have some very exciting news for you.
Until their obsessive relationship is turned upside down.
Darling, we're moving to South Africa.
South Africa,
Yes,
live with your mother.
Juliet's parents announce they're getting divorced and leaving the country.
Very excited.
I want to stay here with Pauline!
Yes, we understand. And you'll make
The
other
Hume family was disintegrating, and Pauline and Juliet could see that they were going to be separated.
Juliet, please understand.
I don't understand! I want to stay here!
Juliet will be sent to live with relatives overseas.
I know, but I want to stay here. She's my best friend. She's pretty much my only friend.
Well, of course, Juliet doesn't want to go. And then when it's determined that she has to go, she says, well, Pauline could come with me. But the only person who seems to be adamant that this was not going to happen
What do you think you are doing?
was Pauline's mother. And she says no. When she says no, she means no.
You are staying where you are. We spoke about this. So unreasonable!
They're emotionally bonded so tightly that facing separation becomes unthinkable.
Get out of my room! Get out! Get out of my room! Get out of my room!
Faced with losing her best friend, Pauline makes a chilling decision.
It was her mother who became the target of her hatred. Pauline decided that she had to be removed.
A diary had been kept, traces all these various thoughts that they have that says what they're going to do as they plot her downfall.
I don't think Pauline had an attachment to her mother. This was a smart girl. Part of her had to believe, or certainly consider the fact that killing her mother wasn't going to result in her being able to live out her dream. She killed her mother because she wanted to and got her friend to go along with it.
On a winter afternoon, the girls put their fatal plan into action.
They invited Pauline's mother to Victoria Park. They took a leisurely stroll down a path, and along that pathway, Juliet dropped a little ruby.
Juliet went on ahead. But when Pauline came walking along with her mother, Pauline said, "Oh, look, Mother, look at those lovely pink pebbles down there."
Seems to be a bauble of some form.
Pauline pulled a half brick in a stocking out of her bag and began to bludgeon Honora about the head.
It seems to be. Ah! Ah! Very good.
They think it will be over in seconds. But it can take a lot of violence to kill.
Just hit her!
It would take repetitive blows. It would require that the outer bones of the skull be caved in and that the brain tissue itself become pulpified. The brain would start to bleed, and that the respiratory centers at the base of the brain would become altered.
Pauline and Juliet reported that once they started the battering and the assault, they couldn't stop.
I think she's dead. Come on, let's go.
They were afraid to go on, but they were more afraid to stop.
Later on, it was found there were 45 wounds.
Juliet and Pauline have turned their darkest fantasy into reality.
The children went screaming, covered in blood, saying, "Mother has fallen down and banged her head." And one of them even says, "Well, she banged her head more than once. It was just like banging and banging and banging and banging."
But their tale about a tragic accident isn't convincing. The real story is found in Pauline's diary.
What marks this case out as distinctive is that the diary actually documented a murder plan.
Pauline and Juliet are found guilty of murder. Too young for the death penalty, they spend 5 years in prison. Freedom comes with one condition. They must never contact each other again. Today, Pauline Parker lives in England. Juliet Hume is in Scotland, living under a different name. She is now a successful author of murder mystery stories. For some women, a fatal obsession becomes one man. A man they will kill to keep. It happened in the city of Perth, Western Australia, in 1986.
Human life meant nothing to these two people.
Former detective Paul Ferguson remembers a frightening night. A female serial killer and her partner lead him to an isolated Australian forest and proudly reveal 4 shallow graves.
Vince shifted some dirt, and when he shifted the dirt, there was the flesh of the first girl.
One disturbing moment stands out in his memory.
She pointed to the gravesite and then spat on the gravesite. Disgusted. Absolutely disgusted.
Few will forget an encounter with the killer, Catherine Burney.
I'll tell you, Catherine is evil.
Several months earlier, 35-year-old Catherine is living a normal life as a wife and mother. But ex-lover David Burney wants to rekindle their romance.
She'd been seeing Bernie while she was still married, and after 12 years, she took off with him, and that's when David Burney led her down the path of homicide.
Come on, let's go and have some fun.
Catherine suffers from dependent personality disorder. It leaves her helplessly obsessed with a dangerous man.
She believed that women were put on this earth to service and provide for men.
Catherine's not the first person to suffer from dependent personality disorder. The vast majority of people that do don't go on to become killers.
A psychiatrist told the court that he believed that it was the worst case of personality dependence he had ever seen in his life.
Researching Catherine's troubled life, writer Paul B. Kidd found a woman desperate to satisfy David's desires.
I had sex almost all day, every day, at every given opportunity. There was no stopping David Burney. He was a sexual athlete.
But David Burney needs more. His fantasies are dark and violent.
Catherine would do anything David wanted. She didn't want to risk anything to displeasure him or lose him. And if his appetite extended to sex with other women, even captive sex slaves, that was fine with her.
When 22-year-old Mary Nielsen calls on the Burneys,
G'day, love. How you going?
she steps straight into their terrifying new game.
The young lady was dragged in at knife point, where she was chained and gagged and tied to the bed.
David Burney raped her repeatedly while Catherine looked on, and they both got off on it. Catherine must have known then that the young lady, having seen their faces, the atrocities that had been committed to her, that she'd have to die. A pair of them made love on the strength of it.
They were parasites. They lived off each other. The more they were together, the longer they were together, the stronger they became. And the rest of the world was just there for them.
Their next victim was a 15-year-old hitchhiker. The girl had no hesitation into getting into the car with a man and a woman.
Okay, dear Mum and Dad, I'm all right. I'm taking a few days away from
This
you,
time,
and I'm staying with
Catherine is more than a spectator.
Oh, come on, let's just kill the bitch now.
No, back off. Just back off. Do it later. Just gotta write this.
Catherine's need to be involved was escalating with each attack. There probably was a component where she was being sexually stimulated also.
She will do anything to please David Burney.
To prove her love to David Burney, she offered to murder the girl. David said, "I'd love to watch you murder her." So she did.
Catherine's fatal obsession will take her to the darkest parts of her lover's mind. Catherine Burney is fatally obsessed with a serial killer. To prove her devotion, she helps him live out his deadly fantasies.
She wanted to please him, but knowing that David was being turned on by this activity also, I think, stirred up a jealousy in her, and that's why she had no trouble destroying these women also.
In the midst of a brutal killing spree, Catherine and David Burney kidnap glamorous 31-year-old Nolene Patterson.
Catherine knew immediately this one was going to be a problem. She was different. She was everything that Catherine wasn't. She had class.
Yeah, no, we'll get rid of her in the morning, huh?
No, not in the morning, David, now.
No. David did not want to kill her. Kept her alive for 3 days, kept putting it off. And this brought up intense feelings of jealousy.
David, look at me! Look at me! What? You get rid of her tonight. It's either me or it's her. No.
Catherine Burney was seething, absolutely seething with rage.
Okay. We'll
Get off the bed, David! Get off the bed!
Okay, I'm off the bed, okay?
Right? I want it dead. I don't want it out.
People that suffer from dependent personality disorder don't have a sense of self really at all.
Promise you. We'll get rid of it tomorrow.
They develop a feeling, a belief, they cannot live without the other person. And if that other person were to leave them, they themselves would die.
Put the knife in my hand. I'll kill her now, eh?
Long after they dispose of Nolene, Catherine's bitter jealousy lingers.
Sorry. I love Kath.
Kathy never mentioned Nolene Patterson's name once, just referred to her as the bitch.
David's next move will horrify even Catherine. As they bury victim number 4, 21-year-old Denise Brown, they discover that she is still alive.
Catherine urged David to stab her again and produced a bigger knife, which David used to stab her in the neck and chest.
No.
It's really hard to kill someone when you've got a will to live. Even when you have been very injured by multiple blows, a person can still live.
As they covered her over, she sat bolt upright. She wasn't dead at all.
When she sat up in the grave, she was responding to sand being placed over her mouth or nose, obstructing her respirations. The most basic drive is to breathe. And even when your level of consciousness is altered, if there is sudden obstruction, you're going to do whatever you can to preserve your airway.
David Burney, seething with anger. I'll fix her this time.
His savagery shakes even Catherine's devotion.
Catherine became, I think, frightened and repulsed by David crushing the skull of a victim. Catherine started having doubts that she could go on with the killing.
I stayed the night at Sarah's, and I forgot to call you.
5 days later, Catherine is home alone with their latest captive.
I'll be home tomorrow night.
This teenage girl is due to die.
Keep your mouth shut. Got it? I'll be back.
There was the knock on the front door. Catherine put the girl to one side.
Seeing her opportunity, the young lady, no clothes on, jumped straight through the window. Did Catherine Burney leave the bedroom window open on purpose? We'll never know. Was the axe murder too much for her? Was it her way of saying, I've had enough? This is the end of this.
Catherine forfeited any right to be a member of our community the day she murdered those girls.
Catherine and David Burney are found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison, never to see each other again.
In the courtroom, Catherine leaned forward and stroked the back of his hand, an act of devotion, caring, empathy, love. For most people, for me, what it represented was, don't forget me.
Obsession took these women down a dark path, killing those who stood in their way. To cover up her lies, Lisa Montgomery stole a baby from the womb. Catherine Burney made an unholy alliance with a serial killer. And Pauline Parker's strange bond with Juliet Hume destroyed a loving mother. For these deadly women, a single-minded desire became a deadly focus. Murder was a means to an end when they were in the grip of a fatal obsession. When a mother kills her own flesh and blood, she breaks a sacred bond.
I had to accept that they weren't coming back.
How can we comprehend a woman who drowns her 2 young boys?
In a dark car, they're floating and they're screaming for their mother.
That is not how Jesus teaches us to behave.
A deadly delusion drives a mother to destroy the family she loves.
She held them down. They fought her for their lives.
And a killer mom's lie alters medical history.
His paper was used for almost a quarter of a century as a license to kill.
These are deadly women who murder their own. They are mothers who kill. It's 1964 in upstate New York. Newlyweds Tim and Juanita Hoyt look forward to the birth of their first child.
Juanita said that her mother always told her that she was good for one thing, and that was to make babies, to have children.
Doing well. Have a good day at work.
But none of her children will live for long. She secretly murders them. Her first victim is 3-month-old Eric. Home alone together, Juanita smothers him.
Smothering an infant is, unfortunately, a very easy thing to do, and it shows no marks.
Investigating Juanita's story, husband and wife writing team Jamie Talon and Richard Firstman discover a cold, distant killer.
Juanita didn't seem to grieve as you would expect a mother to grieve.
You know, when you have a baby, you take the baby in your arms, you hold the baby. She would never do that. She was very distant. If you look at pictures, she kept them, you know, at arm's distance.
At the time, Juanita's coldness goes unnoticed. 3 years later, she strikes again, taking 2 lives in just 2 weeks. Her 6-week-old daughter and her 2-year-old son.
I don't think you can even call her a mother. Anybody who takes their children away cannot be called a mother.
No one suspects Juanita, especially her husband, Tim. Instead, murder is misdiagnosed as illness. a frightening new disease taking young children in their sleep. The doctors call it SIDS.
SIDS is sudden infant death syndrome. And basically, this is a diagnosis that is given to children under 1 year of age who die in their crib, who die while they're asleep. The only time a forensic pathologist will certify a death as due to SIDS is when they've ruled out all other possibilities.
Doctors are left trying to explain the deaths rather than police. When Juanita and Tim are expecting their 4th child, one doctor is determined to stop another family tragedy.
Dr. Alfred Steinschneider was sort of recreating his research world to understand why babies die inexplicably for no apparent reason. And along came Juanita Hoyt. Here he could follow the 4th baby, and maybe the key to unraveling SIDS was in his hands.
Juanita's new daughter, Molly, is monitored at Dr. Steinschneider's sleep clinic.
She was a happy little girl. She was just a joy to have around, you know, just a sweet little girl.
Corinne Dower was one of the nurses who cared for baby Molly.
Molly came in as a SIDS patient. We rocked her, we walked her, we fed her, and she was doing well.
How's she doing today, nurse? She's still responding already. Well,
The nurse's only cause for concern is Molly's mother. She seems distant, uncomfortable with intimacy.
She never hugged it, never kissed it, never said, you know, anything. She just... And I thought that's a little strange.
And that's kind of what led them to suspect that there was something else going on here. They have this mother who seems to really have no connection to the baby, and then these babies are dying mysteriously.
The nurses believe this medical investigation should be a murder investigation. Their boss doesn't agree.
Yes, nurse.
I'm really concerned about Juanita Hoyt and her nurse child, Molly.
In what way?
I'm sorry.
The nurses were very vocal in expressing to Dr. Steinschneider what they felt was going on here.
Doctor, it's just too suspicious.
And several of them went to him and said flat out that she's killing her babies.
What are you basing this on, feeling or facts?
Corinne's worst fears unfold.
Enough. Now, I'm very busy, so if you don't mind.
Because Dr. Steinschneider, he discharged her. And I said, if you send her home, that lady is going to kill her. And he said, you're just another hysterical nurse. So what can you do?
Baby Molly Hoyt is sent home with her mother. It would simply be a matter of time.
And then about 11:15, when we were getting ready to go off duty, I said, Joyce, what do you think? Do you think she's still alive? And of course, when I came on duty the next day, she was dead.
Juanita Hoyt has mysteriously lost 4 children in 4 years. Her doctor blames sudden infant death syndrome.
Wasn't he adorable?
Her nurses have the correct diagnosis. This mother is a killer.
The nurses suspected it, but they had no power to investigate.
Look, I've heard enough.
And people didn't want to believe that a mother would kill her own children.
When Juanita has her 5th child, SIDS researcher Dr. Alfred Steinschneider thinks he is on the cusp of medical history.
He was looking for families with these multiple deaths because he wanted to bring the next child into the laboratory to see if there was any way that they could figure out why babies die of SIDS.
The doctor is developing a breakthrough theory that SIDS is hereditary. Juanita Hoyt's tragedy seems the perfect case to prove it.
See you, big fella.
After monitoring the newborn in his clinic, he sends him home with his mother. The nurses protest, but Dr. Steinschneider is determined to prove his theory.
Doctor's office.
It's happened again.
Is there something wrong, Doctor?
They wept when he died.
Noah Hoyt has died.
This one nurse said she couldn't even look at Dr. Steinschneider.
I warned you.
She said, "I told you so. I told you so."
Medical research allows another murder.
You really can't distinguish between SIDS and what they call a gentle smothering. So when you don't have any really hard evidence, it's very difficult to make an accusation.
With every tragic death, Juanita Hoyt gets more attention. It's exactly what she wants. She suffers from a disturbing psychological illness, Munchausen syndrome by proxy.
And this is basically where women, it's almost always women, will cause illnesses or even deaths in their own children in order to gain sympathy and attention for themselves. Juanita Hoyt is, you can't think of a more classic case than hers.
But in 1971, Juanita isn't diagnosed or investigated. Dr. Steinschneider publishes her case as proof that SIDS is hereditary. He becomes famous as doctors around the world follow his research.
Steinschneider had the chance to intercede, to save these babies, and yet what he did was take these cases, take these deaths, and turn them into a theory that was fraudulent. So he used these deaths to advance his own career. And there's really nothing more cynical than that.
For the next 22 years, SIDS research is sent off on the wrong track. And Juanita Hoyt, child killer, remains free. Until District Attorney Bill Fitzpatrick takes a look at Dr. Steinschneider's research paper.
Pretty obvious to me that they were talking about the murders of 5 children.
Bill Fitzpatrick believes the doctor's theory allowed Juanita and other mothers to murder with impunity.
His paper was used for almost a quarter of a century as a license to kill.
Sergeant, I brought in my photographs of my babies just to show you how beautiful they were.
Aged 46, Juanita Hoyt is called in for an interview.
I was actually watching through a glass partition, and Trooper Mulvey, in a very, very gentle voice, told her, "Juanita, you know, this is not the way the kids died."
These are my babies. My babies.
In our wildest dreams, we didn't think we would get a confession. You don't have any crime scene photos. You don't have any eyewitnesses because Juanita was the only one there when the babies died.
You're telling me that this was all coincidence?
And there came a time where she, put her head down for a second. I'll never forget these words. She looked up in a very sorrowful voice and said, "I've asked God so many times to forgive me."
In 1995, Juanita Hoyt is convicted of 5 murder counts and sentenced to 75 years in prison. Dr. Steinschneider's theory is in tatters.
SIDS does not run in families, but murder does.
Instead, SIDS research refocuses on infant sleeping positions with amazing success.
They suggested something called the back to sleep movement. And what was found was stunning. The incidence of SIDS dropped from 5.6 per 1,000 deaths to less than 0.5 per 1,000 deaths. In other words, only 1 infant death in 2,000 births. This has been amazing.
In 1998, Juanita Hoyt died in prison of cancer. This murderous mom helped mislead SIDS researchers, costing countless lives. She gave an alibi to other mothers who would kill their babies. And she murdered her own 5 children.
This was a woman who craved a lot of attention. A sad person who nobody really understood the complexity of her sadness until it was too late.
Some mothers murder for attention. Others kill for love while under a deadly delusion. On a summer's morning, a young family are playing happily in their living room. But these 5 children are in terrible danger. Their own mother is tortured by a monstrous urge. She wants to kill them.
There was all these crazy things going through her head, driving her to places that she didn't want to go. No one could believe that a mother would do this.
No one has ever encountered a mother like Andrea Yates.
It was just absolutely incomprehensible. This is the whole symbol of motherly love turned upside down.
To their friends in Houston, Texas, Rusty and Andrea Yates are a loving, devout couple.
I believe we got it right here.
There's no question but that there was a bond of love between the two. Andrea was extremely devoted to Rusty. Everything, at least from the outside looking in, appeared to be as normal as one family could be.
Kneel with me and pray. Come on.
But Rusty Yates has extreme religious views.
This was a guy who firmly believed that women were secondary to their husbands. A woman had to submit to their husband. Their whole purpose in life was to have children. And so, I mean, that's why she had 5, 7 and under. It was whatever God blessed them with, that's what they had.
Now then, you lads, you can call me Sergeant, just like you can call Jesus.
Each of their 5 children is named after a biblical character. Noah, age 7, John, 5, Paul, 3, Luke, 2, and Mary, 6 months.
Jesus looks at us all the time, and he knows when we're bad, and he knows when we're good.
Andrea pays a heavy psychological price for her repeated pregnancies.
Noah, come back, please. I told you, come back to the circle. Come back here and listen to the story.
Andrea had mental issues before she became the mother of 5 young children. Having all those children added so much stress to her life that her psychiatric illness flourished.
Former FBI profiler Candace DeLong has seen Andrea's illness before, postpartum psychosis.
As a psychiatric nurse, I treated many women who had this disorder.
That's Satan listening to you and talking to you. Now you listen to Mommy.
A woman becomes so severely depressed after the birth of a child that the depression spirals down into a psychosis. They are really out of touch with reality. These women may hear voices or become delusional.
The voices in Andrea's head tell her Satan will take her children.
She thought that she was a bad mother, and because she was a bad mother, all of her children were going to go to hell.
Author Diane Fanning sees each new child adding to Andrea's psychosis.
Russell once found her in a bathroom holding a knife up to her throat and ready to commit suicide.
No!
So she had a serious mental health issue.
That is not the way.
She was obsessed with these dark, dark thoughts about what a horrible mother she was.
Boys.
And how the little tiny things that her children did were just dreadful, dreadful sins.
Noah!
Because that's what the voices were telling her.
Noah, quit it! That is not how Jesus teaches us to behave!
What about this one?
For 2 years, she is in and out of psychiatric treatment. But the healthcare system limits her stays.
The mental health professionals did not feel that she should be leaving. The insurance ran out, and there was no way they could pay for it without the insurance.
Psychiatrists also warn against having any more babies. Husband Rusty has other ideas. His fundamentalist religion demands another child. After the arrival of Andrea's 5th baby, Mary, she hatches a plan to protect her children. Satan can't take them to hell if she sends them to heaven first.
She loved them so much that she took their lives.
In Houston, Texas, Rusty and Andrea Yates have a new addition to their family. 6-month-old Mary is their 5th child and first daughter. Her birth will trigger a terrible event.
It was a fairly rapid decline in Andrea's mental health after the birth of Mary. It was obvious that she was becoming increasingly ill. And she was spiraling down into this black hole of a psychotic delusion.
Andrea truly believed to the core of her being that she was a bad mother, that the devil was going to get her children and take their souls to hell. The only way to save her children, she believed, was to kill them so their souls would go to heaven to be with Jesus and they would be saved. She believed this with every fiber of her being.
Noah, take that out of your brother's mouth.
On the morning of June 20th, 2001, Andrea acts on her deadly delusion.
Sit down now, come on, honey. Let's just leave those for kids. Huh? No, you come and take charge of your mother, yeah? I gotta go, huh?
Rusty kissed the kids goodbye, not realizing that it was the last time he would see them alive. And he leaves for work.
Andrea Yates very carefully filled the bathtub with water.
One by one, Andrea takes her children into the bathroom.
She drowned them in the tub, held them down. They fought her for their lives.
Noah, the eldest, is the last of the 5 children to die.
As she drug him back to the bathroom to drown him, he kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Because like little children often do, Noah took the guilt onto himself. Because we all, when we're little, think our parents are perfect. And whatever we do, we deserve it.
Tenderly, Andrea places her children's dead bodies together, clasping baby Mary's hand in her brother's.
It's almost as if little brother is taking care of baby sister. On the road to eternity, Andrea absolutely believed she was saving their souls. There's no question about it.
Calmly, Andrea calls her husband.
You need to come home.
After Andrea drowned the children, she did not try to cover up her crime. She called the police and told them to come over. She called her husband and told him to come home. Why would she do that if she believed what she had done was wrong? There's no explanation. She wouldn't.
Rusty stands by the wife who murdered his own flesh and blood.
He realizes that mental illness caused what occurred. He's never blamed her for taking the lives of their children.
Under Texan law, Andrea Yates faces death by lethal injection.
She should have been put into a hospital right away, but instead she was put on trial, threatened with a death sentence. She wasn't a heinous capital murderer. She was a sick, sick woman, and she needed help, not the spectacle of a trial. I don't think a civilized society should ever execute the mentally ill when they are compelled to commit a crime because of their illness.
But she wants to be executed.
She didn't want a trial. She didn't want me as a lawyer. She wanted to go immediately to death row because she believed in her unreal world that Satan lived within her. And by being executed, she would save the world from the devil.
Andrea Yates escapes the death penalty. In March 2002, she is sentenced to life in prison.
There is so much tragedy in the story of Andrea Yates. 5 children had their lives taken away before they really had a chance to live them. That is just so inconceivably horrible. 5 children at once. Andrea, too. She is a victim of her own mental health. She will never, ever recover from this.
A quiet fall night.
Somebody help me, please! Somebody!
Shattered by a mother's frantic screams. Her 2 children have been kidnapped.
A black man's taking my babies! A black man's taking my babies!
She stopped at a traffic light on Highway 49. She said that a man jumped in the car and told her to get out.
Get out the car! Right there! In the back seat!
He just got in the car and drove away.
I try not to even think about what those kids faced because it can become overwhelming.
I can't! I can't!
1994, the town of Union, South Carolina. The kidnapping of Susan Smith's 2 boys grips the country.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm Sheriff Howell. Well-to-do me are David and Susan Smith. Their 2 young boys are missing.
Michael Smith is 3 years old. His brother, Alex, just 14 months.
To whoever has our boys, we ask that you please don't hurt them. Bring them back.
Their father, David Smith, still feels the pain today.
It's probably the worst gut feeling I'd ever had, and maybe still I've ever had.
Please return our children to us safe and unharmed.
I loved my children very much. And they were, all I had.
The boys disappear at a time when David and Susan's marriage is in trouble.
It was a pretty rocky marriage from the beginning.
She fell for somebody that was actually her supervisor where she worked. And so things started falling apart.
Susan is in love with Tom Findlay, a wealthy local businessman.
So when are we going to meet next?
Soon. I promise you.
Anytime before the weekend?
In the middle of '94, we decided to separate, and we filed for divorce.
But as the search for their children continues, David and Susan are united in grief. As newspaperman Gary Henderson watches Susan, his reporter's instinct kicks in.
I never saw any real tears. I heard sounds that sounded like someone trying to cry.
I don't know how else to put it. And I can't imagine life without them.
Susan, you know that?
I noticed immediately she was speaking in the past tense, and that sort of sent a flag up for me. Why would you be speaking of these kids in the past tense if you really thought they were still out there alive somewhere?
Law enforcement officers are also skeptical. They put Susan on a lie detector.
Susan continually failed one question on the polygraph. Do you know where your children are?
To me, she was failing because she was distraught. She was so upset. She had just had her kids, literally ripped from her.
But prosecutor Tommy Pope is becoming suspicious. Susan keeps changing her story about the carjacking.
So when law enforcement's not getting accurate information by arguably the person that has the most vested interest in giving it to you, naturally questions arise.
Susan,
Now, we've been over this and over this. I'm not here to hear your story again.
The investigators turned up the heat and really leaned on Susan.
I don't know. Any black man with 2 white boys in the back of his car, they would have seen him.
Because they actually knew that she was lying.
They don't believe your story. They don't believe you're describing a real person.
What they needed to do was get her to confess because they needed to find those boys.
Will you pray with me?
Sheriff Wells utilized a well-known technique in police interrogations, and that is what we call the come to Jesus talk.
Please bless our sons, Michael and Alex. Bring them safely back to you, O Lord.
He appealed to her sense of decency and fear of God to get the truth.
Amen.
After 9 days of lies, Susan admits to the awful truth.
I killed my boys. I drove them into the lake. And I threw them in. I drove them into the lake.
In South Carolina, police have spent 9 days searching for 2 missing boys. But the little boys haven't been kidnapped. They've been murdered, drowned by their own mother.
I had to accept that, we weren't going to find them, that they weren't coming back.
David Smith now knows the terrible truth about what his wife has done.
It was more of a shock when I found out that she had confessed to doing it, because I had stood by her for 9 days, and I believed every story, every lie that she told. I believed her.
It was hard to look at her and believe she could have done something like that. And I think that's what everybody had a problem with.
The vast majority of mothers who kill their children do so accidentally in a fit of rage. They go to hit the child, and they hit the child too hard. That is not what was happening with Susan Smith.
Susan is haunted by a violent past.
A lot of things happen to Susan that don't happen to other people.
Susan did have a very hard childhood coming up. Her father killed himself when she was very small. She was molested by her stepfather.
Susan could not handle rejection from a male. This is not uncommon among female sex abuse victims as adults that were abused by their fathers. They cannot stand the rejection of a man. It tears them apart.
On the day the boys disappear, Susan suffers the rejection that she dreads.
She was hoping to marry Tom Finley. Tom Finley wrote her a letter and told her that he didn't want kids. And so that was a problem for Susan because she really wanted to marry Tom Finley.
The letter is the catalyst for Susan's cold-hearted decision.
Susan cared about herself. She was very narcissistic, with a little bit of sociopathy mixed in there, and her need for the attention of all the men that she wanted. It made for a very, very dangerous cocktail for those 2 little boys.
Shattered by her abandonment, Susan straps her boys in the car and drives to a nearby lake.
She decided they were in the way and they were causing her pain. And so she merely was getting rid of the source of the pain.
Susan stopped at the top of that ramp, which is a pretty good fall down to the lake. She opened the door and hopped out. She took her car out of gear and let the car go.
She said that when the guy took her kids, that they were screaming, "Mommy, Mommy." I bet they were. In a dark car that's now rolled down into the lake, and they're floating, and they're screaming for their mother.
Who knows how long it took the children to die? How long did they float out there before the car turned upside down and dropped into the water?
In the car, there would have been panic. They were restrained in their car seats, so they could only reach up just far enough to keep their nose above water. In all likelihood, they would have experienced panic, terror, as they could no longer get a breath.
Michael and Alex are found 9 days later, still strapped into their car seats.
When the diver found that the car's upside down, you know, it's murky because it's been filled with water, and the lake water was dark. But he saw a small hand kind of pressed against the glass. A lot of guys I'd worked with for years, grown men who had worked hard on this case, that had struggled to try to bring those boys back home, and they were just openly weeping.
In July 1995, Susan Smith is found guilty of 2 counts of murder.
Susan's unusual in that the murder of her sons was premeditated, very cold-hearted, very cold-blooded. It had nothing to do with losing her temper. It all had to do with making her life temporarily better. And in that regard, she's a very unusual mother. Thank God.
Susan is sentenced to 30 years in prison. David Smith still lives every day with what she did.
There's no answer to give somebody on how to deal, especially with the loss of a child. You have to find it inside yourself. I forgave Susan for what she did a long time ago, because to me it was, keeping that in was letting her win, and I had to let that go to move on. I don't ultimately think that death would have been the best punishment, because this way now she has to live with, she has to wake up with every day what she did to Michael and Alex.
These deadly women defeated their strongest instinct. Juanita Hoyt lived half her life with the most awful secrets. Rejected by her lover, Susan Smith responded with a terrible sacrifice. And Andrea Yates was so deluded, she drowned her 5 children to save their souls. Most women would die to save their children. But for these mothers, the drive to protect was defeated by an urge to kill. What kind of parent will ask their child to kill?
Children cannot say no to a parent that wants them to kill.
Mother and son are partners in crime.
Vicious, angry, controlling. They compared her to Charles Manson.
In the Wild West, the family business is murder.
Kate was always given credit for slitting the throats from ear to ear.
And a terrifying mother has a deadly request.
You did whatever Mom said, including kill.
For these deadly women, murder is a family affair. It runs in the bloodlines. On a quiet April day in 2001, Greg Hyman visits his sick father.
Dad, where are you?
Something is very wrong. The house has been emptied. His grandmother, suffering from Alzheimer's, has been abandoned, slowly starving.
She had survived by eating newspapers, the only thing she could reach.
What happened?
Greg's father has vanished.
There was brain matter on the walls, on the ceiling.
It was a crime of great brutality and ignorance.
The city of Everett, Washington State. Barbara Opal is a 38-year-old single mom, struggling with family life.
Barbara Opal had 3 children. Heather Opal, Derek Opal, and Tiffany Goudot, a child from another relationship. Barbara Opal and her children had lived virtually everywhere for short periods of time. Notices of eviction were as common as junk mail.
Author Burl Barer says Barbara Opal is notorious in the local community.
She was more than well known for screaming at her children. She was almost famous for it.
No! Or kill up here! You just sit down and show! You get down there!
Known in many neighborhoods as a loud, obnoxious, screaming, domineering woman. She had a very dominant personality and was also highly manipulative.
Her eldest child is 13-year-old Heather. She does what she can to avoid her mother's wrath.
I've got an extra big soda. It would be nice to say Heather was under her mother's spell, but her mother was a bully. She was under her thumb. She was abused.
yesterday to build up those muscles. How was training? Horrible.
When children grow up in a household with one parent, and that parent is constantly yelling at them and abusing them emotionally and physically, it's pretty tough for that kid to not go along with whatever mom wants them to do.
I said, will you stop with the ball?
They do it to keep peace in the family and to not get hit.
It was lovely, wasn't it, Mama? Enjoyed it outside?
The Opal family's luck changes
Hi, Barbara. Hi, Heather.
when Barbara meets 64-year-old retiree Jerry Hyman.
Is this for Mama's lunch?
He actually felt bad about her living conditions and asked her if she'd like to move in with her children into his basement and care for his elderly mother, who was 89 and wheelchair-bound.
It smells nice. Do you like that soup?
Jerry Hyman has cancer, but his mother is his top priority.
He didn't have that long to live. He wanted to take good care of her. It wasn't quantity of life, it was quality of life. He was willing to sacrifice his own personal well-being to take care of his mother.
Look, if you need to use the car, you know, by all means, if you need to, okay?
Yeah, well, I need to go do some grocery shopping.
Oh, wow. Do you need some money? I tell you what.
Jerry Hyman was generous to Barbara and her family.
Go right ahead, okay? Get what you have to get, okay?
He provided money, gifts to them for the holidays.
I gotta go. I'll be back about 6:30, okay? Bye, Mama.
Barbara Opal has only one person's well-being in mind: her own.
She discovered he had about $40,000 in the bank, and somewhere along the lines of that first year, began to devise a plan to murder him.
But she won't do the killing. She wants a gang of children to do it for her. The leader will be her daughter Heather's boyfriend, 17-year-old Jeff Grote.
Jeff Grote was a rather athletic speed skater who lived in the area, and he was selected by Heather, 13, as kind of a cutie.
Barbara encouraged that relationship because she wanted Jeff to be the ringleader of the group of young murderers who were ultimately going to kill Jerry Hyman.
And she decided that one of the ways to do this, to get him on her side, was to have her daughter sleep with him.
After using her own daughter as sexual bait, Barbara puts her plan in motion.
When they came out of the bedroom, Heather's mother sat him down for a heart-to-heart talk. It wasn't about safe sex, it was murder. She wanted to enlist Jeff Grote in the plan to kill Jerry Hyman.
Heather, is that you?
There's another gang member Barbara has in mind. Her daughter, Heather.
Whoa! Yeah. Right color and everything. Now you go.
Barbara promised Heather both money and a dirt bike. We know that in her diary, Heather had entries that she was going to get a dirt bike out of this killing, and she was excited about that.
For the price of a dirt bike, Heather Opal is prepared to murder a 64-year-old retiree.
Barbara Opal exercised an uncommon degree of dominance over her children. What Mom said went. You did whatever Mom said, including kill.
In a suburban basement, a gang of children are waiting to kill.
All of the young killers in this case came from chaotic family backgrounds. The warmth and love and connection normal families have between parent and child simply was not there for any of the people involved in this murder. So murder for them, pretty easy.
The only adult present is the one pushing them towards murder. Barbara Opel.
Take that. I've had enough.
She wants retiree Jerry Hyman beaten to death.
You ready for it? Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Ready and willing to kill is Barbara's 13-year-old daughter, Heather.
Heather Opel was an excellent student, sports star, well-liked, well-behaved. No one would ever suspect that a girl such as Heather could commit such a horrible crime.
Heather may have failed to develop a strong sense of self because of the overwhelming domination and control of her mother.
This murder would never have happened without Barbara Opel putting these kids up to it.
When Jerry Hyman arrives home on April 13th, 2001, the team of young killers lie in wait.
Mama, why are you sitting in the dark?
Jerry walked in the door. He was immediately attacked, knocked to the floor.
Hit him again!
He cried out, "Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to me?"
What?
He never received an answer, and there is no rational answer for it.
They beat this old man to death with souvenir baseball bats, the metal kind that make a ping, and all the boys remember the ping sound when they hit Jerry on the head.
While Jerry Hyman was being murdered, his 89-year-old mother, who was in the late stages of Alzheimer's disease, was sitting in her wheelchair just a few feet away. We believe she witnessed her son being brutally killed in this manner. In fact, Mr. Hyman's blood was found splattered all over the side of her wheelchair.
Go again! Go on! Kill him!
While the murder of Jerry Hyman was taking place, Barbara Opel was acting as a one-woman cheerleading section from the basement.
Slash him!
I don't think it's an accident that Barbara hid out in the basement and had these children do her murderous deed for her.
Again! Make sure you do it right!
She did that on purpose. She is smart enough to know they might get caught, and she could always say, well, I had nothing to do with it, the kids did it. That's how heartless this woman is.
Then, Barbara urges her own daughter up the stairs.
Go get him! What are you waiting for? Get up there!
To kill for Mom.
Come on, baby. Stab it.
Heather Opel, who had just turned 14 years of age, stabbed Jerry Hyman numerous times.
And afterwards, Heather was heard to say by the others, "That was fun, let's do it again."
Go! Come on! Move!
There was a great deal of blood following the bludgeoning and stabbing of Jerry Hyman.
Come on, get this cleaned up. The quicker we get it done, the quicker we get out of here.
Barbara had her daughter clean up the brains and the blood from the floor.
Jerry Hyman's body is dumped in a nearby forest. Barbara has no plans for what to do next.
Basically, she wanted Mr. Hyman dead and wanted his money and wanted other people to do the murder so she could somehow keep her hands clean. That's as far as she went.
A credit card trail soon leads to the arrest of Barbara and her family. The children who obeyed their mother out of blood loyalty are now her undoing.
Barbara denied everything, but once they got to the kids, the game was up.
The children began to give up an incriminating detail here or there, and it was finally the youngest, Tiffany, who broke the case and said, Jerry's dead.
Young people talk, they don't take direction well, and they're easily frightened. It was probably the dumbest thing Barbara did in the commission of this murder.
On trial for murder, she tries to blame the crime on her daughter. But the jury finds Barbara Opel guilty and gives her life in jail.
Not only did Barbara lack empathy for her victim, rather helpless old man, she lacked empathy for her daughter and was willing to throw her under the prison bus so that she could escape.
Heather Opel pleads guilty to murder.
It was a difficult trial, difficult moment to view a distressingly innocent girl who looked every bit of 12 and 13 years old, was convicted as an adult murderer and sent off to an adult prison for 22 years.
With mother and daughter in separate prisons, the ties of blood are still powerful.
To this day, Heather does not see her mother as being evil. The dominance over Heather by her mother is absolutely incredible. Heather defended her mother to the very end. It wasn't that Barbara Opel could do no wrong in Heather's eyes. It's just that Barbara Opel could do all the wrong she wanted, and it was okay.
While some children are forced to murder by their parents, others are ready and willing to kill for the family. On the prairies of Kansas in the 1870s, passing travelers stop to see a Wild West medicine show.
So I can see, looking in your eyes, that you're wondering how it is I can cure the
The frontier men are mesmerized
So as you can see here, I have my charts.
by a beautiful young woman who offers spiritual cures
Astrology charts.
for earthly ills.
Most important of all, my Ouija board.
Kate Bender was a very pretty woman. It's been said that she had lips that would set any man dreaming.
This root.
She was around 5'6" and a very slender woman and very well endowed.
To cure a young boy of his blindness. Yes, it's true.
She had quite a bit of class. She wasn't like most of the women here in the Prairie area.
Miss Bender?
Yes.
Do you have anything that would cure a lovesick bachelor?
A lovesick bachelor, of course.
She was very outspoken and quite the talker. She did seances.
I concocted my secret love potion, and it just requires one drop.
Maybe she would laugh and flirt and this kind of thing. She was a lure.
And the next time you see the woman you desire,
Kate Bender is a lure
oh, wait for Grace.
for a deadly family.
This was food that we were about to receive.
The Benders might be America's first serial killer family.
Come on, eat up.
The Benders live out on the frontier trail. Ma and Pa, brother John, daughter Kate.
Well, anyway, it's been a good week, huh?
Very good.
While pioneers head west to seek their fortunes, the Benders are making their own opportunities. Their simple cottage doubles as a general store and an inn.
They had the store and they had the table where they fed people. And now and then, if somebody stayed overnight, they had a straw mattress that they put in there.
Even if a passing traveler hasn't seen Kate's medicine show, he will soon fall under her spell.
Gorgeous horse.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, where are you heading?
I was going to.
But Kate's eyes are only for his money.
Well, Kate was very talkative, very provocative, and she would engage all of the travelers in conversations after they analyzed whether they were worthwhile robbing or not.
Kansas historian Wayne Hallowell says frontier travelers were enticing prey.
People came with large sums of money, which $2,000 was a large sum of money in those days, to buy either a claim or to buy cattle and chickens or whatever to homestead their claims.
I bet you're hungry.
If Kate decides the man looks wealthy enough, he'll be invited in for a meal.
Smells good.
Inside the Bender Inn, there's a special feature.
Then they had a canvas wagon top that they hung across the room to divide the public area from their living quarters.
That wagon sheet is the key to a gruesome plan.
So it's a shame you missed my spiritual talk.
She'd put them in front of a chair that was pushed up against a canvas, and I can actually visualize her coming out, you know, very sexy.
Kate Bender's smile is a final distraction as her brother looms behind the sheet.
The visitors who visited the inn were killed by having a blow in the back of the head,
Yeah, well, maybe you should.
and then Kate would slit their throats.
I don't think anyone was really safe when Katie was around. If Katie wanted something from them, she was going to get it. No one stood in her way.
Out in the American Wild West, travelers are disappearing. After spending a night with Kate Bender and her deadly family.
The general lawlessness of the frontier made it very possible for the Benders to commit these crimes and get away with it.
The Bender family lived together and killed together.
The dynamics of a crime family are interesting in that being a member of a group committing a crime makes it easier to commit that crime.
Okay, how are we going then?
They're all in it together.
As settlers travel west to America's new frontier, the Bender family are lying in wait.
Check these pockets, yeah?
Check them all.
Yeah, I checked them out.
Oh, well.
Their motive for killing people was money. They were careful to kill people who were not from close around, so they would not go missing.
Author Fern Morrow Wood says the Benders' targets are wealthy outsiders.
They would stop halfway between Fort Scott and Independence and spend the night. And if they appeared to have money, they didn't ever leave.
Ten strangers have gone missing on the trail that passes the Benders Inn. The latest visitor is a return guest, Dr. William York. Like many frontier men, Dr. York is infatuated with Kate Bender.
It's great to see you, Miss Kate.
You know I read poems.
I had heard that.
But this will be the doctor's final visit.
High intelligence and great learning. This brings you success in the
about a second marriage in there?
Right? No.
This time, the Bender family has made a big mistake.
Dr. York was their undoing because he wasn't from far away, as the others were, and he left behind traces.
After Dr. York disappeared, his brother started searching around and following his trail, and the trail ended at the Benders.
His brother was Colonel York, who had been in the Civil War. He was a Civil War colonel who had recently become a Kansas state senator. And Colonel York was a man of action.
When Colonel York rides up searching for his brother, he comes face to face with a dangerous killer.
The idea that a woman would be involved in conning and luring men to their death, to their murder, clearly points to sociopathy.
Howdy, man. I've been looking for my brother. His name is William York.
Katie probably was a chronic liar by the time she was 5 or 6 years old. That's how she learned to con people.
No, sorry. I've not seen this man around here.
You certain about that? He was seen around these
Kate manages to palm the colonel off.
People traveling through, but no, I've never seen him.
But the Benders realize their deadly business is in danger of being shut down.
I don't think Katie thought she was going to get caught. That's exhibited by the fact that they repeated the same crime over and over and over. But eventually, things got too hot for them and they left.
As far as known, they packed up quickly, they took off, they got into their wagon, and they went up to Thayer, which is only 7 miles away. And they bought train tickets and they split.
Get out of here.
A few weeks later, already suspicious locals notice the inn is abandoned.
So they decided to meet together on the property. The men that went discovered the smell of death, so they started looking. A couple of the men were disgusted and they got up and sat in their buggy looking against the sun and saw a depression in the grass. The depression was where there were some graves. They told all the farmers to bring plows and shovels, picks. They started digging and they found Dr. York's body first.
Jim.
Almost decapitated, because Kate was always given credit for slitting the throats from ear to ear.
The Benders' land is a secret graveyard.
They found 11 bodies altogether.
People were furious. They realized that the Benders were behind the missing people, the murders. There were a number of posses, people who were hunting the Benders. They took off in all these different directions. But they were long gone.
To this day, no one knows what became of Kate and her family.
up.
They've gone down in history as America's first family of serial killers.
There's an excellent chance that when the Benders relocated, wherever it was, they resumed the activity. Possibly on a smaller scale to avoid detection. People that do this kind of thing, especially for profit, rarely stop unless they're stopped by the police.
Los Angeles, 1998.
Too late.
Businessman David Karantzin is about to die because he threatened to expose a pair of deadly con artists. They are mother and son, Sante and Kenny Kimes.
Sante Kimes is as dangerous a criminal as I have ever come across.
Sante Kimes crosses the country, leaving a trail of insurance scams, property fraud, and robbery. Sante Kimes is a grifter.
Grifting is a term for the con, tricking someone into taking something from them. And that was what juiced her up, was the lie, the fraud, the stealing.
Right at Sante's side, her own son, Kenny.
It's one thing for a woman to commit a crime, but to involve her children in her crimes is unconscionable, and yet she had no problem doing it.
Kenny is under his mother's control. She has turned him into a criminal and a killer. When banker Saeed Bilal Ahmed inquires into Sante's suspicious bank accounts, his curiosity costs his life.
Anyone who had something Sante wanted, she would go for. If she could see that she wasn't going to be able to con them out of their property, they were in the most danger, and they ended up in the morgue.
New York City, 1998. Sante and her son are chasing the biggest target of their criminal career.
Oh, hello. Nice to see you again.
Wealthy socialite Irene Silverman.
Come in. Would you like a cup of tea?
Sante and Kenny pretend to be business partners, looking to lease an apartment. Mrs. Silverman is in serious danger. Her new tenants are quietly plotting to take her property and her life.
Sante's a sociopath to the core. And one of the things that we see in criminal sociopaths is that their criminal behaviors cover a broader spectrum. Sociopath will have a record that includes arson, petty theft, fraud, and sometimes later in their careers, their criminal careers, we see murder. And this is what happened to her.
My mother, Sante Kimes, is probably the biggest walking contradiction known to man.
Kent Walker is Sante Kimes' first son.
She was the most fun, loving, greatest person to be around. She had a charisma, a love of life.
I went to a party at the White House, no less.
She had an ability to take any situation, turn into fun, excitement.
I, of course, was the life of the party, as always.
Growing up, Kent remembers a glamorous mother.
President Ford
She aspires to the high life and models herself on Elizabeth Taylor.
Say I told them my husband was the ambassador of Lithuania.
But Sante Kimes has another side.
She was one of the most frightening people you ever want to meet. In terms of evil, I have a couple friends who are pretty high-powered attorneys, very well-renowned, who knows her, and they compared her to Charles Manson.
This is called champagne. What do you think you're doing? Serving champagne. I told you to serve it during my speech. Does it look like I'm doing a speech?
My mother would turn in an instant.
Get out of my sight. Get out of my sight.
She can, at a drop of a hat, become vicious, angry, controlling, and sometimes violent.
Do you think Elizabeth Taylor had to put up with this?
Her whole life was basically a lie. There would be a little germ of truth, that first germ or seed, but then it would just blossom to this tremendous untruth.
Few are safe from Sante's schemes and cons. Her housekeepers are threatened and locked up without pay. She keeps them as slaves.
The fact that Santi enslaved women speaks to her sociopathy. She was a user and abuser of people to the core.
In 1985, Sante is arrested for slavery.
In fact, it was the only case last century where someone was convicted of slavery.
By now, Kent Walker has moved out, but his younger brother Kenny is in a dangerous position.
The biggest disaster in Kenny's life was when Mom went to jail in the 80s for the meds trial. At the time, Kenny was at about the worst age you can be for something like that to happen. It kind of gave Kenny a mindset that made him the perfect piece of clay to mold for my mother to use.
As Kenny grows up, his mother grooms him to join the family business.
The chances of Kenny not falling into a life of crime with his mother were slim to none. The greatest influence on his life was the person that was supposed to love him the most, his mother, who was a criminal to the core.
On a Manhattan sidewalk, two killers make their escape. This couple are mother and son. With Sante and Kenny Kimes, blood ties have deadly repercussions.
The familial bond, especially parent to child, can be unbreakable, making it almost impossible emotionally for a child to stand up to a parent who wants them to kill.
1 week earlier, wealthy socialite Irene Silverman holds court.
Yep, I can still do all these movements even to this day.
Really?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll show you.
The ex-ballet dancer is owner of her own $7 million apartment block.
That's the swan one.
Her newest tenants are Sante and Kenny Kimes. Deadly con artists plotting Mrs. Silverman's downfall.
Santi was dangerous to anyone that had something that she wanted, and if she sensed that that person could be manipulated, she would go for it.
The pair forge property deeds, aiming to take control of Irene Silverman's apartment block.
What are we gonna do?
4th of July.
this weekend.
So?
So everyone's going away on vacation.
First, Mrs. Silverman has to disappear.
Yes? What's the matter? Please, come in.
The blood ties of mother and son make these two criminals a deadly team.
Well, you're evicted. I'm leaving.
No, we're not. No, we're not. We're not evicted. You're staying right here.
What are you doing, you crazy bitch?
Like he has done before, Kenny will kill on his mother's command. A stun gun immobilizes Irene.
Get the rope.
I think the sick psychodynamic between Sante and Kenny probably increased the intensity of their crimes, and they fed off each other, and clearly Mom was the leader.
She was able to take basic, core, good values that every mother should have for their child and twist it to justify any action she did.
Science doesn't know enough about a sociopathy gene to say that he inherited this from his mother. It also could be that he learned bad behavior from her. Little boys love their mothers. They want to please them. And that is what he did as a big boy.
In broad daylight, Sante and Kenny escape. Irene Silverman's body is never found.
I have no doubt that Sante Kimes thought she would never be apprehended. And when that occurred, she never thought she would be convicted.
One day later, the FBI arrests the Kimes on an unrelated fraud charge. In their car are all the tools of the deadly con artists. Guns, masks, rope, forged property deeds, and $30,000 in cash.
Had she not been stopped, she would have been grifting and murdering until the day she died.
In 2000, mother and son face an extraordinary trial. They're convicted on no less than 60 criminal counts, from forgery and burglary to murder. Kenny Kimes is sentenced to 120 years in prison. Sante Kimes, 125 years.
I right then had to confront myself with the fact that I then knew that my mother and my brother were murdered. And it was, in a way, a relief because I knew it was over. In a way, it was scary. I was frightened because I knew what was going to be coming. I was very saddened because I know I'd lost my mother and my brother. Very emotional moment.
Blood ties can be a powerful force for evil. When her mother asked her to kill, Heather Opal said yes. Kate Bender lured human prey for her killer family. And Sante Kimes twisted a son's love to her own murderous ends. For these deadly women, the family that stayed together, killed together. Murder ran in their bloodlines.